the way they had played. They had, I think at one point I had said they did the 36 points in 2 months exactly. That's ridiculously good hockey. So the team had earned it. And then if they would have gone on to do this when he got them something, it puts all the blame on the locker room, right?
Yeah. At that point, you would have said, hey, I gave you a little oomph, and if they're not good enough, the players, it's on them.
I think we all agree with that because they never got a true superstar, in my mind, in the lottery, that this was going to be on the longer end of things.
Sure.
I don't know how anybody, so he's year 6 right now, and I think he should get next year. But at some point, you have to put ultimatums up no matter what your name is. Like, there is absolutely zero excuse for this team not to make the playoffs next season. And I know people don't want to, why next season? Because you have to buy into, he's committed to his plan. He doesn't want to give up his prospects. Okay, but eventually the core has to do something.
Right.
And enough of the core is going to be up by next year to where, what would it make? Nearly 50% of the roster? 40 to 50?
Yeah, but they'll still all be young players. So the excuse is going to be there for the most patient fans to say it takes time.
I mean, they're just not a good team. And I think we got too caught up in the hot streak, the coach bump. The coach bump lasted longer. I just don't think they're a very good team. I think they're mediocre. Like, that's why the standings are the way they are. All these teams are trash. None of them somebody might not get the 90. They're not going to get the 91 like they did last year unless they get hot. Nobody's expecting that. I watched Columbus and New York last night. Those teams really have problems too, man.
Oh, yeah.
New York couldn't play 5-on-5, and Columbus gave up 2 shorthanded goals on the same PK. That's worse than the Red Wings did Friday night. People were mad about the 2 shorthanded goals. Columbus did it on the same PK, and the second one was a 2-on-0. It was unbelievable.
And it's why we could do this dance, and they're going to still technically be in it because the field is weak around the bubble.
So to get to 91, right, with them at 66 right now, that's 35 points.
In what, 20
19 games?
Yeah, 19, yeah.
No, 25.
25 points.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, math on air. Not
yes,
good.
Exactly.
It's great. I just took you at your word. I'm like, yeah, sure.
Monday.
Be careful. Couple texts. We got phone calls, 248-539-9797. Texter says, everyone I talked to this weekend is done with the Wings. And a couple people have pointed out, we've had other people in this city who've been great drafters, and it didn't mean they got to keep their job. And they bring up, Al Avila drafted some good players. Troy Weaver drafted some good players. If you can't get free agents, if you can't swing trades, if you can't bring the team into a team, even if I tell you, hey, hockey takes longer, I'm going to give you more than 3 years. I'll give you 4. I'll give you 5. I'll give you 6. I'll give you 7. At some point, I'm all out of gives. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and more. It's 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney that's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number and website, again, is 855-65-CRASH at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. Wings have lost 5 in a row. Didn't really do anything at the deadline. John and Flint, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas. How you doing today?
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, so I'm a long-time season ticket holder, and I'm absolutely at my wit's end about this team. I was so frustrated on Friday that the wife was like, you really need to chill out. But Steve has worn out his welcome with me. He keeps saying he doesn't want to give out term to these players. He's wanting the bottom of the barrel, not bottom of the barrel, but he doesn't want to pay for players. But guess what, Steve? The market dictates what these players are going for. You either pay it or we get what we've been getting. You want to hold on to draft picks? Great. It just extends this rebuild even longer because of the time that all these teams or all these players take to develop. And it just, I don't know. I'm giving him maybe next year, and I am done. I'm seriously thinking about just being done with my season tickets in totality just because of what he's done to this team. We ran out Alan Trammell. We ran out Joe Dumars. I don't see why he's getting this holier-than-thou treatment to be like, oh, we can't do anything to Steve.
Well, John, do you get insulted because you're a hockey guy when people go, well, John, you don't know hockey. This is supposed to take this long.
No, those people are living with their Steve-colored glasses on. Teams turning around way too fast. Look what Washington did.
Yep.
Washington was tied with us last year. They made 2 decent moves, and now they're, killing it.
They're definitely a playoff team, and they're looking to make some noise. And this idea that if there's this standard, they can't do anything unless they're going to win the cup. Well, there's steps along the way you have to take beyond just draft. And they've drafted well, and I think that's the thing Steve can continue to point to is we've got these guys who are coming. But by the time they're all established prime of their career, you may be 10 years into this. Are we going to see the playoffs at some point? Because you're not going to add. To his point, Steve has been unwilling to pay market prices at the last 2 deadlines and in free agency. So what confidence should we have as fans that he can get him over the hump if he's simply not willing to pay what the rest of the league deems to be the going rate? And I would even go a step further. There were deals they could have made. Other teams on the bubble. Columbus traded a 4th-round pick to get a 3rd-line forward, right? A little extra depth. The Devils gave up a 3rd-round pick to get a penalty killer and a bottom 6 forward. The Rangers added a bottom pair defenseman. Well, you wouldn't have to play Hull if you did that, right? I mean, the Bruins added a young defenseman for their bottom pair for a 4th-round pick. Like, there were still moves Steve could have made to go, hey, I'm going to nudge you just a little bit. I can't justify a first, but I can justify at least giving you another log on the fire to keep Hull off the ice or to give us one more body to help us out on the PK. Some of those gritty forwards. They didn't do any of those moves. So it's hard to trust him and trust the Iser plan.
Well, it's what frustrates me is where this roster is currently and the fact that they kept Lalonde too long.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily frustrated that they didn't do anything at the deadline because I don't know if they were going to do anything at the deadline that would actually make them that much better.
That's fair.
He still hasn't been here as long as Avila was GM with the Tigers. And maybe the one thing is what you don't want him to do is what Avila did is leave you a poison pill like Javi. I mean, you don't want Steve to do that this summer, right?
No.
You want to stay the course.
No, but the argument
it's so hard to say these things, honestly.
I know.
I'm drop dead. If they don't make the playoffs next season, he has to be fired. I'm that simple at some point you have to hold somebody accountable for not doing what they're supposed to do.
Did you hear
what you said about 10 years contender?
Yeah, it's
not
supposed to be 10.
Team.
Yeah, so again, only 3 teams in NHL history have had 10-year playoff droughts. So to act like that is like
well, there's 32 teams now, Jim. That's what some people.
I know.
I mean, seriously,
but half of them make the playoffs.
Yeah,
exactly. To your point about poison pill, Yzerman was asked about like making moves even though he might not be here, almost insinuating like, what if you get fired? I don't know if you heard this exchange.
I didn't know.
And he said, and I thought it was the right answer, he said, it's a fair question. And he said, I'm not going to make moves to justify some kind of job security, which is, I think, what you want. You want your GM to stick to his plan regardless of what the headlines are or what the fans think or the talking heads think.
You don't want them like, people don't think I won't do term. Watch this.
Here's an 8-year deal to some bum. Yeah, I understand the hesitancy to do that.
So what I did in here a little while ago, this is where I'm at as a Wings fan. I went to NHL Tankathon.
Oh, don't.
To see where they stand right now and maybe realistically where they could fall to. They're not going to tank. I know they're not going to mail it in. They're going to go out and try. I don't think they get below Pittsburgh in the standing. So maybe best case scenario, they could be the 7th worst team in the league. Think about what I'm saying.
That's
the
pathetic.
7th worst team in the league and then somehow get a little lottery luck. I don't know. That's where I'm at. I watch this team play, and I just don't think they're a very good team. I don't think they I think they have locker room issues. I think McClellan probably Band-Aid that for a while, and I think it's coming back. I mean, if I'm Patrick Kane, I would want out of here.
Couple quick texts. Texter says, yeah, the math would suggest they'll lose to Ottawa tonight. But if Mrazek stands on his head and the Wings somehow win, it changes everything. I hate to say it, but it would. Well, they'd still be out. So the Mrazek thing, very briefly. He has been one of the worst goalies in hockey. And he's a contract that will be on the books next year, too. I was surprised that Steve viewed that as an addition. Maybe he gets hot because you never know. But the track record would suggest that they are taking on a bad contract.
Yeah.
I didn't love that either.
You mean doing another solid for somebody?
Well, I didn't get that. Like, make it 1-for-1. Veleno for Craig Smith. Hey, you like the gritty fourth line guy. You're willing to give them the young player 1-for-1. But it suggests Steve wanted Peter Mrazek, who is a contract similar to Ville Husso. He's not playing like an NHL netminder. I was very confused by what they did, and I think people are starting to get fed up with it. All right, we're going to talk football later in the hour. People trying to make sense of free agency and where the Lions fit in. We'll do that at 7:35. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, a driver was arrested for drunk driving on Sunday after causing a head-on crash on the Southfield Freeway. So police started getting calls. 911 was getting calls just after midnight about a driver going the wrong way.
Have you seen the video?
No.
There's been video of somebody that was, they posted it to like TikTok, where they were driving the right way.
Right.
And the car going the wrong way was on the other side, and they're taking a video, but they're trying to scream outside the window, like they're not going to hear it.
Like to get the person's attention, like you're going the wrong way.
Right.
It's terrifying. Thankfully, nobody was fatally injured. But as Michigan State Police troopers were headed to that area, that's when that head-on crash occurred, right near Joy Road. The wrong-way driver was arrested right there for drunk driving. There was a passenger in the non-at-fault vehicle that had some lower body injuries, was taken to the hospital, but otherwise, it sounds like everyone is going to be okay, but could have been a whole lot worse. So the Pontiac woman who just abandoned her children for years in that home got her $250 million bond reduced to $50,000 on Friday as some new details surface about her life. So after being arrested on Valentine's Day, we really haven't learned a whole lot about this woman, Kelly Bryant. Well, during a bond hearing on Friday, her lawyer did share some more details about her. She has no criminal record or history of drug or alcohol abuse. She apparently turned herself in the day that the kids were discovered. She has an undisclosed mental health condition, a medical diagnosis that needs infusions, and was also supposed to have surgery the day before her arrest for some sort of internal bleeding. She apparently has a stable residence in Pontiac and has lived in the city her whole life. Her parents and siblings also live in the area. And apparently she was making $800 a month working for the state. That's according to her attorney. Now, last month, a judge set her bond at $250 million, basically saying she was a flight risk and a danger to the community. Also set this bond high because of concerns that the mother might speak to the children and kind of force them to not cooperate with authorities. Well, on Friday, a new judge on the case expressed similar concerns, but said and concluded that the initial bond was just too excessive. So reduced that. There is conditions, of course, if she is able to get out. Can't have any contact with children under the age of 18, no contact with her children, things like that, even cell phone. You know, of course, now the prosecution is saying, hold up. We don't have any actual proof of anything you just said about her, and we don't think she is a reliable source of information. So they're kind of saying, prove it.
Right.
Prove all the things you just said, right? Because we don't believe it. Let's see. Two people were in the right place at the right time and helped save the life of an Oxford man. So this happened a couple of weekends ago outside of the restaurant Italia Gardens. And there was a customer, Jason Harrison, who was leaving when he saw this guy lying on the ground. Right. And he kind of jumped to action, wasn't just going to walk by. He decided, you know what, I've got to stop and I'm going to help this guy. And they were able to alert the owner of the restaurant as well. And it turns out that the guy lying on the ground was actually an employee of the restaurant. He wasn't breathing. He had no pulse. And Harrison and the owner took turns administering CPR until ambulance arrived. And it turns out that this employee had gone into complete cardiac arrest, and the only reason he's alive is because of that early CPR. The fact that it happened right there at that time. Now, the two guys who saved his life didn't know really what happened after he went off to the hospital, right? Until his son showed up at the restaurant. And what's crazy is that both of these guys are actually firefighters as well.
Oh, wow.
So they knew what to do.
Yeah.
They knew how to do CPR.
Fortunately.
But neither of them were supposed to be there, I guess, that particular night. And it just happened that they were. And Harrison, the customer, says there's only one way to explain what happened.
Divine intervention.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Lions bring back Davenport, release Zadarius Smith. Just what's going on here? It's 97.1.
Are you someone that avoids being in pictures, or if you are, you got to be in the back, you got to see it, you tell them, hey, I don't like that one, delete it, can we try and take a different one, or just avoid them altogether? And maybe it's because you don't like the way you look right now, or feel because you're just overweight. Now is the time. If you could sit there and picture yourself 40 pounds lighter, imagine being there in just 40 days. Ideal You is the place that can make that happen. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. I know this program works, and I know it works fast because I lost 50 pounds in those 40 days with Ideal You. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free. And here's what you find out. How much fat do you have? How much muscle mass, water weight, bone mass, all of that stuff. You get a great stat sheet, and you could set your goals. You're going to have a health coach, a weight loss coach that is going to stick with you every step of the way. They're there to support you. And when you lose the weight, you're going to be able to keep it off, because you book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. It's $150 value, absolutely free.
Monday morning, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, Greg behind the glass. Everybody lost an hour's sleep over the weekend, but up and at 'em, ready to go on a Monday. John, NFL free agency, full swing this week. Can we make some sense of where the Lions are? People saw over the weekend Marcus Davenport is back. It's a one-year deal. It's incentive-laden. It's not very expensive. Zadarius Smith gets released. The only way this makes sense is if there's a bigger edge move still coming, right?
Yes. And it needs to be a move in the draft. It needs to be a move in free agency. And it's not going to be Myles Garrett. It's not going to be Max Crosby. There are other options that we've talked about, guys that are free, that have been released from their team or their contract has expired, and those guys are available. You also have the opportunity to trade for a Trey Hendrickson, which I think is, okay, that would be nice. It would be fun. I think that's the least likely of all the options. Even before Max signed his contract, and he was the highest non-quarterback for about, 3 days?
Yep.
And then Myles Garrett topped that one. Neither of those guys, I thought they were both going to be options, could have been options, better options, other than Trey Hendrickson. What they've said it would take to get him is a late second, early third. All right, that sounds great. That's not what keeps him. That's not what makes him happy. He has said, I want to be traded, not because he doesn't like it in Cincinnati, because he wants a long-term contract. What do they have going on in Cincinnati?
They're paying Chase and Higgins apparently this offseason. So,
and Burrow.
And they already have Burrow, yeah.
So they don't have the money to keep him. They don't have the money to extend him. They would love to keep him. I think he would like to stay there. It's just not going to be in the cards. It would be the same thing here.
So Hendrickson made so much sense. We talked about it on Friday because, one, as productive as anybody in football the last 2 years, led the league in sacks, familiarity with Dan Campbell from their days in New Orleans, a true compliment to Hutch, a game wrecker. You're right, though. There'd have to be an extension. Mm-hmm. If it's a short extension, can you squeeze it in? If it's a 4 or 5 year, no, you're not going to be able to squeeze it in.
So what does a 3-year extension look like?
Right.
Okay.
You're asking, it's north of 30 probably, right?
Yeah. I would think it's probably not Max Crosby money. Maybe
Right.
it is.
And an Aiden extension wouldn't kick in for at least 2 more seasons, assuming they get one done this offseason. Right. It would be tight. So if it's not Hendrickson, is it Mack? Is it Bosa? It can't be Davenport, right?
I don't see a world where Davenport is on the roster when this season starts. I know he signed a 1-year deal, and of course he's going to say, yes, I love it here in Detroit. They pay me for not playing. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't love that? It's not. I'm not going to put it on him that he can't stay healthy. Like, some guys just are injury prone. However their body is built and constructed, or what they do, how they play, like, that is part of what Marcus Davenport is. I don't know him. I'm sure he's a great guy. I don't know, nor do I really care at this point. All I know is I don't think he is going to be a major contributor in helping them win a division, win playoff games, win a Super Bowl.
If he's their 4th edge, all right, I get it. They want to see it through. It's cheap. Roll him back in, part of the depth. If they're bringing, last year he was the starter opposite Aiden Hutchinson week 1. Marcus Davenport has 3 sacks over the last 3 seasons. And if your point is he hasn't played enough games,
that's the problem.
That's a problem. Exactly.
When I saw the signing of Marcus Davenport, I thought, okay, how does this work? Can they keep him healthy if they have a 3-man rotation? Because Zadarius Smith isn't young, but he's been durable. So you have Marcus Davenport, you have Zadarius Smith, you have Josh Paschal, who has had injury issues as well. So you have a 3-man rotation. And can you get 16 or 17 games out of all 3 guys and maximize what they bring to the table? And then hours later, I find out, well, Zadarius Smith's not going to be a part of that equation. So it bumps up Davenport. You still have Paschal, but with Zadarius Smith in the mix, I thought it's something that they could manage.
Yeah.
Now without him, I'm not sure where Brad Holmes is going with the defensive front.
We want to see that the pieces
fit,
and you have to navigate within the salary cap. But the Lions had a bunch of space for this offseason.
Still do.
And still do. They brought back Derek Barnes. We don't know if they're going to bring back Carlton Davis. Can you question, would you rather have Davis, Barnes? I know it's not 1-to-1, but if you're going to...
Given the option of either of those guys, because correct me if I'm wrong, they have a couple of good starting linebackers.
Yeah.
Carlton Davis was CB1 last year. I think he's still really good. And, yeah, I would rather have Carlton Davis versus Derek Barnes.
Again, not 1-to-1, but these are the type of decisions they have to make where they might not be able to keep both. Dave Burkett reported, speculated, I don't know, Dave's plugged in. He was writing about the fact that Carlton Davis might be too pricey to bring back for Brad Holmes.
And Carlton Davis has voiced it as well. Like I think he felt like the last time he entered a contract negotiation, he left money on the table. Stayed in Tampa, was eventually traded to Detroit, and now that he's looking for that third deal, is not willing to take anything less than the maximum amount that he can draw.
Are you guys at all concerned as we get into free agency? How this lines up? Because it does feel like they are falling in love with their own here. Derek Barnes will be back. I bet you Levi Onwuzurike gets a compelling offer from the Lions, and maybe he's back, and maybe it's at the expense of upgrading that edge spot. Maybe it's at the expense of your number one corner in Carlton Davis. Are we allowed to express concerns with Brad, or is this keep calm and let him cook?
No, well, so there's got to be a little bit of both, right? And it's the unknown that everybody gets unsettled with. It's the unknown of who's going to be on that defensive front. How are they going to continue to water the garden offensively? Because you have guys that are aged on that offensive line. Not Penei Sewell, but everybody else in there has a measure of age on their careers and their bodies. And so how can they address the needs that we feel they need to address? And there's a whole lot of unknown in where they put their dollars and how they're going to continue to construct this team. Now, I will say this. I mentioned I have a measure of faith that Brad Holmes, through the draft, through free agency, through trades, can find a way to bolster this roster. I just don't know. Last year, I thought it was a much better roster going into the season than it was the year before. I don't know that this year I can say the same thing, that it's going to be a better roster going into this season than it was last year.
Yeah, Carlton Davis, there's some quotes from him that you alluded to. He said, I feel like last time I just kind of panicked. I was younger. My mindset was I need to go ahead and choose. At the time, I was thinking this is the offer. The more you wait, the more that number's going to go down. And yes, it can happen, but know your value. And right now, I'm playing my best football. This time, I ain't going to settle for less. Davis said that he wants to be paid like a top 10 or 15 corner. And one possible suitor could be the Jets. Familiarity with
Aaron Glenn.
Ticket Texter says, do you guys think they view Barnes as an edge player? He's a Sam. I mean, you can blitz him, but he's not an edge.
No, I would feel better having Jack Campbell come off the edge than Derek Barnes.
You guys spent a month talking Myles Garrett and Max Crosby. No one wants to admit Holmes doesn't do splash free agents. He'll pay our guys, find a discount, and move on.
Okay, we talked a lot about Myles Garrett because he demanded a trade.
Hello.
I think we also said we believe that he's going to stay in Cleveland, and that's ended up what happened.
Is there truth to this texter who says this is just what fans do now? We talk ourselves into this move that doesn't happen, and then we get mad at the team because they didn't make the move that we put in our head.
Yeah, because it's the
Greg
unknown.
is saying ding.
Yeah, it's the unknown. No one likes the uncertainty, the unknown. Who is going to be opposite Aiden Hutchinson? We have no idea who that's going to be. Do I believe it's Marcus Davenport? No. Do I think it's Josh Paschal? No. I think it will be somebody else in free agency or in the draft.
Again, I think a little bit of that is collectively three of the teams in this town have been so patient and relied on their draft, and they don't want to block people.
Right.
The Bull move has not happened, and I think people are collectively putting all three together and are frustrated. I am a little bit. At some point, you got to take a chance. I mean, the Lions are the team positioned to take a chance here. But getting Crosby or Garrett was never really on the table. I think people thought Crosby probably not. But Garrett, when he said what he said, money talks, doesn't it?
It sure does. 248-539-9797. Your thoughts on the Lions as free agency gets underway. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
8:18, we're going to get into Michigan State, the hoops, and the altercation. Just let him kiss the logo. John takes a steel chair to Dusty May at 8:18.
That's
not quite.
Bit of an over-exaggeration, but yes.
But people do want to know, what does John think? 8:18, we'll get into it. The Lions, free agency this week. The expectation, Carlton Davis, they're not pursuing aggressively. Zadarius Smith has been released. Marcus Davenport's back. Derek Barnes is back. Where are you at?
And I trust me, I like Derek Barnes. I think he's a really good football player. I think there's a bit of an overpay there. And the concern that I have is one that Dan Campbell has addressed in the past. We got to be careful not to fall in love with our own guys. You know, quote, end quote. I don't know if it's an exact word for word, but that's what he has said before. And I just caution them, and I caution our listeners that, yeah, I think Derek Barnes is a really good player. If you're not able to keep Carlton Davis, I think his impact on this roster on games is greater than Derek Barnes has been or will be.
And it's why Davis will get paid more than Barnes. Right?
Correct, yeah. And that's why Carlton Davis might not be in Detroit.
Yeah.
And Derek Barnes is.
How are you going to feel? I think the ultimate example of falling in love with our own would be if Levi Onwuzurike is brought back. Johnny can play a little bit of the edge. We know Brad loves him, and we heard the coaching staff rave about him.
Okay, yes, we heard them rave about him because he was finally healthy during training camp. And when we talked to Taylor Decker, he mentioned that Levi Onwuzurike was having a really good camp. When we talked to the defensive line coach, when we talked to Dan Campbell, Levi's name kept coming up. But his name wasn't coming up when it mattered the most, and that was Dan Miller calling the games. How many times did he say Levi Onwuzurike made an impactful play? That's when his name needs to be coming up. And yeah, they mentioned he could play edge, he could play inside, he could play against the run, he could put pressure on it against versus the pass. I just didn't see that impact last year.
Where was it?
Right,
yeah, he had the chance. Yeah. Seriously, this is laughable if they bring him back. He's just a nobody. He made no impact when he had the opportunity to. When you lose players to injuries like they did, and then
he played 16 games last year.
Right?
Could have
Where
fooled
was
us.
he?
I know.
Where was he when everybody went down? That's your answer. That's why you don't like it. Isn't it the film? Right. Oh, well, you're not seeing the film. You don't know how to watch film.
Again,
I know how to watch when I don't see anybody and there's a ghost out there.
To be clear, they have not brought him back. I'm just saying that would be a true test of, are you falling in love with your own or not?
And so here's where it's somewhat unfair. Did he have the greatest opportunity? Yes, because Aleem McNeil went down. And you didn't have Aiden Hutchinson. You didn't have Marcus Davenport. You had a chance to step in at all of those different positions. Now, I also don't think that's his strong suit. He's not going to be the guy that's going to go out there and dominate a game. He's a complementary piece. So if he's paid as a complementary piece, I could find a way to rationalize that. But he can't be paid as a top defensive tackle, which I don't think he will be.
The only time I thought he made an impact was when the entire D-line was healthy to start the year.
That's because he's a complementary piece.
Exactly.
That's the point.
That's
so,
what we all like.
Yeah.
This would be incriminating to me.
So the Lions, just so we're clear, are, I believe, among top 10 teams in salary space for the upcoming season. It's a little odd that they're saving a buck with Zadarius and saving a buck with Carlton Davis. Is that not at all a red flag as we kick off free agency? Unless there's a big domino, but I keep hearing Brad doesn't make the big splash. So how am I supposed to feel?
Okay, he hasn't made the big splash.
Right.
Because whether or not it's, hey, okay, he didn't go get Max Crosby. He didn't go get Myles Garrett. Again, he talked about this at the trade deadline. You make those calls. And it's been reported that the one that made the most calls to Cleveland was Detroit. And so you also find out when you make those calls, well, nobody's answering. Or if they do, they hang up the phone right away. Myles Garrett was never really available. Max Crosby was never really available. Trey Hendrickson throughout last year was never really available until he was granted just a few days ago the opportunity to seek a trade. Zadarius Smith was, and to his credit, he went out and got him.
Yep.
I think we could all agree that at the trade deadline, that was the number one target to go and get.
I really liked him as a number 3 pass rusher for the upcoming season. The idea that they'd still address the position but keep Za'Darius and Hutch, and it'd be, hey, is it a little bit overkill? Not really when you're chasing a Super Bowl. To lose Za'Darius for cap savings, that cap savings better be reinvested in the edge so it's not Davenport and Band-Aids.
And I think there was a lot of people that expected Za'Darius to come in here and be Aiden Hutchinson. That's not him. When his numbers were really good, he was always opposite somebody else. Opposite Myles Garrett, he was very productive. Because why? He's one-on-one. Without Hutch, without anybody else up front, who's getting the double team?
I'm just
Za'Darius.
surprised, like with Smith, though, that, they gave up capital for him.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up capital for Carlton Davis. That stuff starts to add up because you got nothing out of it.
Well, you got a good year out of Carlton Davis.
Yeah, I mean, he did what he does everywhere else. Or what he did in Tampa, play 12 games a year. I mean, these are guys that you're giving up capital for, and they're not on the team. So now you've lost the capital and you've lost a player. And you could call him, quote, Reynolds.
But I'm okay with risks when you're chasing a championship.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't work out, but that's the
Smith
stuff
thing,
we've been talking about.
I'm just surprised that they let Smith walk and they re-signed Davenport. Smith could be back.
But I'd do the Davis thing all over again. I give up a third for a veteran player who can be a number 1 at his position on this team today. You know what I mean? Like, those are the type of moves that I think do make sense for Brad to explore this week.
But I'm just saying, there are things to be critical of here a little bit. And, Davis, you could have argued last year that they could have, maybe worked out a 2-year new extension so that it was already here this year. Mm-hmm. You could have cemented that.
And there could also be a lot of conversations for guys that are cut from now until noon today when the legal tampering begins. Legal negotiations are trying to change the whole tampering, connotation. But those guys that were cut can still negotiate. And that negotiation could have happened before the cut and say, hey, we're going to cut you, but we want to bring you back. We just need to work the contract numbers. Now they have the opportunity to take all phone calls.
Look, we're throwing a lot at you today. We'll get to Michigan State coming up at 8:18. MSU boat races the Wolverines, plus the antics afterwards. We'll get to the Iser plan, check in as the show rolls on. Of course, free agency, a big story in the NFL, and daylight savings. Take a couple minutes on that after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. NFL free agency might be on another level this year. A ton of already happening this weekend, and now Aaron Rodgers reportedly connected to the Steelers. They're going to be talking to him about their quarterback position today, apparently. The Pistons finish up their road trip out west 2-2 after defeating the Blazers 119-112, 28 Cade Cunningham points. Before the game, former Piston and current Portland head coach Chauncey Billups giving a ton of props the way of J.B. Bickerstaff and how he turned Detroit around this season. They're now 36-29, half game behind Indiana for 5th best record in the Eastern Conference. A kerfuffle at midcourt between Michigan and Michigan State. U of M players standings on the Spartan logo when seniors were supposed to be kissing the floor, as is tradition. Dusty May says he had no idea what the issue was. Regardless, it's on to the Big Ten tournament this week, where both teams have a double bye to Friday. And the Red Wings continue to have their problems. They lost in regulation again this weekend. That's now 5 straight games without logging a single point. They're 3 back of the second wildcard spot where Ottawa sits, and Detroit does face the Senators tonight on the road. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Chris called it a kerfluffle. Points for vocab today on a Monday.
Yeah. You can't use your words you can't spell, Chris.
He's already down the hallway. We'll get to it at 8:18. Dusty May, you heard some of the audio in the update. We've got Izzo audio, May audio. We all want to get into it and mix it up. We'll do that at 8:18 this morning. Daylight savings. We all lost an hour over the weekend.
Yes.
But we have arrived in daylight savings where we should stay forever.
Yes. 12 months out of the year. Should be. I know it's daylight savings. That's the official time. I refer to it as summertime versus wintertime. Standard time is wintertime. Daylight savings time is summertime. And I like, this is my personal preference. I'm not going to tell anybody what they should like. I like having more daylight at the end of the day than I do at the beginning of the day. Now, some of that is, no matter what time it is, wintertime, summertime, it's dark when we come to work. But I like being able to do things with the kids, with the family, and a little bit of daylight at the end of the day versus at the beginning. A lot of people are going to work. They're going to school. It just, to me, it makes all the sense in the world.
It's a game we play with the clocks. The sun is going to be the sun regardless. It's just, do you want that sunlight after work?
Yeah.
Or do you want to have it at the bus stop before? Do you want it? To me, it's always been more preferable to have it be dark out when I have to go do something in the morning and have the sun out when I'm free later in the evening. And that is true of most traditional 9-to-5ers. You'll deal with a dark drive in to have a beautiful evening where the sun's out shining when you can do whatever you want.
I think there's also a lot of people, because not many people are changing their clocks anymore. It just automatically happens on your phone. You wake up the next morning and you don't really even notice that this past weekend was the spring forward. There's a lot of people that woke up on Sunday morning going, I don't know this, didn't even notice the difference.
You might have noticed it in your sleep, but I guess if you don't set an alarm on Sunday, you just woke up and you felt fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you wake up
an hour later
and like,
yeah.
oh my gosh, I slept till 8 o'clock. I normally get up at 7.
You still want to do
yeah.
the switching thing.
I do. I just don't mind the switching thing. Like, it doesn't really
It doesn't
impact
affect me either.
And I don't mind it. So I'm kind of cool with like things I know.
Yeah.
You know,
So
and I've known it forever. So let's just keep it how
my
it is.
argument has nothing to do with the fallback, getting the extra hour sleep in the fall or losing an hour in the spring. That to me is almost a zero impact on my life.
Right.
What I notice is it's lighter later. And I prefer that.
Well, I do too. If I had to pick a preference, I would rather it be lighter later.
Mm-hmm.
But if we stayed on daylight saving time, it would the sun rises an hour later, basically.
On the clock. Yeah.
On the clock. I mean, yes, the sun rises when it rises always, but based on the time, it would be an hour later because of how we switch.
It would stay darker longer.
And I do like waking. I mean, obviously we don't. We wake up at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
I do like typically waking up with the sun. I don't know. I'm not sure I would love it, but maybe I would.
Yeah, because if we
I have no idea.
stay daylight savings, when we get to the fall, what would happen is instead of falling back, we'd stay and it would be darker longer in the morning.
Yes.
Which I'm okay with.
I don't love that.
But the trade-off is you get your hour. Because again, you're
I
just
understand.
shifting it.
I
Okay.
get it. I do know. I
Okay.
understand. I don't mind the setup we currently have.
Aren't there 2 states that stay in
Yes,
standard time?
there are.
They stay the wrong way. They stay in wintertime,
Yeah.
John. And I think is it Arizona and Hawaii?
Or Hawaii.
Yes. They're doing it
think you're right.
backwards. Does that mean effectively they're sentencing themselves to brighter mornings and darker nights?
Well, some of it depends on where you are in the time zone as well.
Sure.
You know, if you're on the eastern side of it, then it's going to be a little bit lighter versus if you're in, you know, Niles, Michigan,
Right.
versus Washington, D.C., the sun's going to come up at a different time simply because, hey, I know some people don't think it. The Earth is round. Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Yes,
it does affect it.
Yes, my suggestion, live in Chicago, live in New York City.
Yeah, in the
It'll stay light
easternmost
later.
part of those time zones, yes.
Okay, couple quick texts. I agree with John. Keep summertime permanent. Let's stop changing the clocks once and for all. It's daylight saving time, not savings time. Guys, get it right. That's
I got it right.
Karen in Sterling Heights.
Karen,
Yeah,
did you
thanks,
hear me?
Karen.
Of course, it's a Karen.
I made sure to not add that S on there.
I'm surprised that Costa's against a time swap.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, you like swapping things.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay.
Ba-da-da-ba-ba.
Well, guys, the Red Wings and Tigers are preparing to expand their broadcast reach, which is pretty cool. So it was announced on Sunday that the Detroit will air 15 Red Wings and Tigers games on traditional over-the-air television, starting with tonight's Red Wings Ottawa Senators game.
That's cool.
So there's going to be 5 Wings games and then 10 Tigers games during the 2025 season. The first Tigers game will be the home opener, April 4th against the White Sox. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, this is cool. I know money's tight for everybody. The $20 a month, I do it because it's part of the job. I get why some people are hesitant.
Sure.
This opens up a chance to watch them.
Yeah, I love it. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. There is a Detroit bicyclist that was recently given a ticket for riding his bike in the street. And now Detroit police are actually retraining themselves on bike laws because it turns out the biker wasn't doing anything wrong.
Oh.
So he got the ticket
Revoked,
incorrectly,
yeah.
yes. And he was riding legally. So Zach Young says that he was running errands. This was earlier this month, and he was pulled over by police. He does say this is how he primarily commutes. He rides his bike, and he does typically use the bike lane, but not on that particular day, because on that particular day, not only was it snowing then, but it had been snowy and wet the week before, so everything was really icy. So for him, the bike lane wasn't a safe option.
Yeah.
It was better for him to ride in the street. And he actually is a huge advocate for bikers,
Sure.
bicyclists. And he knew the laws. So he actually recorded the interaction he had with the officer who pulled him over. And the officer in the video can be heard saying, you know what, it's against the law to be riding your bike in the middle of the street, in this busy street. Basically, that's why he was given the ticket. But now the Detroit Police Deputy Chief, Arnold Williams, has issued an apology to this man and said, you know what?
You're
This
right.
video has went viral and you were right. The officer was incorrect. Well, the officer was trying to handle things properly. He was in the wrong. So you know what? We are going to not only revoke your ticket, it's gone, but we are going to retrain the officers in the bike laws.
So what is the law?
So I just looked it up, and it sounds like the laws in Detroit, bikers have the right to ride on all roadways except freeways,
Yeah.
and they don't need to be in a bike lane or on a sidewalk or on a path. They can be in the road and follow basically the same rules
Laws
as the
cars?
Including the speed limit or no?
Well,
See, that's the issue. And I'm not against people riding their bikes, but
Well, I don't believe so. That's why they're not on the highways. One, it would be ridiculous.
Impossible.
But they can't be that minimum speed.
yeah.
yeah.
Where there are bike lanes, use the bike lane. Come on.
It's very rare that I come across a biker.
On the middle of the road?
On the road, yeah. And
Yeah.
if I do, you obviously slow
You
down.
yeah,
and
you're not
if you-
going to hit them.
Give 'em the right
No.
away.
So to me, it's not that big of a deal because
Yeah.
they're rare. They're few and far between. But anyway, slow down for bikers.
Mm-hmm.
This is some awesome news. There is a new coffee shop in Ferndale that's helping young adults with intellectual disabilities gain important job skills. So it is the Gather and Ground store. It's located inside of Treat Dreams, and it's been opened by the Rising Star Academy, which is actually this post-secondary school for adults with special needs. And Gather and Grounds serves coffee, serves pastries, and it's the third location opened by this academy. And what's so great is that it does give these adults, the opportunity, the chance to gain confidence,
Yeah.
to gain job skills, to gain experience working with the public. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And a lot of the students there have dreams, like they want to be a chef, or they know what they want to do, but they need the chance to actually
Get
do
started.
it. So
Yeah.
it's pretty incredible. So check it out if you're in that area. A driver was arrested for drunk driving. This was on Sunday after causing a head-on crash on the Southfield Freeway. 911 was receiving calls just after midnight about this driver going the wrong way in the southbound lanes. Of course, Michigan State Police got to the area as quick as possible, and as they were on their way, the head-on crash occurred right near Joy Road. The wrong way driver was arrested right there at the scene for drunk driving. Thankfully, no fatal injuries were reported. One person was injured, a passenger in the other vehicle. They did have to go to the hospital for injuries, but scary situation. I mean, I feel like this has been increasing more and more.
It feels that way. I don't know if the numbers back it up,
don't
but all
either.
the headlines about wrong way drivers.
It's been
and-
happening a lot, and I don't know if it is drunk driving in particular or distracted driving or what it is, but it seems crazy. And I did finally see the video
Yeah.
of it, which is even crazier.
Wild.
A person on the opposite side of the highway trying to get their attention.
Yeah.
Like,
Going the right
man,
way, yeah.
Crazy. A guy picked his nose so aggressively that he needed surgery.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so it happened to this guy in China. He I guess, so far up there.
Did his finger get stuck?
His
or did he
finger,
actually?
no, his finger didn't get stuck, but he hit an artery
What?
Oh.
and had like a nonstop nosebleed because he busted an artery inside of his nose.
How far do you have to go for that?
I'm not sure, but the best part about all of this is that it was his wife that shamed him about it and posted a video on social media, which is why we now know this whole video. The wife posted a video of him in the hospital bed and basically said that he's a compulsive nose picker, and she told him so. Like, I told you this was going to happen if you keep doing this. Anyway, doctors repaired the artery, and he's okay until the next pick, I guess.
I can only imagine how much blood that would be.
I know. Well, just a regular nosebleed
Yeah.
can be a lot of blood.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, especially if you get hit in the nose. That's a
Wow.
ton of blood, but yeah.
Heather with the news.
Compulsive nose picker.
Or trim your fingernails.
All right. Coming up next, we're talking Michigan State. The Wolverines lose, they pout, and then play dumb after the game. It's 97-1.
When it comes time to manage your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And they're willing to modify that plan as your life changes. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They want to see everyone succeed, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Spartans pummel the Wolverines on senior day. That's 4 straight against their rival, all double-digit wins. And look, we should talk about Michigan State and the way they play. Shot for a 1 seed, shot to make some noise in the tournament, and we will. But we also have to talk about what happened as the game was nearing its conclusion. Michigan State has a tradition for over 30 years where the Spartans kiss the logo on the way out. Their seniors get that moment, their final time at the Breslin Center. Everybody knows it, you would think. And I do think Michigan knew it, and their players, 2 of them, stood at the court, center court logo, like petulant children. And then afterwards, their coach played dumb. It's a childish look for Michigan. Not the end of the world, but a childish look for Michigan. John, what did you see?
It was so unnecessary. Like, we all know the tradition, and I think it's a great tradition what they do at Michigan State. And one where every senior, every school, every team has something that they do differently, right? The football team doesn't do this. There's way too many guys. Mm-hmm. But for the fact now, and this was different 30 years ago when this tradition started than it is now, because you had many more guys that were doing it. Now you have 1, 2, maybe 3 that actually make it to being seniors, and it happens more at Michigan State, which is why the tradition is special. And when you and it wasn't even the first time, right? The first guy that did, I don't remember his name. Fiddler, right? He went to the top of the Spartan head, kissed it, and went on. So they knew that this was, like, they witnessed it while it was going on.
Yeah, they were sore losers, and they wanted to be obstinate and in the way.
There was no way that they were going to win that game at that point. The game was over. It was decided. Just move. No, there is no tradition where you can't be at half court, as Dusty May said. We'll play his audio in just a moment. But this, to me, was so unnecessary. Let those guys have their moment. It's their tradition. And for a university that is so steeped in tradition, we talk about the traditions at Michigan all the time. I have lived it. Why not honor one of the traditions that goes on at another school by just moving?
I thought it was childlike for Michigan to not just take the loss, to try to throw this little fit at the center court. We're not going to let you do the... Why? Because you're mad that you didn't play well? The solution is to play better, right? There are teams that beat Michigan State, rarely, but beat them on senior day, and Draymond Green had to do it after the game. You know what I mean? If you go far enough back, if you don't like it, play better is kind of the default for all this. Like Ohio State, you don't like someone planting a flag on your field, play better. Michigan, play better. The time to throw up some kind of defensive protest was during the game.
Yeah.
But you couldn't get enough stops.
You had 39 minutes and 23 seconds to do that. Yeah. Now's not the time to do it.
All game long, they weren't dropping guys back on free throws. They conveniently did it in the final 30 seconds, and their coach wants to play dumb after the game. Okay, but they're not rubbing your nose in it.
The tradition is not rubbing your nose in it. And if that game was a 1 point game, they're not doing it at that time. They're not taking extra time to do it. Like this, there was no tactical advantage gained in that moment in this matchup.
They're not rubbing your nose in it. They do it to everybody. It's the tradition, the final home game, whether it's Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, whoever. They're going to send their seniors off one at a time during stops in play, right? Where you can sub players out. And at the free throw line is one of the areas you can sub players out. So as they're exiting the floor, They're going to kiss the logo. It's not disrespectful to Michigan. For him to see, that shows me he doesn't get it. But I don't buy it when he says he was, what's the tradition? We can't stand at the center court. Dusty, you've coached in the Big Ten as an assistant. You've coached in the state of Michigan. This is a 30-year tradition. Don't play dumb. Well, we're allowed to? Are we allowed to? He sounds childish in that audio.
And for the players, when one of the guys walks up, just move.
Just step aside.
Yeah, it's not the time or the place to act tough. You had your chance during the game to be the tough guys. And I've mentioned it before. It's not a very tough team. And going into the Big Ten tournament, going to the NCAA tournament, we are all very aware at which team is most likely going to go the furthest. The team that plays defense, the team that plays with toughness, the team that plays consistent. That's Michigan State. But getting back to this moment, it just was so unnecessary. Why stand there at that time
To be
and
to
look
be an
and
antagonist?
act tough? Like that's
Yeah.
there's nothing tough about that.
I think it's well said.
I know there's animosity in the rivalry.
Yeah.
That's great,
It's good.
but this isn't the time for that animosity.
I don't mind. Hey, there's a hard foul and maybe a little jawing and a little shoving. All right, football, basketball. Okay. What's not okay is the antics. I didn't defend it when Michigan State lost and then got in the tunnel and starts assaulting a player. That's not the time to stick out your chest and be tough in a rivalry. You lost the game, you take your L. If you're a Michigan basketball player, freshman or otherwise, you're losing, you take the L. You step aside, you let them do their tradition. They were only there to impede the tradition. I fully believe that. They didn't accidentally end up at center court. We're allowed to be here. Yeah, you're allowed to be a Richard. We're going to call it what it is.
There needs to be a measure of respect brought back to competition. A respect for your opponent, a respect for the game, respect for traditions, and those two players and Dusty didn't show that respect that was due Michigan State, due those seniors in that moment.
We'll play Izzo audio. We have open phone lines, 248-539-9797. Terry in Southfield, you're up. You're on 97.1.
Yes, how you guys doing this morning?
Good.
And you know what, though? You know, I'm not a big Michigan fan as far as when it comes to supporting Michigan sports. But as far as Michigan State, I like Tom Izzo. I've always liked Michigan State. And I even applauded the fact that when Michigan hired this basketball coach, you know, he showed something with character and bringing the team in. But, you know, when things like this happens, you know, when you lose, it shows a little bit about the coach's character a little bit. Because now, when you know that's a tradition, and you allow your players to stand in that area and do that, that's on the coaches. That's on the coaches. And some of them seniors now, you know, being leaders too, they needed to step up too. They knew the tradition. They've been at the school longer than the coach. So they was aware of that. I just don't like the fact that, hey, this is on the coach on this one.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Terry. I also didn't like the broadcast trying to go, well, maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't know.
It's been going on for 31 years. They knew.
And it's on the coach after the game to go, hey, those guys should have known. That's on me. We can't be doing that. We got to play. And
stole
instead,
something from the moment.
Well, and then he plays stupid after the game. Like, I almost would have respected it more if he said, I hate them with every fiber of my being, and I'm going to make it hard for them to kiss the court. At least that would have been authentic to what his players did. Instead, he kind of cowardly, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm allowed to be here. Dusty, you know what you did. You know what your team did. Don't be stupid. Don't play dumb.
Again, I go back to respect. There needs to be some respect brought back to the game, brought back to moments like that, because they're few and far between.
Ticket text, phone calls, lot to say after that. It's 97.1.
Hey, we got a lot of great moments in sports coming up, whether it's the Hockey Stanley Cup, it's basketball playoffs, it's what happens in March in college basketball. All of those great moments, the best place to watch it is at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all those moments at a viewing experience absolutely built for us. The Sports Fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view. The massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Dusty get hit with a smarm alarm this morning.
Yeah.
That made a debut last Friday. It's mostly used against me. But John was the victim, and Dusty May just got smarm alarmed. What do you mean? What do you mean we can't stand at the center court logo? What do you mean? What do you mean? Dusty, you can, but you're being obstructionist. You're being a poor sport. You're being a sore loser. They kiss the court for their seniors. It's a blowout. The game's over.
It's an unnecessary moment followed by unnecessary comments.
We'll play some Izzo audio, but first some phone calls, then we'll get the text in the mix. Nick in Birmingham, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. So I agree with everything that everybody has said generally about Dusty May, and with the added irritant that it's also passive-aggressive because he's like not just pretending not to know, but it's is that okay? Okay. It's really annoying. But none of us know, I don't think, whether he told the guys to go stand there or not. And if he told them, then he deserves all the flack that he's getting. But if they did it on their own and what he's doing is really just taking the heat off of some of his guys so that they don't draw the ire of the entire state of Michigan the next day, then that could actually be admirable. And, there's a possibility that's what it is. I don't know that that's the case. But if he told them to stand there and specifically to go try to rob that moment from those kids on senior day, then he's teaching them a bad lesson, and then he's embarrassing himself on top of it. So it's got to be one of the two.
I don't know. My gut would tell me that I don't think he ordered them to do it. I think
he ordered the code red.
Right. But
I don't think
he ordered it either. But how you handle it is
don't do it.
Well, and I think as a leader, how you handle after the game is not to justify your petulant actions. It's to cop to it and go, we shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have tried to take away their senior day tradition because we weren't playing well. We have to be more. We have to look at it more internally. We have to play better, not put ourselves in the position for them to do that tradition, right? If Michigan's in a close game or winning, I don't know if MSU's subbing out their seniors at the end of the game. They got to play and do it afterwards. That's the right response, is to play better, to internalize and play better, not to be poor sports about it and try to do what they did.
Again, we should be talking about the game. And we should be talking about how good Michigan State is. Now, this is what we're talking about.
And I know, Joey and McComb, you want to talk hoops. Like, we'll welcome those phone calls, too. I continue to be impressed with MSU. They look built for the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. First, thanks for taking my call. I'm headed back to school right now. I go to Michigan State, and man, finishing up spring break, nothing warmed my heart more than watching that game. And I think Dusty ordering that code red, I think it was comical. But heading into the conference tourney and the big dance, I've seen a lot of Michigan State basketball in my life, not as much as others, but I watched us get to the Final Four back in 2015 and then lose by 20 to Duke. I watched us take down Zion's Duke team in 2019 and then get to the Final Four, lose to a Texas Tech team that was great at defense like we are this year, but I think we should have won. I think this team is built for a deep run, but what worries me and just what I've seen is Izzo's got 8 Final Fours. He's got 1 ring. I would love to see him get one while I'm here. It worries me, the three-point shooting of this team. So I would love to see them get to the Final Four. As for Michigan in the big dance, I mean, they've been ice cold, and I don't necessarily see them being a first-round exit, which I would love for that to happen. But I think if they can pick up the three-point shooting like they started earlier in the year and complement it with the big guys in Vlad and Danny Wolf with how big of a utility guy he is, it worries me thinking that they have a chance to get hot. But, I mean, a first-round exit in the Big Ten tourney, and they might drop to a 7 or 8 seed. But Michigan State, do they have a chance to be a 1 seed if they can win this Big Ten?
I'd like to think so.
Tourney?
Like, I'd like to think so, Joey, right? I was looking at one of the bracketologists going into the weekend, and they had them as the 2 seed in Auburn's region. Auburn's believed to be the number 1 overall seed. So I don't know if MSU's got to climb up from 8 to 4,
right?
Or if they're at 5 or 6 and just win out and you're the 1 seed. But I would like to hope that the team that's regular season and conference tournament champs, who's played as well as Michigan State has.
Yeah, and here's what they don't know. It going into the tournament, like, this is always the question that you ask now. They won the regular season Big Ten tournament. They're obviously set in a really good position for a 2 seed. I don't think they can do any worse than that. If they win a game and then they lose, do they want to save legs? Do they want to not worry about getting guys hurt? Players aren't going to think that way, but that's always the question of how much effort do they put into winning the Big Ten tournament, knowing that maybe it is because simply there's a 1 seed at stake. And if they win the Big Ten tournament and they win it in dominant fashion, are they able to jump some other teams? Because you don't know what's going to happen in other tournaments.
So there may be the belief of they can't get the 1 seed because Auburn, Duke, Florida, if they have a reasonable showing in the SEC tournament, and Houston have locked up those 1 seeds.
Yeah.
But if I'm Michigan State, I'm playing for it, and I'm not worried about fresh legs because part of how they've done this is rotating in 10 guys. Like, no one's playing 35 minutes a night. So I'm not really worried about burning guys out, playing a couple games at the end of the Big Ten tournament. They've got the double bye. I'd be going for it. I think there is a chance they can get the 1 seed. 248-539-9797. Mike in Grosse Pointe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Spartan alumnus, so a little bit of bias in my comments, but just on the matter of respect. I thought it was interesting that in the first 60 seconds of that game yesterday, Jeremy Fears was going a bit nuts after a play and kind of clapping in the Michigan player's face, and Izzo came off the bench to tell him to calm down and to stop that stuff. And then you have the incident at the end of the game, and I can even kind of understand the players doing it, misguided as it may be. But what the audio you just played on Dusty May's comments, that's the telling point. That's kind of a loss for him. And in the sense of all the competition through the years, whether it's D'Antonio helping the football team encroach on Michigan's dominance on the football, or Beeline helping Michigan kind of have a good run over its 10 years against State, May just kind of, what I thought he was building toward, he kind of blew it out of the water for me yesterday, and I just thought that was a poor look for the coach.
As did I. Appreciate the phone call. Let's get some ticket text in on this. 248-539-9797. Says the common denominator is a lack of respect for Michigan. Typical blue cult arrogance. Ticket texter says, Dusty's trash. He damn well knew what was going to happen at the end of the game. Michigan is a classless program in every sport. They're always involved in these incidents and always claim victim or ignorance, a bunch of bleep holes.
Well, I don't think there's any way in this one you can claim. First of all, I don't think you can claim ignorance, and you can't claim victim.
No.
If it is ignorance isn't an excuse.
Right.
Yeah.
It may be bliss, but it's not an excuse.
I didn't know. I didn't know I had to be to work today. Seriously.
Do you buy
I know about the time change.
Can we just back up? Because there's a bunch of texters who go, how's he supposed to know? I didn't know. We expect Dusty May knew this tradition, right? We don't buy that he had no idea the Spartans kissed the court at the end of their senior day. He had to know, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, due diligence is on him to, hey, it's your senior day. You guys do anything? If he didn't know, he should know.
First of all, it's understanding the rivalry. It's also understanding the moment, the situation that you're in. And then when you see one happen,
right,
you tell your guys to move.
So, and that's the other thing. This is not immediately. This is after the game. So he had a second to go, wait, did we miss something? He saw one player kiss the court. He saw his two players get in the way. The game ends. He goes to the podium, and he's still going to play dumb like he has no idea what's going on? Is he on the same planet as we are?
Fake news.
I really wonder. And again, this doesn't have to be an indictment on his entire reputation, but this is a really bad look if you're the head coach and you're going to play dumb after that moment.
No, it's okay to admit a mistake.
Yes, and go, hey, our guys should have stepped off the logo. Let them have their senior day. We got to play better. End of story.
Yeah, disappointed the game ended that way.
Yes.
I do think, I know a lot of State fans have texted us in today or called, that Michigan does come across as a sore loser a lot of times in these things. I really believe that. It's like, if you want to go plant a flag on Ohio State's field, I like it. It shows some personality. It juices up the rivalry. But you got to understand in these moments, too, you got to take it.
Well, that's the key.
You got to take. If you give, you got to take.
We talked about the flag planting, and John, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I loved that Michigan, to the victor goes the spoils, plant the flag, and I thought it was childish that Ohio State threw a tantrum because of it. And I think this is the same thing here. Michigan State wants to kiss the center logo. It's actually not anything about Michigan. They want to kiss the center logo. Michigan's the one getting in the way of it. They're kind of throwing a little bit of a pouty tantrum at the center court.
I mean, back in the day when the logo kiss started a few years before that, the Fab 5 won up there, and they acted like a bunch of fools. But I kind of liked it. There's good to have fuel in the rivalry, but you got to take it when it's your turn to take it.
There also needs to be a measure of respect. Now, in regards to this moment, I didn't think that Michigan showed the respect that the seniors for Michigan State deserved, that they earned. And I mentioned at the end of the Ohio State game, not a fan of planting the flag because I just don't think that there's a measure of respect. There needs to be respect brought back to competition. Can you have animosity? Can you have hatred between rivalries? Absolutely. That's what makes a great rivalry. But you don't have to have all the ancillary things that go along with it.
248-539-9797. We have Izzo audio to play, his response to all this, your phone calls. 902, we'll get into the Lions free agency underway this week. It's 97.1.
Are you unhappy with the way that you look in pictures? Do you avoid the camera? Do you don't want to have your picture taken because you're uncomfortable with the way you look? I've been there. It sucks. And I've shared the story of why I decided to go through the weight loss that Ideal You provided. It was my daughter sent me a picture of me standing on the sidelines. I didn't even recognize who I was, and I was embarrassed. Now I'm about 70 pounds lighter than I was at that time. I went through the Ideal You program. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days. You could lose up to 40 pounds in those 40 days, and it's a program that works, and it works fast. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free. And here's what you're going to find out. You got to find out where you're starting so you can set goals. It's what we do in life. It's especially what we do in sports, where you got to find out where you're starting, and then you set a goal, and then you find the help to accomplish that goal. Ideal You will help you accomplish your goal. You're going to have a weight loss coach. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. It's $150 value, absolutely free.
Texter says, I've lived in Michigan my whole life. I've never heard of this tradition, air quotes, before. Sorry, Sparty. Your traditions aren't on everyone's radar. Eric.
I find it hard to believe. I think a vast majority of people that live in the state of Michigan, whether you're a Spartan, you're a Wolverine, a Chippewa, what's Eastern Michigan?
They were the Hurons, now the Eagles.
The Eagles. Like, I think you're aware of this tradition. We see it every year. There's a highlight package of the Michigan State seniors kissing the logo.
And think about it. This is in your industry, right? Like if you're a coach or a player, this is like in your industry. You watch the game, you're aware of the culture, the traditions. If you're the coach, Dusty May, you absolutely know what's going on here. Paul in Royal Oak says, the half-court tradition's been happening since 95. It has nothing to do with Michigan. Leave it to U of M to make it about them. Classless.
There was also, and I'll just bring up this, and this is more on the basketball side of things, but there was a CBS article written on Friday before the matchup. Maybe it was Saturday. And one of the quotes came from Mike Boynton, who is an assistant coach at Michigan. It's a comment about Dusty May because they were doing a comparison between Tom Izzo and Dusty May leading into the rivalry, and how, obviously Tom Izzo, no matter how long he coaches, it's going to be, he's nearing the end of his tenure, whereas we believe Dusty May is only beginning his. And this is the quote. I've never seen a head coach watch as much basketball as Dusty May. I'm talking college games, high school games, Euro games, NBA, old footage, whatever. He talks to basketball coaches probably for 16 hours of his day about different ideas. And it says he's obsessed with it, particularly offensively. You don't talk to that many coaches or observe basketball and not see this or not know this or recognize it.
It's a cool tradition, even if you're not a fan of Michigan State. I always thought it was kind of cool. The seniors got their moment. They kiss the floor, the courts, the last time they're there. Texter says, I can't stand Michigan State. Do your traditions after the game is over. Go blue. Michigan State players were jawing the whole game. Do your little celebration afterwards. Michigan State should have done this an hour after the game. Signed, Vlad Golden. Their tradition is to do it late in the game when they're up big. They can sub guys out at timeouts, free throws, stoppages in play. This is what they do.
We see this all the time where, and it doesn't matter your level, high school or college, when a guy or girl, we're talking about women's basketball, at the end of their last game at home, how many times do we see the substitutions where it gives them a moment for the crowd to recognize and cheer for them?
All the time.
Michigan State has just added to it by allowing their seniors to kiss the logo as they walk off the court.
And Michigan had two players standing there conveniently, seemingly for the first time all game in the final 30 seconds. And to Dusty May's quote, what, we're not allowed to stand here? Channeling a little Stan Marsh. Thought this was America. What do you mean I can't stand here? Free country. Yeah, you can, but we all see what you're doing. You're being a pouty child is what you're doing.
That floor's probably really dirty anyway.
Thank you, Greg. Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797. Victor, good morning. Hey, Victor. Victor in Pontiac.
Vic, you there?
Yep, I'm here. You got me?
Yes, we got you.
Okay. So I'm looking at it from a perspective of roles reversed. Izzo is in May's position. Izzo would have said, you know what, my guys, they were upset. They shouldn't have done that. I apologize on their behalf. And when we get back in that locker room, I'm going to have words with them. I have nothing but respect for the seniors. And he would have then named the three seniors and said, you know what, I'm really sorry that happened. It won't happen again. That's the difference between a Hall of Fame coach and a first-year coach. And maybe May will develop that sort of discipline and integrity and kind of program heritage. But he had an opportunity, a teachable moment, and he failed.
Yeah, I don't think he handled it well after that game. And we can play the Izzo cut here in just a second. Ticket Texter says, John, you had it right. It's about respect. I'm a Michigan slappy, and I agree. It was childish. Respect is a hard trait to find these days, and it's a real problem. Anthony in Troy. And another texter says, Costa, really? Bronner's? Shut up. Look, if you don't know something,
Sure, if you don't know it, you don't know it.
But you cop to it, and he kind of wanted to play stupid afterwards.
I just go back to, and I wish this was true, not just in this rivalry. I wish it was true in the Michigan and Ohio State rivalry. I wish it was true in a lot of different levels of sport, that there was a bit more respect for not just your opponent, but for the game itself.
Yeah, I think you said it best too. For Michigan to be a school that is all about history and tradition and doing the things that they have created and cultivated.
Everybody crafts their traditions in different ways, and they all start in different ways. This is one that started 31 years ago. It's been going on every year since, and why not just honor the tradition?
Let's play the Izzo audio for people. This is what Tom had to say after the game. When I first heard that, I did like a double take. I'm like, what? Yeah. Did he just say that?
He's one of a kind.
He really is. I think that's the right balance to take. Rivalries are chippy. We don't have to like each other. We don't have to hug and kiss each other. But he's happy his guys stood up for their tradition, and clearly not happy. He said no one's going to take our traditions away. He said that on the court after the game. I think he struck the right note as opposed to Dusty. Let's get to Claudia in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. I find it really interesting that Dusty May didn't realize how the subbing was going on. I mean, he's putting in these players that haven't played, whatever, and then the first guy kisses the logo. He didn't catch on to maybe something is going on here. When they're doing all that substitution, kind of odd substitution, and then the first guy goes, kisses the logo, and then he doesn't catch on to, oh, wait, something's happening? I just find it hard to believe that Dusty May really didn't have any idea this was going on. Especially yesterday, I had watched the special on kissing the logo.
Right.
It was on one of the channels. I'm thinking, he doesn't watch the Big Ten Network? What's going on here?
Right. You got to be under a rock, especially if you're coaching the game. You're around this for your whole life. We got the last word on this, then we're going to get into the Lions and the Red Wings in the 9 o'clock hour. Mike in St. Clair Shores.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good. I'm a fan of both of the basketball programs, actually, but what concerned me about kissing the logo at half court is that my son just had senior day for his high school. Those seniors could have kissed the logo before the game actually started. You don't have to do that during the game. I have a bit of a problem with Jimmy Fears talking trash to Vlad Golden, getting in his face. Vlad Golden moves him out of the way. There's a mutual technical foul. And I have a huge problem with Holloman shoving one of those Michigan players at the end of the game. It really could have resulted in a huge fight. And I think the Michigan State players need to just play basketball and shut up, because they really do have a chance to win that Big Ten tournament and get a number 1 seed, and they have a chance to do damage in the tournament. And Dusty May needs to stop being a whiny little bitch, because he's really done a very poor job of coaching this Michigan team this year. I don't like the guard play. I don't like how they defend. I don't even like how they use Wolf. I don't think they use Wolf properly on offense. But I think Izzo needs to get his kids a little bit more focused and stop the trash talking and just play ball.
But I think they play off of that, Mike. Like, I think they, and John, maybe you have a different read. I think those guys kind of feed off of the little bit of a snarl that they play with.
If I was a Michigan State Spartan, I wouldn't at all do the kiss the logo before the game. Like, part of, and I mentioned this, my daughter just had it in her last home game in high school, where coach calls a timeout, one senior comes off, fans cheer. Another senior comes off. We've all seen it before, where a senior who's never played gets inserted in a game. Now, we're talking about a game that is decided.
It's over.
And all of a sudden, hey, they're in for about 20 seconds, and then there's a timeout so that they can now come off the field, be substituted for, and the crowd can recognize them. That's when it happens. Now, if the game is a tie game, if it's within striking distance for either side, Michigan State has delayed that until after the game.
All right, we're going to talk about the Lions. You got free agency underway this week. A couple moves they've made, a couple moves we want to see them make. We'll talk a little Red Wing hockey as well. The Yzer plan, where are we at with that? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Spartan Trey Holloman, you heard the boys talking about it. Not sorry for shoving Michigan players at midcourt at the end of their win yesterday at the Breslin Center. He talked about what he did and also the conversation he had with Tom Izzo about his actions. Well, that Big Ten tournament will start on Friday for both teams after double byes. A 2-2 road trip for the Pistons. They ended it with a 119-112 victory over the Blazers last night in Portland. Detroit never trailed by more than a point and then finished the game down the final stretch. They'll be at home for their next game tomorrow night. Javi Baez making a case to be the everyday starting shortstop for the Tigers again, hitting a game-winning 3-run home run. How about 440 feet during their 5-3 victory over the Pirates in Lakeland? Tarek Skubal gave up his first runs of the spring, just over 3 innings, 2 runs, 4 strikeouts during his third start. Also today, they'll face the Yankees, and leading off is Gleyber Torres against his former team. And over the weekend, Russell Henley won at Bay Hill on the PGA Tour, a chip-in eagle on 16. Sergio Garcia won the massive Live Tour money in Hong Kong, and Christopher Bell winning his 3rd straight Sprint Cup race, this time in Phoenix. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Taking some inventory of the Lions as we get set for free agency this week. The Lions have brought back Marcus Davenport and released Zadarius Smith. They brought back Derek Barnes. They are not aggressively pursuing Carlton Davis.
Well, we don't know that they're not aggressively pursuing
I believe
Carlton
there's
Davis.
a report that indicates that, but okay.
Well, I would imagine that there were some conversations had of, hey, we would like to re-sign you. We want to have some of those conversations. And I guess it's all a matter of what do you term aggressively? Are they going to, set the market with Carlton Davis? Probably not. And just because Zadarius Smith was released, now the risk is he's going to have an opportunity to negotiate with 31 other teams as well. They could re-sign him. I think it's unlikely, but those are some of the possibilities.
What does it say? Like Marcus Davenport, fine if he's the 4th pass rusher. If he's expected to start opposite Aiden Hutchinson, which is what they did last offseason, that's a red flag to me. The guy has not stayed healthy. He has 3 sacks the last 3 years. If you're going to keep him but waive Zadarius Smith, there has to be another move coming. I don't like losing Zadarius Smith to start Marcus Davenport.
No, what I think a lot of Lions fans went through yesterday, what I went through was I saw that they re-signed Marcus Davenport, and I thought, that's interesting. Probably not a move I would have made, but again, I'm not the one that's being paid to make those decisions.
Right.
But in the process, I thought, okay, now the gamble is he's on the roster, he stays healthy, you get some production. But how do you best do that? Well, you make it a 3-man rotation. Zadarius Smith, not a young guy, but he has been a durable individual. Josh Paschal has had some injury issues, hasn't been real productive, but you could probably get, 16, 17 games out of rotating those 3 guys at that same position. And then I hear later that Zadarius Smith has been released. Now I'm thinking, okay, what are their plans for Marcus Davenport? What are their plans for that position? Because he certainly can't be your starter going into next year, can he?
I would hope not. Look, when you talk to Lions fans, there's this belief that Brad's not going to make a splash, right? They got to take care of their own, extend their own. There's some big contracts coming. The Lions aren't going to do a lot of big moves this week. John, would you agree that is kind of the feeling right now?
Yes, because Brad Holmes hasn't been one to make big moves in free agency to this point.
Right. So if we go, that is the mindset, kind of the boilerplate expectation, nothing big. They are 10th in cap space for the upcoming season, the 10th most available space. They're saving money on defensive end going from Za'Darius to Marcus Davenport.
Oh, yeah.
And they're prioritizing Derek Barnes, who costs less than Carlton Davis, saving money. Where is this savings going if it's not turning into a big-time addition for this team?
Well, it's going to come down to, I think, 3 signings.
Okay.
What are they doing at the corner position if it's not Carlton Davis?
Sure.
Who are they paying? How much are they paying him? And then it's going to come down to what are they doing for that edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson? Who are they signing? How much are they paying him? And then also a position that we're not talking about because we're talking about 2 defensive sides, but what are they doing to solidify the offensive line with depth? Because I'm not going to sit here and say that Graham Glasgow had a great year last year. And I don't know that he makes it through 17 games. Same thing with Frank. Same thing with Zeitler, but Zeitler's not under contract. So what are they doing? Mahogany is. I think Mahogany's probably one of those starters, but what are they doing to secure the offensive line?
So last year, Brad Holmes got Carlton Davis for a third, Zeitler for a 1-year steal of a deal, right? DJ Reader on a short-term, low commitment. Like these were good moves. I'm not telling you he won't make more good moves. I'm just, as we get started for free agency here, I'm starting to look at this and go, what is he plotting? Because Za'Darius Smith made sense to come back as kind of your third end, right? You trade for or pay or sign a true starter opposite Aiden. Za'Darius into his 30s is your rotational piece. Is it a little overkill? I would argue no. You're chasing a Super Bowl. You can't have enough of these pass rushers. And now I'm seeing them say Za'Darius is too expensive. Davenport's a guy we want to bring back. And I got to see the follow through here because I'm a little leery that they're going to make the type of move to make it make sense.
We always worry about the knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
And I hope that the knee-jerk reaction coming out of last year isn't sacrificing top-end talent for maximizing depth.
Right.
Because of all the injuries, the knee-jerk reaction would be, hey, well, we're not going to pay a guy because, and Brad Holmes has said this, what happens if that guy gets hurt? And then all of a sudden you're down to the next guy. Then you're down to the next guy. Yes, you need depth, but you also need top-end talent.
There is a belief that if they were simply healthy, they would win the Super Bowl. I think to rest on your laurels while other teams get better doesn't make sense.
Well, this defense will be better at the start of next year with health than they were at the end of last year. But will they be as good going into this season as they were last year? I was wondering what type of steps was Brian Branch going to take from year 1 to year 2? Questions were answered there. What were you going to get from the rest of everybody? How were they going to gel with Amik Robertson, Carlton Davis, Terrion Arnold, all of these new pieces? But they showed early on that they could gel and that they could be productive. Is this defense, is this team going to be better simply on paper going into the season? Doesn't mean they're going to be better, doesn't mean they're going to be worse, but will they be better going into the season than they were last year?
I guess the best way to ask the question to Lions fans would be this. Everybody does the let Brad cook. One of the best general managers in the sport. He's turned this thing around. Let Brad cook. He's drafted well. Look at where they are. They're a Super Bowl contender. Are there any concerns about the offseason recipe? Doesn't mean you think he's a bad general manager. It doesn't mean that you're calling for his head. Are there any concerns with the recipe that he's following, where we're saying bye to Za'Darius, but welcome back to Marcus Davenport, where Carlton Davis may not be back, but Derek Barnes is? Are they maybe falling in love with their own a little bit here? Are they not going to use the fact that they had $55 million in effective cap space for the upcoming season? Are they going to use that on upgrades? Or is there a little bit of a belief that we're good as we are? Because that would be my concern.
Well, and then how are they going to spend that cap space? because there is cap space to be able to go out there and whether it's re-signing your own guys, and we've seen it with Derek Barnes, we believe it will happen, whether it's this year, next year. Now, it doesn't affect the cap if it happens next year for Aiden Hutchinson, but there is cap space that you can go out there and utilize.
Like, first read on this is that I really do believe they're going to be players in either Mac or Bosa.
Sure.
I would prefer Mac. I mean,
yeah.
but
So it goes
what are
on
they going to
availability?
What, just have Bosa and Davenport and get through a season with both of them combined in terms of their injury history? But yeah, kind of just a little bit of epiphany here. Maybe I even talked to you guys about is maybe they trade for a corner again.
Sure.
You know, so the free agent spend is the defensive end. Then the hope is that Davenport doesn't play as much and he can get through a whole season because he doesn't play in each game so much.
Yeah.
But an actual upgrade to Davis in a trade.
Be awesome.
Is that guy out there? You know,
Oh, sure. There are guys that are better.
Corners on bad teams, you know. L'Jarius Sneed got hurt last year. Didn't hardly play. Played 5 games, but in the 5 games he played in, its a PFF ranking was 36-3. So it's like, you know, maybe the Titans move away from that right away. They got rid of their GM. They're looking to get capital, you know. So there are things
moves
out there to potentially be made. I wouldn't go after Sneed personally. I'm just saying the idea, the thought of doing a better Carlton Davis move.
But what you're proposing, I'm on board with, would be against what we've seen and heard from Holmes. He didn't want to pursue L'Jarius Sneed a year ago. He has not wanted to make a big splash in the edge market because, well, we got to take care of Hutch and we've got our guys. And I don't know that he's going to do the things that you brought up. And that's where we ask you guys.
Point, and that's
I know, Tom, I know.
At some point, you must take a chance.
Let him cook.
This team right now, I don't think this roster, if you add in a couple pieces of this roster, will ever be this good again, no matter what. To me, this is the year to really push it. I'm not talking. I thought Garrett was a pipe dream. Like, seriously, I would have put that at 0.1%. Max Crosby never thought it was real. You know, but I'm not talking those moves. But you gotta go for this while you got all these guys on these rookie deals.
Open lines on the Lions. We're going to get to the Red Wings as well. The deadline came and went. It's 97-1.
If your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did. Call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. Now through April 15th, tax day. Buy a new furnace or AC and get half off the installation. They've got generators in stock as well. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate or check them out at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Time for a little Red Wings post-mortem. Deadline is over. The season might be over. 5 straight losses. John, I've gone to the dark side with you.
Oh, your 51 is on. They don't make it now.
I really wanted them to beat Utah to feel good. I wanted to see them do something of consequence at the deadline to feel good. Then you throw in Friday night's disaster against the Capitals. They're going the wrong way, and it looks like they've stalled out again for the second year in a row. Yzerman for the second year in a row not adding at the deadline, and he has his reasons, and he explained it, but I want to know if this is acceptable. Do you see the vision, or are you starting to doubt where this is all headed? Yzerman's quote was, "I understand the frustration or impatience. We did what we thought to give ourselves a better shot at the playoffs. Is it earth-shattering? No, but the only way to do something earth-shattering was to give up picks and prospects."
Where I wanted them to make the moves was off-season. Where I wanted them to make the move was an earlier decision with the coach, so they didn't dig themselves as big of a hole. At this time, with this roster and where they are, I don't like it when I say it out loud, but I understand why Steve Yzerman did what he did at the trade deadline. Like if the guys that were available, I don't think we're going to take you from a team that was going to miss the playoffs by 2, 3, 4 points, 1 point, doesn't matter, you're out, versus a team that is assured to get in, or at least a better chance to get in.
If his read was, we're a fringe playoff team and it's not worth giving up primo picks and prospects, I agree with him, okay? But when you tie one hand behind your back and then complain you're only fighting with one hand.
Right. Because of the roster going into the season. And I think we talked about this after the trade or after the free agency in the offseason. Was this going to be a better roster than they had last year?
Right. And I think if you remember last summer, Yzerman had an issue with the market, the term that was being handed out. He disagreed with some of the deals and didn't feel comfortable signing him. The last 2 trade deadlines, he's disagreed with the going rate to buy. Well, he's a great drafter. I'll use the word great. Some of that's a leap of faith. He's drafted very well. It's not the only means to win a cup. In fact, you will need to sign and trade, and you will need to be better from a pro scouting standpoint. Why should I trust, if you're not willing to pay the going rate to get better, that it's going to get any better? It's just exclusively going to happen because all the prospects are going to turn out. He's made 8 first-round picks. I happen to think a lot of them are core players. Say that again, 8 first-round picks. He's got the nucleus. I just wonder, how do they get to that next level without waiting 3 more seasons for everybody to perfectly develop?
Right. Because you're probably, maybe you got a goalie up next year, but he's not going to be your number 1 goalie. At least you hope he's not your number 1 goalie.
Well, and Yzerman said they're going to be conservative with him. He might not be here to start the season.
So I asked you this question, I believe it was on Thursday, before they played Utah. What were the points that they needed? Outside of the trade deadline, no matter what was going to happen, what were the points that they needed in 7 games? And I think you said 9.
Mm-hmm.
They played 2. They have 0 points. And the reason I went over from I thought they were going to make the playoffs to where I thought they weren't going to make the playoffs was you just simply look at the schedule. You look at what this team is over the course of the entire season.
Yeah.
And you look at what they've done since the 4 Nations. That's who this team is, and I just don't believe with the opponents that they play, even if they're able to scratch and claw and get back into, that final wild card spot, they end 5 of 6 games on the road against playoff competition.
Really good hockey teams. They may have dug themselves too deep a hole to justify doing anything last Friday. I'm willing to hear that argument. The bigger picture, though, is the issue here. So people will say to us, oh, you guys are know-it-alls. What would you have done? And I'll play the game. I mean, it's only going to sound like we're Captain Hindsight, but there were things we discussed at the time. Yeah. Would Jake Wallman be an upgrade on this defense right now?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to say it too loud because we sent a second, and he was traded for a first. That just doesn't work out.
No. If they had just kept him, he could have been on the 3rd pair. Speaking of the 3rd pair, Justin Hull was a healthy scratch a year ago. He was not good enough to be on the team a year ago when they missed the playoffs. They've played him all season. There were teams on the bubble that traded for 3rd pair defensemen. The Rangers and the Bruins, Blue Jackets and Devils each added some, bottom 6 forwards. There were little moves to make a slight upgrade to just nudge your team and a point here, a point there. We talked about letting Derek Lalonde go at the end of last season. December wasn't this brand new idea. It had been discussed. So if you fire Lalonde, you keep Wallman, maybe you sign a right-handed defenseman last summer. Matt Roy is from Michigan. Washington added him. He's been a steady top 4 guy for them. But Yzerman didn't want to hand out term. Like, there were moves to be made to where they'd have not a hand tied behind their back. They would have approached this deadline in a much stronger position. Their failures from a pro scouting standpoint, free agents and trades, are undermining what is otherwise good drafting by Steve Yzerman, and it's caused them to stall out. So you guys let us know what your view is. 248-539-9797. I do sense the tide turning. Like last Friday, people were upset. I do think there are people disappointed that it's taken as long as it is. For those that are still holding out, I'm not mad at you, but I have an issue with a certain section of Red Wing fans that act like we're all idiots. You guys don't understand this is how long it takes. I've noticed a certain subsect of hockey fans, sports fans, where their patience proves they're more loyal, they're smarter, they know it takes time, and we're just a bunch of instant gratification people. No, guys, the Wings are likely to miss the playoffs, and it would be 9 straight years, the 4th longest drought in league history. And I'm supposed to believe everything is going according to plan, or I just don't know puck. And I resent that. The people who say, no, you don't get it, it was always going to be this way. It didn't have to be this way.
No, it certainly didn't have to be this way. And that's where I go back to, what did you do in the last 2 off seasons in free agency? Constructing this team to get it over the hump so that when you do get to the trade deadline, maybe you don't have to be sellers. Maybe you don't have to be buyers. You are able to buy complementary pieces. You don't have to reconstruct your roster on the fly.
So we've been getting like a new text and maybe even calls occasionally in the last couple weeks here since this nosedive started. I want to ask you, do you think they're soft, Jim?
Yeah.
Do you buy that?
Yeah, I think Yzerman even alluded to it. I think I watched the whole thing, 40-plus minutes of questions, and I think he may have even said, and I'm paraphrasing, if you want to say we're not hard enough to play against, I wouldn't disagree with you.
So that's the part I don't get
yeah.
about this. Then.
Yeah.
That your culture that you're building here is soft. Some of the young guys are here now, but you're soft. The veterans you bring in, the free agents, are soft. How is he not responsible for that?
Right, you've brought in multiple coaches, hired 2 different ones.
Because I would say this just from afar. When I watch this team, I see little grit, and I certainly don't see a dirt bag. And I don't care what sport you're on, no matter what. You need to have a couple dirt bags. Jim Leland said it best, and I totally agree. The guys that scrap. The guys that hold you accountable, those, second, third liners. I don't see it. And I'll play to an old bit here. A Canadian grinder.
Right.
It is an old bit.
Bigger on the blue line. But true.
But you have to have a little bit of that.
A little bit, yeah. 248-53.
Physicality.
Yeah, they're missing it. And it would have got exposed in the playoffs if they made it. Or if they make it, I suppose still they can make it. But we're just...
Yeah, I think their last math I did was 7 teams that were within 4 points.
Yeah, but that's just the math. Watch this team play.
Yeah.
They are not good.
And how about the move they did make, right? So he said, we made the move we thought was the best. They added a 4th-line center, traded away Joe Veleno. In that same trade, they took on Peter Mrazek. And look, they need a goalie who can get hot. Don't rule it out, but he's been awful. Since December 1st, he's got an .866 save percentage, and he has another year on his contract at north of $4 million. That's a negative asset that they got back in the deal. Steve will go, we can roll him into next year, and the goalie market's unpredictable. That's an overpay that you're rolling into next year's salary. And then I'm going to hear about in the summer they don't have enough space to make a move. You see how this can become very infuriating.
I'm so annoyed by them. I've given up. I don't know. I don't see how they can possibly flip the season.
Well, you never know until you see it. And I don't know what that recipe looks like. I don't know what that path looks like, because you look at the schedule, and I said this last week, you look at the schedule, and it is daunting. It is not an easy task.
I didn't look at the schedule this morning. I looked at NHL Tankathon.
Oh, the draft. Texter says
I'm
20.
not going down that road.
Not yet. 27 of 32 teams have made the playoffs since Yzerman began his tenure. 24 teams have switched GMs more recently than Detroit. Yzerman to this point has been an abject failure, signed Steve on the ticket text. Steve, you just don't know puck. It's 97.1.
Hey, I've been talking about my experience at Planet Fitness for quite some time now, and I've shared the reasons why I go and I work out and I want to work on my fitness. It's to be able to play with my kids now and in the future, and eventually grandkids. Hopefully that's way in the future. But I also think now is the perfect time to join, because Planet Fitness right now, it's $1 down, and you're going to get the first month free of a Planet Fitness Black Card membership. So you get access to everything that Planet Fitness has for just $1 down. I'm say it again, $1 down and the first month free of the Planet Fitness Black Card membership. Here's what you get with the Black Card. You get access to every single club that they have. You have unlimited guest privileges. Plus, you also have access to the Black Card Spa, which has tannings, it has massage chairs. It has so much that it offers, whether it's before working out or recovery after you work out. Check it out. And there's a number of other reasons why I think you should be going to Planet Fitness. It's a clean environment. They do a tremendous job of keeping it clean, whether it's the workout floor, it's the aerobic machines, which we know everybody sweats all over. They keep those clean. The locker room, the showers, the bathrooms, they're all clean. You can find more information and your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Where are you at on the Yzer plan? That's the question. We'll get to the phones. 248-539-9797. 5 straight losses on the outside looking in right now. Really, even by Yzerman's own admission, nothing earth-shattering at the deadline. Pragmatic, maybe. Frustrating, you bet. Let's get to Steven in Clarkston. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Jim, I agree with you 100%. This is frustrating, and it does not have to take this long. I mean, if you look at two teams that are carbon copies here, you have Washington Capitals, who were right there with the Red Wings in the same position last year by getting in, within 1 point of us last year. They had a tremendous offseason. They basically extended Alex Ovechkin's career by adding a couple players with Chychrun and even with the Matt Roy signing, Mangiapane, a couple other ones. I mean, they were aggressive in the offseason.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you look at Ottawa. That's the one that's most frustrating to me. Ottawa, who was, we did dig ourselves in a hole, but they were still behind us at the trade deadline or during the Four Nations Cup. They were behind us in the standings, and they go out and get Dylan Cousins.
Yep.
And that is so frustrating because they saw an opportunity they took, and they want to, want to speed up their process, and they got to get in. That's the whole thing is to get in, especially in the NHL. As you talked before, you get in, you do not know what happens. It does not matter the seeding.
So you know what I think Yzerman would say to that? Yeah, but they're not going to win the cup. Which just feels so, you know what I mean? Like, all right, so why do anything? until all of his prospects both get called up, learn the game, develop, establish, become stars. Yeah, it sounds great, but you have to build a hockey team through more than just the draft. And they've had enough runway to do this. They've drafted 8 different first-round players, many of whom I'm excited about. It's the one thing that you cling to with the Yzer plan, but then you look at their inability to support these young players to take the next logical step, then it gets you frustrated.
Well, it's yes, you can continue to build through the draft. The problem is it takes so long. Unless you have lottery luck and you get a generational talent, which still needs development, it takes 3-4 years. And it's really hard to look that far down the road. Now, his draft picks are starting to show up, obviously.
But to Tom's point, what environment are they being baptized in? You're a soft, losing hockey team. You know what I mean? He's had 2 different coaches to put his stamp on it. 6 years in, this is his blue line. These are the type of players that he has put out on the ice, right? I mean, that's why we say, like, what's the point of making the playoffs and getting bounced? Well, you're building a bit of a culture. You're going to have to build a little bit of a backbone, a little bit of a winning mentality. You do have to break through. I mean, we're a couple years away from looking at Larkin and DeBrincat going, what was the point?
Yeah.
And Kane will be gone, and so what's the point? You're going to reset anyway.
This team was so good for so long that you have to go back pretty far to try to see how did the things change before. And you know what? Eventually they moved on from a John Ogrodnik in the 80s and they won immediately after that. That's actually when they got to the conference finals right after that. And then they had to do another reset, and they started drafting all the foreign guys ahead of time. You've seen,
Yes.
But then they had to move on from Ray Shepard, in the 95, 96. They got Larry Onoff. That people were puzzled by that at the time, but it was all about fitting in. And by no means are they on that championship crest yet or whatever. But along the way, you've got to do things to stir things up.
Again, I'll say it again. This would be the 4th longest playoff drought in NHL history if they miss. You can't tell me everything's going according to plan.
No.
Come on. Let's get to Edward in Detroit. Edward, good morning.
Good morning, guys. You were talking about the Lions a little while ago, and I guess I have to admit, as a 55-year-old and watching the Lions my whole life, I guess I still have my share of PTSD. And this moment reminds me that they still have the DNA of William Clay Ford in their bone marrow. And I say that because a lack of urgency is a calling card of that era. And I'm going to take you back just a couple years ago to the trade deadline in 2023. A lot of people around here wanted guys like Chase Young. They wanted guys like Montez Sweat. And what happens? They find themselves in the NFC Championship game with Kaminsky opposite Hutch. And say whatever you want about that game, Brock Purdy's 48 yards rushing, scrambling around, extending plays, running for first downs, in my opinion, was what broke their back. And so now here we are 2 years later, and the Lions are still talking about what we have tomorrow, we have next game, we have next year. And we thought that a team like the Rams was done 4 years ago, and look at them. What did they miss out on after giving up everything they did for Matt Stafford?
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, what are the Lions willing to do to grab by the neck this moment? And if you're a long-time Lions fan like me, the unfortunate truth is you're going to be surprised if they do anything desperate because they've never done it.
I understand what he's saying.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, I feel it as well. Like, there needs to be a sense of urgency. They have, as you mentioned before, the 10th most cap space to be able to go out there and sign free agents. They also have to sign their own guys. There's a math equation that they need to be able to do and solve, but you see other teams doing it.
So on that note, I just behind the curtain, Doug's out there prepping for his show, and I'm bugging him, and I'm like, well, what are they gonna do with all this money? He said, well, they're gonna extend their guys, and they're gonna roll bonus money in early. I go, how does that make them better? He goes, well, they're gonna be healthier.
That is a part of it, sure, but it doesn't have to be all of it.
It shouldn't be all of it.
No.
Let's get to Heather's news.
I'm going to start with this story, and it's a story that I never thought I would ever hear. There's a young boy in Michigan who was crushed to death after his 340-pound foster mom sat on him. And she sat on him for 5 minutes because she says he was acting up. It's absolutely ridiculous. This woman, Jennifer Wilson, told police that 10-year-old Dakota Stevens had run away from home and was misbehaving after she found him at a neighbor's house. And I guess he got home, threw himself down on the lawn. So she sat on him right there in the grass. He was screaming for help, and then suddenly he just stopped screaming.
Yeah.
And the woman told police that she thought he was faking being hurt. She thought he was faking it.
Did you say there's ring footage of
this?
this?
Yes.
This was in the front yard.
Yes. So there's Ring doorbell footage of the incident taking place. The little boy was flown to the hospital, but unfortunately there was
nothing they could do.
He had died. There was nothing they could do. The woman now faces 6 years in prison if convicted.
That's bizarre to me.
Agreed.
That it's only 6 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was fostering 3 other children at the time. Now her foster parent license has been suspended.
Yeah.
What? What?
I just, we've all, I mean, I don't, Heather, maybe you're not in this conversation, but I've wrestled with my brothers, wrestled with teammates, and you get into a position, right, where you can't breathe, you tap out. Those few seconds of panic, I can't imagine the final moments of this kid's life.
5 minutes?
Oh,
it was just a month as well after he was placed in her care. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Another really sad story. Auburn Hills police are investigating a suspected murder-suicide after finding 2 people dead inside a Holiday Inn Express late Friday night. They also found a 3-year-old. A little girl was also discovered in the room unharmed. Police were dispatched right around 10:45 for this reported domestic violence incident. And as they were approaching the room, they heard gunshots. They do believe that the 33-year-old man shot the woman and then took his own life. The 3-year-old was taken to a nearby hospital and released to a family member. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy has broken his silence, sort of, following his domestic violence arrest. So on Friday, he was arrested in Texas for assault against a family member or household member. He actually faced a third-degree felony charge. Then the next day on Saturday, all the charges were dismissed based on early investigation, talking to third-party witnesses. And then on Sunday, he posted a photo on Instagram in his stories. It was a selfie, and the caption was "New Beginnings." He also debuted a new haircut. And I actually wonder, it might have something to do with the incident that took place, because I was reading some reports that said it had to do with the woman he was seeing. And he had asked her to leave his residence because he discovered infidelity, it said. She refused to leave. And part of it said that she ripped out parts of his hair because he had the braids.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know if there is any correlation, but it maybe could be that he decided, you know what? I'm going to take all the braids off and fresh cut, fresh do. A new study has found that the butterfly population is rapidly declining, and scientists believe that the decrease is catastrophic. There's a researcher at Michigan State University that says about a quarter of butterflies have been lost over the last 20 years, and they say it's a big deal. You might not really think about it, but butterflies do play a significant role in ecosystems. They provide food, especially as a caterpillar for birds. Mm-hmm. They also are excellent pollinators. And they say, though, that this has big impacts and could have big implications going beyond that, because if it's happening to these butterflies, most likely it's happening to other insect species as well.
Do we know why?
The study wasn't looking at why. There is some thoughts as to why. Climate change, habitat loss, and these insecticides that are being used. And they say in Michigan, that's what they think for sure is the biggest, are these insecticides that are being used on lawns, environments, agriculture, So sad to
just,
see.
we don't mow our lawns anymore. That's
no
the answer.
bees,
No
no
more May.
butterflies. Yeah, it's coming up.
It is.
Or you know it. Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, this week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tournament is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. Right now, those upsets can get even better because your underdog bet wins. If your underdog bet wins, you're going to land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride the long shot, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly into the night. And maybe it's a 16 taking down a 1. It's happened before. 15 over a 2, whatever it is that you want. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's absolutely no better time. The app is easy to use. And when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mark Champion on the call. Pistons split the West Coast trip, beat the Blazers last night. Cade Cunningham, 28 points. Did you see this Jackson Jobe quote from over the weekend?
I did. It's awesome.
This is an awesome quote, and there's not a topic with it. It's just something fun I want to end the show with. We'll get daylight saving thoughts here in a second, too.
Just can't get it right, can you?
I didn't even know I was doing it wrong until someone named Karen on the ticket text told me.
Everyone says daylight savings because daylight saving time doesn't flow.
No,
but it is
It is
appropriate.
It is.
It is the savings. We are saving the daylight savings.
Saving time.
So no plural. I don't even like the Myers Fords people, but I guess I slipped into the Michigan in me.
I think everyone does that, though.
Okay.
I think.
We have some thoughts on it. The quote from Jackson Jobe on his attacking mentality in a 3-pitch strikeout of Vlad Guerrero Jr. Quote, I'm tired of trying to dot a gnat's ass. Just, here's my stuff. If you hit it, good. Odds are, probably not. That's a badass quote.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Now he needs to follow through, which he did by, striking out Vlad.
Amen. Throw strikes. Keep pitch count down.
Throw hard.
Throw hard.
Yes.
Dare you to hit it.
Painting the
Yes.
corners
He
has
beat you.
been driving me nuts in baseball.
Well, some guys got to do it. Like Maeda can't blow by guys, right?
Exactly.
But
No,
if you're Jackson Jobe throwing 100 miles an hour and you got late action on your braking stuff, go ahead. I'm not going to dot a gnat's ass.
Yeah. That was a badass quote. It was one that I saw. I don't remember when it first came out. I saw it at some point this weekend, and it's one that just it can't leave your mind. Now it is a part of who he is.
So what fascinates me about baseball, you are in such a humongous advantage as a pitcher if you get strike one. You are.
Yep.
You're already in a huge advantage to begin with. You really are. But your advantage is so much, and it just baffles me how guys, hey, let's just beat around the bush. I'm afraid they might hit me.
Can you get 2 strikes of the next 6 pitches?
Right.
If you get the strike one call.
Right.
So, look, he's going to make a really tough decision for this staff because Mize is pitching well. Maeda has obviously the veteran status and financial, incentive for them to put him in the rotation. But Jobe has pitched well.
I still think he's on the opening day roster.
As a starter?
And I do. I just think that he's got something about him that I think is going to be special. Now, he's got to go out and prove it, and he's not going to do it every time. Like I heard in one of the updates, right, that Tarek Skubal allowed his first runs. I know. He's not going to be perfect. He's going to be dominant, but he's not going to be perfect. And I think as we watch Jackson Jobe grow up right before our eyes, I think we have a chance to be watching something really cool and really special.
So then Maeda out of the pen, maybe? Or Mize
Well,
out of
that's
the
where
pen?
they put him at the end of last year, and he had some decent success. I'm not going to call it, overwhelming success, but he did find some success there as the first guy out of the pen as a long reliever.
I don't want to see Mize because he has options starting Toledo because it looks like he may have regained some form. Velo's up. Splitter looks like the splitter we were promised when he was the number 1 pick. Look, they're going to have 6 guys for 5 spots, and that's not even counting Cobb. But this is what you need to survive 162 games. We saw that a year ago. And then we also saw they'll get creative. They got to fill 9 innings every day. It might not always be traditional guy goes 6 to start the game.
Right, and for 162. So what does that mean for Jackson Jobe when he starts to, creep up to 80 innings, 90 innings, 100 innings?
Skip a start.
Well, skip a start, short a start, do some different things, especially early in the season. And maybe it's just because they want to save the innings towards the end of the year that he does start in AAA. I find it unlikely.
The daylight savings, I did it again. Daylight saving debate.
Yeah.
It just doesn't sound right. We talked about it earlier today. It's certainly not a new debate. But, John, you and I are on the same page, and Heather wants to keep it the same. You and I want to change it.
Yeah, I think it should be daylight saving time all year. I think it should be, and I call it summertime. Standard time is wintertime. Summertime is daylight saving time. I think it should be summertime all year long.
We get the same amount of sunlight regardless. It's just where do you want it? And I'd rather have it not on the way into work where I have to be somewhere. I'd like the sunlight when I'm off work and can do whatever I want, right?
You bring up an excellent point.
But it is nice to wake up to, I know we don't because of our hours, but it is nice for the average person to wake up to daylight.
No?
Yes. For me, it is.
Okay.
And then, like, it regulates your sleeping patterns. Like, I like it to be darker for sleeping time. And
Yeah, but your sleeping patterns will regulate if you're in summertime all year.
It just changes anyway. Well, how many? We've got a few weeks before it starts to be sunnier in the morning. I mean,
I know, but
it's
if we
happening now.
stayed in this pattern
Well, not right
forever,
Yeah, it is. We gain a like a minute and a half every morning and every night in the month of March.
Yes, but I mean, when I woke up this
When you
morning, it was
notice
dark.
it, yeah.
3 days ago, I woke up and it was
Right.
light. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's going to take a while before it all of a sudden.
Yeah,
you're
three,
waking up at
4
7
weeks.
o'clock in the
I
morning
just
and lights out. So
don't mind how it is. I'm content.
I'm okay with it. Doug's got his plan
Oh, yeah?
with daylight saving.
What's
you
the
get
plan?
a mapped out plan?
The spring forward sucks so much that if I ran for office, I would take 2 minutes off every day so we get to drop the clocks back every month. Every month we get to drop the clocks back and just get that extra hour of sleep. I think it's wonderful.
John's looking at you like you're a crazy person.
30 days,
everybody
you save an
listens to
hour,
what?
2 minutes a day.
Silence.
If at 1 o'clock every day it went to 1:02, you'd never know the difference.
No,
and
it's
then at
like
the
I
end of the
didn't know
month
the
you get to
difference
fall
when.
back. Every month you get to fall back.
Oh, wait. So you're saying, hold on.
There's math
So at the
involved, John.
beginning of the month, let's just say it's
On the first.
6 a.m. And then you gain 2 hours or two minutes every day.
And by the end of the month, on a 30-month, roughly over 30-day month,
Yeah,
you get an
you
hour back.
fall
We
back.
fall
back on the first
So you
of
get an
every-
extra hour of sleep.
Start all over every. It has nothing to do with the sunlight.
That's
Right.
insanity.
It's just
That's
everything to do with
insanity.
how great that extra hour is.
And you think this will get you elected? Is what you? Okay.
I do.
What do you guys got coming up today on the show? Is Gator going to try to kiss the studio mic, and you're going to get in his way, or
Nope.
okay?
Spartans don't do that to each other.
Okay.
We will get into the free agency. Obviously, that is a big freaking deal. And Lions are up to something. The question is what?
What?
Yeah.
It's the big question.
Oh boy! All right, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Good Monday, everybody. Hope you're surviving without the hour of sleep that we lost. How are you handling it, Scott?
handling it, it's always an adjustment.
I got to say, there's a big ask of people in Metro Detroit going on that when we spring forward and lose that hour is also right around the same time we're starting major construction projects. So you've got cranky people trying to figure out their reroutes with all the 696, 96, M14 shutdowns. Seems like a lot is being asked of us here in Detroit all at once. As an adult, we're supposed to handle it. That doesn't mean you don't have some FU moments as you're driving around.
Right, exactly.
You got to be freaking kidding me that we have to deal with all of this all at the same time between highway shutdowns, losing an hour of sleep, et cetera, et cetera. And the highway, it takes a while too to figure out your reroutes. And okay, how am I going to do this? Am I going to sit in the traffic and wait, go where the detours tell me to go, which everybody does, and you just sit there? Or am I going to come up with my own route? And usually your first attempt at a reroute doesn't work. Like you get onto surface streets and you're doing what everybody's doing. And so once again, you are sitting in traffic.
Well, there's lots of editing that goes on.
Yep.
The rerouting.
You feel like Magellan, right? I'm venturing out on a quest to find the best way to work.
What works for the first few weeks may not work for the next few weeks. I think you're constantly in flux when you're having to deal with this, because then more and more people figure out, I'm going to try this route instead. And then you got to find a new route because this one gets too busy. It's just a field of constant adjustments. I believe they call it dynamic, Doug.
It's dynamic. It's a dynamic commute. Your commute, everyone's commute is now is dynamic.
Mine not so much, but I understand that for lots of people it is.
Kang, what is your level of inconvenience now getting to work with all the freeway shutdowns?
Fortunately for me, I have many routes to where I live, to and from work. So now it took a route out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, let's say I'm Jared Goff, I'm backing up, I'm looking for nope. Option 1 is no longer going to be available ever for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
So now I look to 3, 2, 3, and 4. So that's where I'm at. So as of right now, I'm okay. But yeah, that route is done for me.
Saint is covered.
Yes, always. He's double covered, my friend. Bracket, everything, bracket coverage. He's got underneath, over the top.
But you've got Laporta.
Exactly.
You've got in terms of your
JMO,
your routes into where you got Laporta, JMO.
Wait. Don't forget about Khalif Raymond sometimes.
That's right. Yeah. Part of you got to reroute Khalif Raymond, that underrated. You try it every once in a while, and it's usually wide open for you.
If I hit this light.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, but I mean, God, I read the stat off to you guys when this was announced. Like, over 200,000 motorists. That's the busiest section of freeway in Michigan.
Well, sometimes, you hear this and you go, well, it's not going to, this is only 2 years.
Right?
That's it.
And then you totally forget about it. And then when it ends, you're like, oh my God, we did this for 2 years.
I started thinking about my commute into work. I've worked here now for 25 years. Good God.
Long time.
I know. And in those 25 years, I would say.
Welcome aboard, young man.
I would say a solid 10 of them have been affected by construction. I don't think that's an over-exaggeration. Construction is it's not the norm, but it damn near almost is the norm.
Well, Doug, I've worked here for 32 years. And I will tell you that, yes, it has affected me at times. I've been fortunate that typically I've lived always pretty close to the radio station, so it's been an easier commute. But I've always felt for people like you and Kang that are coming from different angles to get here, and it ain't easy.
All right, so today is a big day in the National Football League as free agency begins, and our Lions being a Super Bowl contender, great premium on their offseason. What are they going to do to try and improve this football team, if it's possible to improve the football team? We will discuss all of their options. However, one of the things that is rather inconvenient on this day is on a day with a forum that is used to break news. Twitter, in the last half hour, has crashed.
Now I'll call it X.
Yeah, I will never call it.
Well, no, that's not working. I'm calling X.
Twitter.
Thanks a lot.
Twitter has crashed on this free agency day. And what's funny about that means like guys like Schefter and the Rappaports of the world, the Albert Breers, the newsbreakers are kind of handcuffed on how they get their news out. I mean, Schefter can just jump on ESPN at any time.
Yeah,
But
I just relogged into my MySpace, so just in case.
okay,
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Oh, no, that's good to know. So at this point, I mean, the legal tampering period starts in 2 hours. And it's funny because I'm like, Twitter's down. Let me go see if anybody's tweeting when it'll be back. Oh, I can't get on Twitter because Twitter's down. So Twitter is
Take a text. People can take a text us if they have information.
Right.
You got your transistor radio ready to
That's
work?
always trustworthy, our ticket text. Zero fake LeBruns on there.
No? None of them? Lots of limo drivers letting us know who they just picked up from the airport.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Trusted
Guys,
sources on ticket text.
Just saying, his last name rhymes with Rosa. And and the first name is a character from Friends. But he's, he's in the back of my car right now.
So we sit here and we'll pass along any news as it breaks. I don't expect big news out of Detroit today.
No?
No.
That's not Brad's MO?
Well, Brad's MO is value. He seems to get good value in free agency. There are few Javi Baez contracts on his resume. Huge, cumbersome, annoying contracts. But they will sit back and wait if they follow their normal pattern and then probably get good value at the end. There could be a trade in play. They did make some moves over the weekend, which were curious, and we will get to those. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. What else? Well, we got Michigan and Michigan State heading off into March Madness after concluding the regular season. Spartans Big Ten champs. Michigan sputtering the incident at the end of the game. We've got taking the temperature of the Tigers as we move closer to the regular season. Pistons with a win on the road against the Blazers. We haven't even had a chance, it feels like forever ago, from the trade deadline coming and going with the Red Wings and a very minor, maybe, I don't know how to describe the move that the Red Wings made other than it was not a big splash. Not a big splash by the Red Wings. We'll get into that. But like we said, it's open lines. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Your family deserves the best water. Contact CDC Water and save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Kinetico Premier Softener with a Kinetico K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter with warmer weather and melting snow. Make sure your basement is dry. Save 10% now on a new Zoller sump pump from CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing. Your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We await noon when the legal tampering period starts in the NFL. The Lions did make news over the weekend. Interesting moves. Za'Darius Smith released to save $5.75 million on the cap. Marcus Davenport re-ups for what right now is a $1.75 million cap hit with bonus incentives, opportunities that if he actually plays, he can make more than that. But in the short term,
it doesn't affect the cap for this year, though.
No.
If he hits those incentives, it applies to next year's cap.
So they chose Davenport and $4 million over Za'Darius Smith.
Oh, I got you, because
the $4 million that's freed up.
Yeah,
the difference between releasing Za'Darius Smith and what the cap hit on Davenport this year. The choice was Davenport and $4 million over Za'Darius Smith.
Well, first I will say this. I love the contract structure of the Davenport deal because it's all incentives. Hey, if you actually play a game, you get $100,000, right? Because this guy has never been healthy, and it makes all the sense in the world to be able to do a contract like that. You don't see those often, where it's that heavily incentive-based, laden, if you will, because of the lack of play that he's had in his career. I like that aspect of it. I like the player when he's healthy, so this kind of guarantees that. And he costs you nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I'm fine with that part of it. What I question, and when I say question, it's not that I think it's a wrong move. It's I have questions. I have questions. Why not bring Za'Darius Smith back? Is it simply a money game? Because I don't buy that, because they have plenty of cap space for this year. So it tells me, and unless they tell me otherwise, I infer that he was not a fit. That the limited time Za'Darius Smith spent with the Lions, from the point they acquired the trade deadline to his one pass defended in the playoff game, that he wasn't a fit for whatever reason. Because I just can't believe it. It's 1 year left on the deal, on a year where you have lots of cap space and doesn't affect you for cap space in the future. So why wouldn't you bring him back unless he's not a fit?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about, is there football reasons for it, right? Where he is in the timeline of his career, do they expect his production to go down? There wasn't a lot of money committed to him next year.
There was.
Well, I mean, I don't know that if you're going to try to find an edge rusher for $5.75 million that is coming off a 9-sack season, I don't know that you're going to find that.
Well, is there dead match to that too? Like, they're saving $5 million, but they're still paying something, aren't they?
I don't think so. I think it was just flat out, he could be released and they're off the hook. I thought I read that, and I'm going to have to see where I found that there was no guaranteed money. And so
check Twitter.
But it's not this massive savings. So from a football standpoint, for them, are they just like, we don't think the production's going to be there? Yes, it was there, but we don't think the production's going to be there next year?
And with a healthy Hutchinson on the other side, you would think that you're going to get the best opportunity with Smith. So
what's the value of the $4 million? The value of the $4 million, the conclusion, I didn't even think about the way you put it, that he must not be a fit in the locker room, which is an interesting and possible conclusion to draw. The conclusions I drew were that they are war chesting for somebody, a free agent that they're going after, and the $4 million combined, like they're just chipping away at the amount of money it's going to take, and this $4 million will help. Combine that with the money they saved on Jalen Reeves-Maybin, and you start adding that up, and it can add up to a good player. A bunch of moves like this
could,
or much of their money this year on the cap is already spent on bringing their own guys back, like the Kirby Joseph $20 million raise that he might be looking at, which would assume a big portion of their cap. Is it Carlton Davis? Like the Carlton Davis reporting is so weird. Carlton Davis is letting the world know he is looking for a big contract.
Mm-hmm.
There has been a direct line drawn from that to the Lions won't aggressively pursue him. I haven't seen anybody that has actually confirmed that. I don't know that that's true.
Well, no. At this point, I think everybody is just, as they say, reading the tea leaves. When you've got a player that tweeted out that basically he wants to get paid, he expects to get paid, and you've got a team that is looking to spread the money out in depth. It's reported that's what Brad Holmes wants to do. I'm going to use free agency to fill in depth roles on this team because he likes the team he had last year. But part of liking the team you had last year, and the defense specifically that you had last year, was Carlton Davis. But that's a big chunk if you're going to commit north of $15 million to bring him back. So I can see that it would be logical not to bring him back if you're going to do other things. If he's going to price himself out, he might price himself out. Dan Miller was on Sportsworks last night was talking about perhaps an $18 or $19 million a year deal for Carlton Davis, and that just gets too rich, as you said, when you have to bring back Kirby Joseph after this year. He's a free agent, so you're going to give him a monster contract. Oh, look, Myles Garrett just signed for $40 million a year. Guess what the new basement is in elite edge rusher world?
Yep.
So when you've got a guy who's 5 years or 6 years younger, like Aiden Hutchinson is, who is on that trajectory of being that type of player, that's what Aiden's going to get. He's going to get north of $40 million. So you got to, and when do you give him that contract? You can wait. You can absolutely wait. But the longer you wait for Micah Parsons to sign his deal. That's going to be north of $40 million. So how much north of $40 million are you willing to pay to save money in the next year or two? Because you got Hutch entering year 4. You pick up the 5th-year option for sure, and then you can give him the free agent money. But if you piss the guy off because you didn't give him the extension.
Yeah, it's really my guess is that they're trying to extend Aiden, and that signing bonus would get applied to this year, and that would take up a bunch of the cap. Not a bunch of the cap, but it would take up probably somewhere between $5 and $10 million of this year's cap, because typical signing bonuses prorated over the course of, for big players, are going to cost you that. They have to be looking at the market and making the decision. Are we going to lose Aiden Hutchinson or have an unhappy Aiden Hutchinson? We don't want either of those things. We don't want to lose him or have him unhappy. And so, because they could keep him for the next 3 years, $11 million this year, pick up the club option for 2 years from now, and then franchise him 3 years from now. Now he's 27. He's unhappy. He's mad at the organization. That would be the most financially prudent way to do it. And he can't, stop playing for. I mean, I guess he could say I'm sitting out unless I'm getting a new contract, which is the business aspect of this. And I'm, who knows what he would do. I think some people would be in favor of that because they don't have to spend the money on him. But if you're going to try and have your best defensive player be a happy camper out there producing for your organization, you probably have to re-sign him to a contract. You have to give him a contract extension, likely sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think that there's harmony between the two parties, and the Lions love him. I think he loves being here, and they'll get that done. That's not even a concern for me. But I do think it's curious to see how they decide to do it, because if they wanted to save money, they could, for the short term, they can certainly do it by not giving him the extension because he's under contract for 2 years, or at least for 1 year, and then you'd have to, pick up the 5th-year option, which you would do in a heartbeat. But there's a lot of moving parts at this time of the year. And yes, the cap goes up every year, but it goes up, as you point out, for every team. But for the very short term, you just looking for the next year or two, the Lions do have cap space to make some stuff happen, even while signing their own guys. But it's clear that in years past and by exit interviews with Brad Holmes, that his MO is not to go out and sign the best player in free agency. His MO is to go out and be responsible with the cap space that he has to build the best team that he can. And I know that rubs people the wrong way. I was listening to somebody when I was driving in who was complaining about, there's still a little tinge of the past William Clay Ford Sr. era because they just don't go out and get that guy in free agency. And there's an element of truth to that. But fortunately, this GM has been so apt when it comes to the draft that it's a completely different situation. He may still operate that, okay, we're not going to go after the number one free agent on the market because we're just not going to spend that kind of money. But what we will do is we'll use that money and sign, say, 6 players that can all play a very vital role on this team because injuries play a role every single season, and that's just how it works. And that's the approach right now so far. Hang on to Davenport at a very team-friendly contract, incentive-laden, but you'll let Zadarius Smith walk. It's interesting. They're bringing back their own guys. That's the other thing that they love to do. Derek Barnes is coming back. Other players are going to come back. So I am curious when the Lions start to sign free agents, what kind of players they are, and are they longer than 1-year deals?
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. We will get to our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Who needs football season when you got Detroit hockey and basketball in the middle of a playoff push? Watching their games become enjoyable again, and what makes those games even better is watching them at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is well beyond your favorite sports bar. They don't just serve up flat draft beer and small wings. They do it right. Their draft beer system pours your favorite draft at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for at least 6 hours and is only used once a day. They boast an extensive bar with all your favorite bourbons and tequilas, as well as handcrafted cocktails that rival any speakeasy. Now pair that with a scratch kitchen serving up dishes like hand-cut New York strips, hand-breaded and fried, to order, boneless wings and tenders, salmon, trout, and smash burgers, and seared burgers. What takes it to the next level? The beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Talk about the ultimate man cave, wall-to-wall TVs, amazing food and drinks. The beautiful and personable Twin Peaks girls. Why go anywhere else? Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, free agency starting in the NFL today at noon. Lions with intriguing moves over the weekend. I think most people are wondering why Marcus Davenport's the choice. Marcus Davenport and $4 million was the choice over Zadarius Smith. And it's hard to get on board with Davenport in that all we saw was Davenport do what we were afraid was going to happen, get hurt. Now these are kind of, I don't know if I call them moves on the margins. Would Zadarius Smith have started for them next year?
I would have thought so.
I would have thought so too. But as you said,
Davenport would start if he's healthy.
Did he not fit in the locker room? Did he not fit in football-wise? They decided his point in his career with his age, his production was going to go down because they chose the often injured player, given on an incentive-laden deal, over the player that produced a little bit for them. Not a lot, but a little.
My thought wasn't that he wasn't a locker room fit. It wasn't a fit for their defense. They thought it was going to work out defensively for them, and he wasn't the player that they thought that he was. That's what I'm left to think, rather than thinking that he just butted heads with his teammates. I don't think that's the case. I mean, he did tweet out afterwards that, hey, thanks for everything, Detroit. He's classy tweet. Mm-hmm. By all accounts, he's a great guy, but they didn't bring him back, and I find that very curious.
I think it's straightforward, guys. I think you guys are looking too deep into this. I think this was always it was a trade deadline deal to help that past season to get him over the top, hopefully, and push him through the playoffs. It was never going to be a long-term thing. They knew right away when they traded for him, we're going to cut him at the end of the year because of the dead money cap that he carries, the contract that he has, the bonuses he has set up. This was not going to be more than that. It was nothing personal. I think his teammates actually loved him for the short time he was here, I believe. And scheme-wise, maybe it wasn't the perfect fit, but Brad Holmes owed Dan Campbell and those players in that locker room a move at the deadline to help them because the attrition was so bad. They tried it out. Obviously, they didn't, as a team, didn't get where they wanted to go. At the end of the year, they cut ways, and that's it. And with that being said, now they have money left over to do other things. And so and I'm going to let Brad Holmes do other things with that money.
Yeah, you're only saving $5 million, and now it's less because you signed Davenport. And I just find it strange because what would it look like to have a healthy Aiden Hutchinson and a healthy Zadarius Smith on the ends? I think it would look pretty good. But we're not going to get a chance to see that. Because it was only for one more year. This 1 year, the 2025, when they've got a bunch of cap space. That's what I find curious about it.
248-539-9797. If you want to get in on this, phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. And the what is next? What is next for the Lions? We'll get to that today at 10:48. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. A bunch of Champ and Chump votes have started to come in, and we'll get to ours here momentarily. My champ is Jackson Jobe for his quote after striking out Vlade. My chump is rivalries. Why does every incident in a rivalry game have to be dissected and discussed so much? What happened to just saying that's just rivalry stuff and moving on? Next one, champ Trey Holloman for standing up for a college sports tradition in 2025 and, of course, dropping 20 on those weasels. Chump Dusty May for embracing his role as a Michigan man, never admit the Wolverines did something wrong. My champ, Michigan State, for winning in the manner they did with little on the line. Chump Dusty May for pretending like he had no idea kissing the court happens. Champ, from Jeff, it's a mistake letting Zadarius Smith walk. He didn't put up huge numbers, but with Hutch back, he could have numbers like he did with Garrett. He kind of had the same production in both places last year, didn't he?
Well, he had 9 sacks all last season.
Half the season with Cleveland, half the season with Detroit.
Yep.
He played in Detroit without Garrett or Hutch, obviously without Garrett. And so, yeah, he still put up the same numbers.
He had 4 sacks in 8 games with the Lions, but he only had 12 tackles in the 8 games. And the only stat he put up in the playoff game was he knocked a pass down.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. Gator, my champ of the weekend is Michigan State basketball for the way they finished the season. The gauntlet of the schedule they had to win the Big Ten was awfully impressive. They looked like they might have been schedule aided to get off to a good start. They weren't playing well on that West Coast trip. Looking at the schedule down the stretch, all the ranked teams they were playing, what they did seemed unlikely. I give them credit. Champ of the weekend.
Yeah, I give it to Tom Izzo. This might be the best coaching job he's done at Michigan State. 26-5 on the season and a Big Ten championship outright for a team and a program that wasn't picked any higher than 5th in the Big Ten in the preseason polls. He's done an amazing job, and They really closed it out with the win yesterday over Michigan, 7 straight wins and 5 of them against ranked teams. Nice job by Tom Izzo and the Spartans.
My jump is something I've been talking about for years, and that's the adults in the Michigan State rivalry. I've been asking for the temperature to be taken down for a long time. I think the adults feed into it, then kids get emotional, have reactions, and then what happens? The adults go to social media and MF the kids. And I think it's a cycle that is responsibility of adults in the Michigan State rivalry to take the temperature down.
Well, I will put it at the 2 players that were standing at the center court at Breslin when they know full well what the MSU tradition is about kissing the floor. And it's become an antagonizing trend. I'd like it to stop, and yet at the same time, it does add spice to the rivalry. It's bulletin board stuff, and both teams play into it. And I didn't like it yesterday because it just seemed so obviously avoidable. And yet there it is.
I always like when these kinds of things happen, and we'll get to your championship votes, is focus on, okay, what can we do so this doesn't happen again? It's as simple as taking a timeout and having the players kiss the logo then. Is it simple as some sort of pregame where the coaches meet, which I don't think happened? But it's so easily avoidable. And it's actually, when it was all said and done, I don't think this is that big a deal. I don't think the Big Ten's going to have to intervene or say anything. So,
No, and look, they knew the players can sense something's going to happen, right? Because the second that the shove happened, everybody was already there. Like the players are well aware. They're kind of glancing over the shoulder, see what's going to happen, and then it happens, and boom, everybody goes over there. It was easily avoidable. But they didn't. And if it's not, it's because somebody wants it to go that way. So
248-539-9797. More of your feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. We got what's next here. From Gary, this tells me they are getting ready to extend Hutch, Joseph, etc. Sign their own. Okay. If they are and this is a logical conclusion to draw, is with free agency starting at noon, with these contracts getting signed for, Gator, as you very well put it years ago, Rudge Eschers, with what Rudge Eschers are getting now, and with Aiden Hutchinson being next in line, I find that the probability of Hutch getting signed this offseason is very, very high. And all that would count against the cap this year is this prorated signing bonus, which could be anywhere between $5 and $10 million. Kirby Joseph is a $20 million addition. He had a $1 million cap hit last year. $1 million. And that $1 million, if he gets paid like a top 5 to 10 safety, he's probably making north of $20 million. So if you have $20 million for Kirby, and let's say $5 million for Hutch, and I think those are conservative totals, $20 million more for Kirby and $5 more million for Hutch, $25 million going into this year's cap takes up a big portion of it. And that's not accounting for Carlton Davis or anybody else they want to bring back.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Joseph gets. According to Covers on Twitter, it's back. J.C. Horn and the Panthers have agreed to a 4-year, $100 million deal, $70 million guaranteed. It says he's now the highest paid corner on a per-year basis. That's $25 million a year for the top corner in the NFL, at least what they're getting paid. So does he get north of 20 as a safety? And we like him a lot here. He just came off a phenomenal season. Is he the best safety in the league? Is he deserving of that? I mean, the money is what the market is. So he might very well clear $20 million a year.
He might. And, I don't think, can you count on, him wanting to stay in Detroit so much that it will be that he'll spend he'll take less to stay here? I don't think so. I mean, players want to get paid. And the Lions have an issue coming up 2 years from now. When Hutch's contract's up, you know what else is up the same year? Brian Branch and Sam Laporta. Same year. That's a lot of money they're going to have to add.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I go back to the Za'Darius thing. That's why they didn't bring him back. It was a numbers thing. If they would have kept Za'Darius, right, and it seems cheap on the forefront, they would have had dead cap money for the next 2 years because of that. But because of keeping him on the team, they would have picked up a $7 million option, which comes up here. It's all about money with Za'Darius. And you mentioned all the contracts that are about to come up. Unfortunately, they're going to lose somebody. I don't know who it's going to be, but they've gotten kind of lucky. And Brad Holmes has gotten ahead of every single one of these things. That's why I believe Hutch is going to get extended soon, because he's trying to get ahead of these things. The biggest names they've lost or what? Jonah Jackson, Josh Reynolds, right? And you end up replacing with those guys, Tim Patrick, Zeitler. I don't know how long you can keep doing that for. I think they want Kirby back. But then you mentioned Branch, Laporta. These things are going to add up. And eventually, whether you think the cap is real or not, players get cut. And it's going to happen to the line at some point.
248-539-9797. Hey, Detroit. Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Sign up by March 10th, which is today, and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. If you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits and make it right. It's all part of the promise to you. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today and get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Okay, so the what's next for the Lions with free agency starting today? Noon, the contracts can start to be negotiated publicly. Of course, we all suspect there's backdoor stuff going on. Zadarius Smith released to free up $5.75 million of cap space. Marcus Davenport re-ups $1.75 million right now with bonus opportunities if he actually plays. They choose Davenport and $4 million over Zadarius. Interesting decision. Feels like an Aiden extension is likely. This number seems to go up, what it's going to cost him every third or fourth day. With over the weekend, we have Max Crosby and Myles Garrett all re-up. Those were wonderful dreams while they had life. They had legs, they had possibility, and quite frankly, they were probably both unrealistic. They both get massive contract extensions. We can probably bring an end to the Trey Hendrickson speculation, because I find it hard to believe that Trey Hendrickson's agent is looking at these contracts going, yeah, we'll take a trade somewhere without an extension.
Well, see, this is what's interesting is that if you're Trey Hendrickson's agent, you've got a situation where Cincinnati can't give you an extension, right? That's why they said go seek a trade, because they know what's going to happen. So he's going to try to seek a trade. Well, Myles Garrett just went for $40 million. Trey Hendrickson is worth around that kind of money. He's Max Crosby money anyway, at 35, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're worth Max Crosby money of $35 million, who's going to sign? And you got to give him the new deal, the new extension in order for him to accept the trade. Good luck finding that. I just don't know if teams are going to be willing to do that. What teams would be willing to trade for is Trey Hendrickson under is it just this upcoming year he's got left, or is it this and one more? I think it's
just this upcoming year.
So just this upcoming year at like $20 million, roughly. So teams would be willing to trade for him just to have the 1 year, but they don't want to give him the extension.
So I don't think if he's not going to get an extension, he's going to stay in Cincinnati.
I don't know if Cincinnati can keep him.
I think they can keep him under the deal he has now, the $15 million this year. I mean, he himself said too, and otherwise he'd just get released then, and that would be a whole different ballgame.
Well, I think that's why they're asking him if you go ahead and try to make a trade. If you're going to trade, if you can find a trade, they'll do it. Cincinnati will do it because they just want to get rid of it. If he comes back, then if they come back and say we got no trade, then I could see Cincinnati saying, okay, you're waived.
Yeah, I think they'd find a way to play this with him this year.
They should.
Actually, you have to be under the cap by the beginning of the new league year, which is, I believe, it's either today or Wednesday. It's probably Wednesday. So they'd have to waive him before Wednesday. So if he doesn't get waived Wednesday, then they can play with him this year. The point being, and to circle back to Hutch, it's in their best interest to get this Hutch thing done ASAP, and probably before Jerry re-signs Micah Parsons. Because everybody who gets a new deal that's in that upper crust always sets the market.
Mm-hmm.
And so Max Crosby was the highest paid non-quarterback for 4 days or 3 days, and then Myles Garrett became the highest paid non-quarterback. So does that mean Hutch becomes the highest paid quarterback or non-quarterback?
He very well could be. He's younger than Myles Garrett.
And
he doesn't have the track record that Myles Garrett has, but I think everybody feels pretty comfortable he's going to be that type of player.
Yeah, it's all about timing with these things, and that's why Crosby was only the highest paid non-quarterback for so many days. Timing. And Hutch is going to surpass Garrett. He just is. Josh Allen doesn't have a better resume than Patrick Mahomes, but he just got paid more than Patrick Mahomes. This is how the NFL works.
And they didn't have to.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, they already had him for another 4 years.
Yep.
They decided, well, let's
they
give him a new
ripped that up
contract.
and just gave him a new deal.
Because they know, it's to your point, they know what's going to happen down the road.
And now we have breaking news. Khalil Mack. Sources say, according to Ian Rappaport, the Chargers are bringing him back a 1 year, $18 million fully guaranteed contract.
Take him. That's too much. It's too much money. I would have loved to have Khalil Mack here for about half that cost, and that probably wasn't realistic. Obviously, it's not realistic because the Chargers are willing to give him that kind of money. For what do you have, 6 sacks last season? Coming off a 17 sack season. And now there's no Bosa there. Although Bosa didn't play a whole lot this season anyway, but
I'm trying to think about this from that's supply-demand stuff, right? So the supply just lost an edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, $18 million for that player. This market for edge rushers is out of control. And maybe out of control isn't the right term. It's expensive. It is expensive, which I guess I circle back to why release Zadarius Smith to create that little cap space.
I don't know. I mean, is it possible that they bring him back?
Well, now it's possible they bring him back for sure. But I'm telling you guys, it's the void, it's the dead money that comes with bringing him back this 1 year. He's on your books for the next 2 years for no reason. And guys are looking to get paid, man, by the way. That Mac contract.
But what was he on the books for? He was on the books for like 1.7 a year or something. I'm trying to understand the contract.
Who are we talking? Are we talking about Zadarius?
Yeah,
Smith?
Zadarius.
I thought he had 1 year and 5.75 left, and that was it.
Yeah, but then there's dead cap money if you keep him this year that follows after this upcoming year.
And how much would are they saving for future years? I can't imagine it's that significant.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
They don't want any dead money. It looks like after this cleans them out. You know what I mean? Like them releasing Zadarius Smith, they've washed their hands with any dead cap money, anything like that. Had they brought him back after the new year starts, there'd be dead cap money attached to him beyond this year.
It's pretty wild though because they have. I'm trying to process this in real time, right? Khalil Mack just gets a 1 year, $18 million deal. Maybe they thought they were going to get Khalil Mack. Maybe they were going to go after Khalil Mack. But Khalil Mack at $18 million, that's the market. And the Lions have a guy who had more sacks that they released to say 5.75. That doesn't seem like the best use of finances in terms of reading the market.
No, now Khalil Mack also got a ton of pressures on the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, sacks aren't the be-all. Yeah, that's a good point.
And he's also a different type player. He's an outside linebacker type guy, edge rusher, but as opposed to being a defensive end edge rusher.
I feel like something we need to explain is that free agents that have been released, that have been flat out released, are available to sign before today at noon, and that's what happened with guys like Devontae Adams over the weekend, as an example. Free agents on expiring contracts, like Carlton Davis, that weren't released, they are available at noon today. Khalil Mack...
Which makes no sense because they're both free agents.
Yeah, but that's the rule. Khalil Mack didn't reach free agency. He re-upped with his team. So... You can re-up with your team right up until noon, and that's what's happened apparently either late last night or this morning, as now everybody's reporting a 1 year, $18 million deal for Khalil Mack. 248-539-9797. Are you on board with what's going on here, people? Are you on board? Yeah, great move. Marcus Davenport played 6 games in the last 2 years, has 3 sacks in the last 3 years played. Also, you have to sign another player to replace him during the season, which costs more money. That's from an unnamed texter. The Hutch contract talks have to be real awkward because of his injury while they didn't want to respect him. Well, they don't want to respect him. He also is coming off a very serious injury. Does he mean they don't want to disrespect him? I mean, you have to think he must mean disrespect him. You have to think that the injury to Aiden Hutchinson helps the market. It helps the market for the Lions. In a way that, look, if Hutch had a 15, 16, 17 sack season, he would be negotiating from a much bigger place of strength.
You would think, yeah.
I would think that this time they can save a little bit of money because of the injury. To be clear here, wish he didn't get hurt.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the extension ends up being. In theory, that sounds good, but the best thing that Hutch has going for him is his age. So when you start comparing him to the other elite edge rushers in football, the big difference is he's 23, 24 years old?
Yep.
And those guys are all 29 and up.
Yeah.
And so that narrows that gap quickly and still works in his favor. Had he had a full season, 16 sack, let's say they lose in the second round of the playoffs anyway, but he had a 16 sack season. I'm not sure it would change it a ton. It might, but I just think it's his age more than anything else. And the fact that going into the injury, he was having that type of season. You project it. You feel pretty good about it. And because it was a clean break of the leg and nothing that did any ACL, MCL damage and stuff like that, that the rehab is a different kind of rehab, I think it just makes it easier to, okay, let's give him the contract.
I mean, if he had a great season, we could be talking about a team coming off at least a Super Bowl appearance and maybe a Super Bowl win.
Yeah.
Honestly. I mean, how much of a difference would Hutch have made in that Washington game?
A ton of difference. So what does he get? Does he get a 6-year extension?
I don't know. I don't know what the numbers would be, but I can guess that the average annual value is going to top.
It's going to start with a 4.
It's going to top Myles Garrett and Max Crosby.
It's definitely going to top him. And he's just, like I said, timing before. It's funny how all these guys talked about winning, by the way, before their contracts.
Right.
Crosby, I want to go somewhere and win. Here's some money.
Okay.
I'm staying. Myles Garrett, you got to trade me to a Super Bowl contender. I'm leaving. Hey, here's some money. Okay, I'm stay. DK Metcalf, I want to play with a good quarterback in warm weather. Here's some money. Pittsburgh, give me a shovel. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care.
Who's that quarterback? We don't know. All right,
exactly.
I'm all about it.
Show me the money, man, because these athletes have a short window, a small window to make a lot of money, and they're taking advantage of it.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The new NFL league year begins on Wednesday, but negotiations can begin with unrestricted free agents today around the league. Lions GM Brad Holmes will go to work, but admits that re-signing their own players sometimes gets in the way of spending big on the open market. That's from his time at the Combine. The team did give linebacker Derek Barnes a new deal. He spoke this morning in Allen Park, saying that he told his agent he wanted to be in Detroit where he belongs, and they have unfinished business. Elsewhere, J.C. Horn becomes the new highest-paid defensive back in league history. Carolina gives him a 4-year deal at $25 million per season. Also, Aaron Rodgers will reportedly speak with the Steelers about their quarterback position. The 41-year-old veteran doesn't seem done with his career quite yet. Pittsburgh also just traded for wide receiver DK Metcalf from the Seahawks. March Madness prelims are ready. Oakland Hoops will play the Horizon semifinals tonight against Robert Morris, 7 o'clock over on the Bet 1270. Michigan and Michigan State don't have to take the court again until Friday with their double byes for the Big Ten bracket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback on a variety of topics, including your championship votes. Get them in. Here on Carson Anderson. Meanwhile, Lions free agency, that is going on starting today at noon. The prelude for that, breaking news, Khalil Mack, the 1-year, $18 million deal with the Chargers. Scratch him off the list. You got the Myles Garrett contract extension. Scratch him off the list. Last week we had a Max Crosby contract extension. Scratch him off the list. A lot of deals getting done that impact us here in Detroit. Probably the biggest impact is Aiden Hutchinson. That number seems to go up every third or fourth day. And the numbers are massive. The market for edge rushers, absolutely massive. Questions are, Carlton Davis, does he return? There's weird reporting on that. We'll get into it in a minute. Kirby Joseph contract extension, which could cost you $20 million-ish a year. The Lions, they might want to get that done before noon, to be quite frank, to know how much money he will cost them. And wouldn't be surprised if we got news before noon on a Kirby Joseph contract extension, because they want to know how much money they have going into free agency this year. Michigan and Michigan State, we discussed the off-the-field stuff. On the field, look.
Or court.
Off the field, on the court, yes. The Spartans are starting to shoot it from the perimeter, right at the right time, going into March. The gauntlet that they just went through looks like a March Madness run. Like, one of the things, I mean, to win it all, you have to beat quality competition 6 games in a row. Michigan State has dialed it in and has made a run. Not that you would, compare Michigan to a national championship contender at this point, the way that they are playing. But these are good teams down the stretch that they beat, home, road, in a variety of different ways. Like, that looks like it's a March Madness run where you're going up against pretty much ranked teams almost every game.
Yeah, that's an impressive run. What they've gone through here, and now the Big Ten tournament starting this week. We'll see, what they do with this tournament, how much emphasis they put on it. I mean, maybe there's a lot of emphasis, because if they do well in this tournament, they get to the final game on Sunday. Is that clinch a number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament?
Depends what everybody else does, but it could. It depends what the teams ahead of them do.
It's just that their resume is getting better and better by the day, because they keep beating ranked teams and beat them soundly.
I will make a statement here after watching a team play that is likely to be a number 1 seed multiple times. All 1 seeds are tough to beat, obviously. But if I were to pick a 1 seed that is most vulnerable, I think Auburn plays mind-numbingly bad basketball for good stretches. And I could see Auburn being a vulnerable team, that if you want to be in any 1 seed's bracket, it would be Auburn's. I don't know about that team's ability to play because I mean, I've watched Auburn play a bunch, and I see them do things. I'm like, God, this is the best team in the country that looks really bad for stretches in games, decision making, one-on-one play, stuff like that. And I don't know that other 1 seeds will have that kind of vulnerability, but Auburn is considered the top overall seed in this bracket. Team I probably wouldn't want to be in their bracket is Houston, if they're going to be a 1 seed likely. 248-539-9797. On the other side of the floor, there's a Michigan team that is, I mean, we asked the question last week whether or not the fans thought they were irreparably broken. And look, I've seen hopeless Michigan basketball teams in the past. I don't think this one's hopeless. But when you're not making shots, you're not rebounding well, and you're turning it over at the rate that they are capable of turning it over, and you've done it game after game after game, you wonder what the hell happened to this group. And I'm sure that they are asking that questions themselves, and it's up to Dusty May to answer them. Are they capable of turning it around? This has gotten to the point where you have to wonder, it's really testing the mental toughness and Dusty May as a coach to try and turn this thing around to make a March run. Because they are not the same team they were.
No, and they've got the front court, but they don't have the back court. They need better guard play. You can't just rely on the big 2 guys up front to carry the load of the offense. You have to have some other players step up and be those leaders. But turning the ball, I mean, they had 11 turnovers in the first half against Michigan State yesterday. Now, some of that is you're taking on a really good defensive team, but it also ends up being forced errors, and it's a problem if you get to the tournament because tournament's all about matchups, right? So you can get by having the Twin Towers there, depending on what team you go against. But if you need to have good perimeter shooting, if you face up against another team that's got some big players and can keep throwing bigs at you, then other people have to step up. And if you don't have it, then it's going to be an early exit.
And they are not shooting it well. I mean, they went through a stretch this year where it looked like they were going to be a good 3-point shooting team, and they're just not. Now, they lost Sam Walters, who at times looked like he was a dead-eye 3-point shooter. Other times he'd make a little impact on the game, but he's been hurt. I think they'd love to have him back. I think the week off does them some good before they have to play on Friday, or the 5 days off. But, I mean, they could play 1 game in 2 weeks because they could be one and done and then not back at it till the following Friday, which, again, I'm not even sure that kind of reset would be the worst thing in the world for a team that is really out of sync right now. 248-539-9797. That's the on-the-court stuff. And, the off-the-court or the fiasco at the end of the game yesterday can't get discussed. We go to Justin, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Justin.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Just calling in because I was telling the call screener, I feel like these off seasons for Detroit sports are just ampled around. I feel like all the GMs sit around the table and they're just well, maybe we won't make any moves. And then it's almost like they don't. So it's just a little frustrating right now with what's going on. But I'm the primary focus for me in the off season moves is the Lions right now. The keeping of Marcus Davenport, to getting rid of Za'Darius. I'm just not sure where Brad's head is at. We see how Philly won the Super Bowl with the blueprint of defensive line is going to get us there, and that's surely what they did. They shut down Mahomes. So, yeah, we've got holes on the defensive line. Our offensive line, you've got 3 question marks right there. Maybe Frank comes back. Maybe I don't know what the reports are there. How healthy is he going to be though?
I think he said he's coming back. I think Ragnow said he's coming back.
Okay. So, and then it's a little bit more feasible to get decent offensive linemen, definitely to plug and play those guard positions. But the defensive line, you've got McNeil down. You've got Aiden coming back. You got two key, all-pro type players that have question marks. And now we're just kind of
well, one of them has a question mark. I don't think there's any question mark about Aiden Hutchins coming back. Lee McNeil is the one that they're not sure if he's going to be ready to start the season.
Well, I mean, he broke his leg and
he broke his leg and he's running around and was making a run to be able to be available.
I mean, running more looks like jogging to me. Yeah, I think Hayden comes back and he's healthy as well.
It was February when they had. We got a long time before training camp begins. Are you really concerned that he's not going to come to training camp ready to go?
There's question marks, Gator, and if there's not, I'm not. I have the utmost faith that Aiden does it, and I think he's got the mentality to do so as well. However, that creeps into the back of your mind, and it has to stay there as a fan.
Look, it's funny, Justin. You bring it up, and fans brought it up last week. Either you and I are completely out of touch. I don't know that there's anything that made me feel better than when I heard it was a clean break. There wasn't ligament damage. There wasn't nerve damage. It's a broken bone. People in the NFL break bones all the time. I suppose there's a chance, but this seems like a low probability. Like,
well, right. And
I guess it's when he said his goal was to get back by the Super Bowl, and then, he showed, and they obviously didn't make it, and video of him shows up after the Super Bowl's played, and he doesn't look anywhere close to ready. Are people thinking that this is that's a setback of some kind?
Well, remember when Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles and he was like, hey, I'm coming back. I'll be back before the year's up. Yeah. Everybody's like, all right, hold on. Easy, hot shot. But then by the end of the season, he was actually working out and was trying to come back and looked like there was actually a chance he could. Mm-hmm. And eventually he couldn't because it was an Achilles injury. This is not an Achilles injury. This is a clean break of a leg. I just maybe, and you're right. Maybe we're just on an island here. I don't think we're on an island. I think this is something that, and maybe what Justin had to say is, as a fan, it just creeps you in your mind, right? Because we've been hurt before with guys you thought were going to be healthy to start a year and they weren't, or they had a setback of some kind. Deshaun Watson had a setback. Again, that's an Achilles. It's not a broken bone. So I'm not nearly as concerned about it. These guys have the most amazing rehabilitation facilities to go through. They are monitored every second of the way during the rehabilitation. And knowing that this is kind of pretty straightforward rehabilitation, not worried about it.
I'm not either, but it keeps coming up.
It does. No, I find it interesting it does.
And I'm willing to accept that that maybe we missed the mark. And we should be talking more about Aiden's long-term prognosis. But I'm kind of accustomed to guys who have clean breaks coming back. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
A lot of times we say, well, put yourself in my shoes for a situation, right? Well, I can put myself in the shoes where I was a couple years ago. I need new garage doors. A lot of you folks out there, you got some problems with the garage doors. You're not sure what to do. Here's what you can do. Call Precision Garage Door today. They're amazing. I needed the new garage door a couple years ago. They came out to my house. They talked to me right away, and we were able to go through all the options, find the perfect doors for my house, and I could not be more satisfied. Jackie and the whole crew, they're super professional. They're going to take care of you. And right now, get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. That's a $499 value, and the sale ends March 31st. Just give them a call, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule your free consultation and ask about the opener. In fact, you mentioned 97.1 The Ticket. They're going to waive your service fee. That's awesome. Don't wait on this, right? They're available weekends at no extra charge. That's awesome. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback into the Karsch and Anderson inbox. Tons of texts coming in, and we like to read them on the air. I think dropping Zadarius Smith means Holmes is looking to bring in a better player. That's from Jake and Canton.
Maybe.
Yeah, if that's the case, I mean, I'd hope so. You don't drop him if you don't have plans with the $4 million. Now the $4 million, and I call it $4 million because they kept Davenport, let Zadarius Smith go for a $4 million savings. It could be part of, hey, we can use this money for a Hutch extension, or we can use this money to put it towards Kirby Joseph extension. But this is unprecedented territory for us. There's so many good players that need to be re-signed in Detroit. We're not used to this, right? We're not used to having this many good players that need to get re-signed. And I suspect at noon, we'll hear news that the Lions are doing nothing because Brad Holmes' pattern is to wait and then get good value at the end from the guys that are left. He'll find a good contract. How many cumbersome contracts has he signed? Not many.
No, but, everybody seems to think that it's a fait accompli that Joey Bosa signs with San Francisco to play with his brother. And maybe it is. But what if he doesn't?
Yeah.
The Lions are one of the top teams odds-wise. I think they're third in line to sign Joey Bosa.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Are they?
Yeah. So, but I mean, you got the heavy favorite of San Francisco, but it would make sense for the Lions now that there's no Zadarius Smith. You go after Joey Bosa on a 1-year deal. This is a Brad Holmes special. If you sign somebody to a 1-year deal, and if you can get him for relatively cheap, because he hasn't been healthy, he's made a mess load of money in his career. He's made $143 million in his career. And he's coming off a year where he got paid $15 million to basically not play again. Does he do a 1-year prove-it deal with the Lions? Or should the Lions just stay the hell away anyway because he hasn't been healthy?
Yeah, I mean, they've already got one of those.
You're right.
Now, the one that they got, it's all incentive-laden.
Right, so do you do a different incentive-laden contract? Probably not, because that would affect next year's cap. And you don't want to do next year's cap. It's about this upcoming year's cap. Just 1-year deal, I'd be all about it.
Tom,
right price.
Tom is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, I got just 2 points real quick. I'm going to point out, and then I'll hang up and listen to your response. First thing is Detroit's not going to sign Joey Bosa. Joey doesn't want to come here, and we don't want him. And,
why do you say that?
Because he's already made comments about Jim Harbaugh, like being too Michigan, and that's why he left the Chargers.
What does that have to do with the
Lions? He's an Ohio
Lions?
State guy. Huh?
Oh, you don't think he'd come here because it's the state of Michigan?
Yeah, like he hates Michigan. He's from Ohio State, and we don't want that guy. He's no good. The guy from Cleveland's better than him. Like this he's got too many issues.
What are you talking about? Zadarius Smith is better than him?
Yeah. Yep. I think so.
Interesting.
Joey's hurt a lot. Like he gets hurt a lot.
He's hurt a lot.
He's hurt a lot.
He's hurt a lot.
And we got they're gonna go through the draft. They're gonna pick somebody, a defensive lineman, through the draft. I think that's where they're going.
Yeah, but they could. That's why when I bring up Bosa, I bring up a 1-year deal because that's what Brad Holmes does. He signs 1-year deals, and you can still draft somebody.
Want to come here.
May or may not.
I went to see if I could find something on Bosa because I didn't hear that Bosa had a real problem with Jim Harbaugh. And the first thing that popped up is Joey Bosa praises Chargers Jim Harbaugh for leading the team the right way. That was a story written back in
That's not
September.
what I heard this morning through social. This is only through social media.
I think it's a fake quote, by the way, but there's no real sourcing on that.
Yeah,
it could be. Yeah,
I mean, he may not come here, but
I think, yeah, but who knows? And as far as like Hutchinson's injury, it's a severe injury. Like that, he had screws putting in. He broke his fib and tib. He had like a couple screws put in just to stabilize. If I'm not mistaken, that injury, they have to plate his leg, put a plate in there, and put 4 screws on the plate. It's a pretty bad injury.
Yeah, but one you can recover from 100%.
It's not going to be 100% ever,
Tom,
but, I mean,
again, is this something you saw on the internet?
I had that break myself.
All right. Well,
and
did you have the ability to get NFL caliber rehabilitation or no?
Well, I didn't have the surgeons that he had.
Right.
But it's pretty bad. It's a bad break, man. Like I would assume that he's not going to be 100% ever again, but I could be wrong.
Look,
he broke. All your pressure is down there, at your ankle. Like he's getting off, but he's got a short distance that he's exploding from, so it's a bad break, and it's a bad injury.
Kang, are we wrong on this? Is this paranoia?
I just turned to Kenny and asked, is this a thing with the Hutch, people concerned about his injury? Because that caller, you can scoff all you want. We do get texts like that all day long.
I'm trying not to scoff. I
think I've sent you some of that text too.
Yeah, I'll get to them eventually here. I'm trying not to scoff at it. And the reason this comes up is because Max Crosby, contract extension. Myles Garrett, contract extension. There are 2 guys in this category that are in the next, Aiden Hutchinson and Micah Parsons. And they may happen sooner rather than later. And it feels like the Lions are war chesting for something, including an Aiden Hutchinson. There's reporting that they are actively trying to get an Aiden Hutchinson deal done, that these contract negotiations are going on. And I feel like there are people who aren't in favor because they think he's never going to be the same. And once I heard what the injury was, I was like, oh, guys, come back from that. This isn't, as Gator said, an Achilles. There was no nerve damage.
No, but I think this is an accumulation of a bunch of things for the fan base that is worried about Hutch. Number one, you bring up the huge money that's going to require to extend Aiden Hutchinson. That's a lot of financial commitment, right? So I think fans are worried about that. Number two, the attrition that the entire defense went through last year. Maybe they think this isn't the only injury that he's going to have because it happened to so many players last year. Number three, on a small scale, you look at James Houston. Clearly not the same pedigree, not the same player as Aiden Hutchinson, but he was not the same after he had a broken bone injury. It was a broken ankle or broken leg last year, right? So I think all of that, is playing a factor and roles into people being scared because we get these texts all day long. I don't think it's a majority of fans or anything, but it's out there.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
It's gorgeous out there right now. So make sure you take care of your lawn this year with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. So you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN, the telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com and schedule an appointment for them to come on out and make your yard as good as it can be. And for a limited time only, purchase that full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention me, Gator, and the station, 97.1 The Ticket. Look, you want to get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get that early bird discount. That's awesome. Everyone hates to see crabgrass in the summer, so why don't you take care of it right now? The first application is the most important for crabgrass control because by the time you see crabgrass, it's just too late to fix it. Don't want to do that. Schedule early. Call right now. The Natural Way uses fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. In fact, each lawn is assigned its own specialist with certified applicators and arborists. They custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and home, and they're a locally owned company for 35 years. It's a company I've used for about a dozen years. I couldn't be happier. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Champ Cade Cunningham, ice cold. Chump Trey Holloman, there's a pattern with him. That's from Whitmer. Unnamed texter, Lions usually have one or two big signings of our guys during free agency. Brad probably is getting the pen ready for Hutch and Kirby. Scott and Carlton says Champ is the Tigers' younger players. I want to get to that in a sec. Chump is Stevie and the Dead Wings. They're going to miss the playoffs, and we will see another useless season. Two things. I think the Tiger spring training's been really encouraging. The pitching has been really good. Gleyber Torres looks like he's going to be a nice addition. I wonder about the long-term sustainability of what Jahmai Jones is doing. He tripled yesterday. He hit a home run. The grand slam he hit was off the scoreboard. He's bringing good speed. They don't need him to play the whole season that way. They need him to open the season that way.
Right?
To kill time until Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling get up to speed, which they may be ready to go by the regular season. They might be physically ready to go. Parker Meadows needs at bats. Like, we're getting to the point where he won't probably be ready to go by the regular season. But there are some encouraging things going on in spring training.
Yeah, with Parker Meadows, he's started some light workouts, I guess, but the nerve still hasn't woken up just yet. So that is getting concerning the further and further we go into spring training. But Jahmai Jones has been fantastic this spring. And every year there is a guy who's fantastic in the spring, and unfortunately here we go.
We deserve it. And then, I admit we deserve it.
But I was given a disclaimer. But then the season starts and they fall flat. Like, I don't know what to expect out of this guy. He's got a very small track record of being a major league player, but when he does play in the major leagues, one thing he does is he crushes left-handed pitching. So the Tigers don't have a ton of right-handed bats. It'd be nice if this is a bat that they could count on that hits the left-handers. That'd be great. But I'm not going crazy about it just yet. I think it's one of those just raises an eyebrow in spring training.
Scott and Carlton writes in, or Scott, I read the Champ. Sorry, there's Tigers young player. He wrote Chump. Stevie and the Dead Wings are going to miss the playoffs, and we have another useless season. Gator, they haven't added a point to their point total since pre-Four Nations Cup. Think about that. They have the same point total as they had going into that thing, which feels like forever ago.
Nobody's gone overtime with the Red Wings, no.
I found myself Friday night when they jumped out to the 2-0 lead at Washington. A new emotion hit.
What was it?
Hostility. I went from being frustrated with what was going on the ice to outright hostile. It might have just been a snapshot in time, but I'm like, I can't believe. I hate saying this, but I'm going to say it. You can't convince me that them taking the gas pipe at the trade deadline again didn't impact what Stevie eventually did on Friday. And I'm not saying because he's ultimately responsible for what happens on the ice. But I started getting hostile towards our own team.
Yeah, I get it. I started feeling despair. And to your point, had the Red Wings been winning games, like if they were chasing the 3 spot instead of chasing the second wild card spot, would it have been easier for him to say, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get Dylan Cousins, or I'm going to go and get a rental player. That's not his MO. He doesn't want to get the rental players. But if they were playing better hockey and more consistent hockey going into that, would that have changed it a little bit? It may have. I suspect maybe not so much on the rental player, but it might have done something for a player like Dylan Cousins that they were rumored to be interested in for months. And, you know, if it takes a while to get a deal done for a player that of his ilk that you're going to have for a few years afterwards, it would have been easier to do had they been playing winning hockey. But because they weren't, and now you're getting to the end of it, did they want to give up the package of players that was commensurate to land him? Obviously, they didn't. So, yeah, the same soundbite we played last Friday, before the trade deadline came and went, that we were playing the sound bites from a year ago. It's the same soundbite that he had on Friday after he met with the media following the trade deadline. And it's frustrating. He's got his plan, and you can disagree with it. I can't fight you for disagreeing with it because it hasn't yielded a playoff team yet. If you're still supporting it, I can understand that too, because you're seeing that in the draft, they're gathering a bunch of assets. But at some point, you want to be able to turn those assets into players that help this team right now and make this team a playoff team. He's trying to build a sustaining team, but I think Costa brought up an interesting point this morning, and that was, okay, if we're still years away from that happening, then at what point are we going to say that we wasted Dylan Larkin and Alex DeBrincat? Because their contract's going to be coming up at some point, right? The Patrick Kane signing was all for naught. They didn't have to. And I think it's interesting that they didn't trade Patrick Kane. What does that say? Does it say there wasn't a market for him? I have a hard time believing there wasn't a market for Patrick Kane, but what it says to me is that he still thinks this team can compete for a playoff spot. They're clearly not a Stanley Cup contending team. But there's a lot of Patrick Kane right now who is a free agent at the end of the year.
Making the playoffs is something to build. Like being a playoff team shopping in free agency is better than not being a playoff team shopping in free agency. All right, here we go.
Let me just say this, because we haven't talked about the Red Wings since the trade deadline came and went.
Yeah.
The addition of Craig Smith.
Yeah.
There is a value add to it. It ain't sexy. And I'm not going to try to convince people that's the piece that's going to put, because he's not the piece that puts him over the edge. But he's a piece that makes them better than they were going into the trade deadline on Friday. He's a better player than what they would have on the fourth line, because he's versatile, he's responsible defensively, and he can score some goals. He will make this team a little bit better. Is it enough to make them a playoff team? I don't know. I think the team is there already to be a playoff team. They just got to find it from within and get out of this funk that they're in. The 2-0 lead was fantastic. Some of the best hockey we've seen this team play in weeks. And then it all collapsed going into the third period.
Feedback here. It was avoidable. Dusty May and the Michigan players knew what the tradition was. He's coached in this conference in this state for how long? He 100% knew. Next text. Why does Michigan have to respect Michigan State's tradition? Did they respect our tradition when they were hitting us in the helmet, in the head, or hitting us with the helmet in the head in football?
What do you mean? The tunnel?
Yeah.
What was the tradition there? To not celebrate with your teammates and run up the tunnel?
Actually, guys run up the tunnel early all the time. Gator, I've been in that tunnle a lot.
That's fine. I'm just saying.
Here's why I hate this as a topic.
Right, because
it's bunkered down. We know how this, people get very tribal. I've been saying it for years. Please, let's take the temperature down. I think the sight of maize and blue triggers people. And I think Michigan, their attitude sometimes adds to this. At the end of the day, I just wish all the adults would take the temperature down, because we get in this cycle where now the adults, which is most of us out here, start MFing people, and we don't know everything. We don't know everything that happened in the tunnel. And the idea that Michigan, quote, knew, I don't know that Dusty May knew, and I'm sure he didn't tell his team before the game, stand on the Spartan head. I'm sure he didn't tell him that.
Do you think one of the players knew who was recruited by Michigan State?
I think it's possible that Fat Brooks knew.
Yeah.
But I think it's also possible that LJ Kaysen didn't know, and that Dusty May is probably not even thinking about that. I bet it didn't come up in the pregame discussion. Hey, if we're losing late, get off the block S or the Spartan head.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine it would.
Okay, what do we need to do to make this rivalry less vitriolic? Is there anything that we like? Because now the MFing of both sides only makes it worse. Okay, can we simply say, all right, just do it during a timeout when everybody's off the court? Because like Michigan changed what they did in the tunnel to try and avoid stuff like this. In the wake of this, what is productive conversation? Is it MFing the other side? Because both sides have bunkered down with it wasn't our fault. And so, and that's what we're going to get out of this discussion, instead of, hey, how do we make sure stuff like this doesn't happen? This is the first time, and in the end, that this has happened with Michigan and Michigan State. in the end, I'm not sure how big a deal it really was. I don't think the Big Ten's going to have to make any policy changes or anything.
First of all, it's not that big of a deal. It's something that adds fuel to the fire of the rivalry, and it's fine. It happened, and Spartan fans can go and bark at Michigan and say that this is just what they become. It's that this is what the athletic program is. Look at every sport when Michigan State get together, something happens, and Michigan can do the same thing when they look at Michigan State because this is a rivalry. This is what happens when you get a rivalry. This wasn't something where punches were thrown. You had the fans spill onto the court and do something stupid like that. That wasn't it. It was two players standing where they typically don't stand. They know what was going to happen, and it's okay. They provoked it, and it's okay because it's a rivalry, and these things are going to happen. It's not that big of a deal. You debate any of the other stuff, I suppose, but it's kind of wasted. I mean, do I think that Dusty May knew what the tradition is? Yeah. I mean, he spent 10 years in Indiana as a student assistant and then as an assistant. I think he probably knows. Do I think the players know? I think some of those players know. And I think this stuff kind of goes on senior day. There's just a respect for senior day that typically goes on. So it was unfortunate the way it worked out. And, if it wasn't a blowout, they're probably not having that kind of ceremony, right? Because if it's a tight game, you're not pulling out the seniors at the end of a tight game. But this was a 17-point win for Michigan State. They had the opportunity to do what they like to do on senior day, which is honor those players. But it's not going to have any. I don't think it'll have any lasting effect because the rivalry is already there between these two schools. They don't like each other.
Well, I've been saying for years, Gator, before Michigan State play, and you know this, I hope nothing happens and we should take the temperature down, and it just stuff keeps happening and the sides point fingers at each side and said it was your fault. And, I'm I feel like I'm preaching and people don't even want to hear stuff like this. So 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other lawyer or law firm in the state. Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm. Same thing with trucks. Largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm. White glove customer service. They'll call you back. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. NFL free agency, 12 minutes away. And that's when we'll start to get maybe a little bit more detail on what's going to go down. The text coming in. Regarding the Lions, guys, the odd man out is going to be Sam Laporta. As good as he is, tight ends are expendable. Hutch, Kirby, Branch, and Campbell are going to be top priorities. You can replace that production with the draft. That's from Roger and Ypsilanti.
Well, we'll see how expensive tight ends are. I mean, that plays a big role in it, but the Lions certainly thought that way with T.J. Hawkinson. Trade him, get something for him because they're not going to re-sign him. I don't know if that'll be the case with Sam Laporta. He's been awfully productive through 2 seasons. But I'm not going to be surprised in a few years when Jahmyr Gibbs' contract comes up that if the Lions don't decide to extend him, get 5 years out of the running back because of the way that they've used him. So much production. It's not like this guy is only, getting 100 carries a season. I mean, they use him a ton through 2 years. And that position and that player gets battered around an awful lot. But that's still a few years down the road. For this upcoming season and what they've got going here, I don't think you have to worry about Laporta or Branch just yet in terms of it affecting the cap this year or next year. It's about the year after that.
Yeah, and after next year. Like, the thing is, it is and it isn't, right? It's usually with a year left that people get extended. And so after this coming season, the 2 second-round picks from that year will be due an extension by the rules of the game, the way you tend to extend your guys going into the final year. So it could impact next year's salary cap.
But Brett Holmes has been so good at getting ahead of a lot of these contracts, because everything, they're trying to sustain everything, right? But the truth of the matter is you can't, because you can't keep kicking the can down the road. And like the text said, like maybe he expects Laporta maybe to be the one, but somebody, I don't know who it's going to be, is going to be left out. Because you can't just keep re-signing your own guys, especially when they're this good. And the market determines that they're worth a lot more. And we've seen over already the last couple of days, players have a small window to get paid, and they want to get their money. And they have every right to get their money. Because this is a very physical sport. We're talking about injuries, Hutch breaking his leg. You could have a career ender somewhere. You know what I mean? We don't know what's going to happen when you play tackle football, right? So I just think, I trust Brad Holmes when they do eventually lose someone, that he always finds a great replacement. He just does for the most part. I mean, when Jamal Williams got let go, people panicked. Some people did.
Yeah.
And they went and got David Montgomery. When they lost Josh Reynolds, he filled it with Tim Patrick. When they got rid of Jonah Jackson, Zeitler was replaced. I mean, he's just done a great job replacing the guys that they end up losing. So I have to give him my full faith and trust that he's going to do it again.
248-539-9797. All right, more feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. When you here we go. I'm going to read these 3, and could you find the Chow quote? You got the Chow quote in front of you? Dr. David Chow. As you're looking for that, when you break both bones in your leg and then go against 320-pound guys rushing 100% against your 100%, the question comes into your mind, is my leg going to break again? That's from an unnamed texter. I've had the leg break, and I had a plate and screws in the bones. It heals 100%. People stop with the Hutch injury concern. He'll be 100% fine. Then Nick and I-80 says, yes, Hutch could be back to 100%, but that may be a half step slower. It's a serious break, and everybody's body recuperates differently. So, Gator, one of the guys that does a lot of speaking on this around the NFL, who's made a living in evaluating injuries, what they are and long-term ramifications, is Dr. David Chow, who used to be the Chargers team doctor, I believe, and now he does this stuff, social media. Do you have the quote in front of you?
I hope to shortly, but
Okay.
I had to sit through a tampon commercial before I could pull it back up.
Where's your algorithm taking you?
It's a video. It's a video that he does.
Hey, say no more. Say less, actually.
He did a video, he did a video with Dave Burkett from the Free Press, and at the Super Bowl. So this is recent.
Yep.
And obviously we're talking about injuries, and he wanted to talk about Aiden Hutchinson was obviously going to be a question they were going to talk. So I'm trying to find it to get the exact time, but basically he's not concerned.
I think his quote, you read it to me during the commercial break. His quote paraphrasing is he should be good to go 100% by the beginning of camp. I suppose you could account, you go, the back of our minds, do we not sign him because of this?
So he ends up saying, he goes, let's look at the good news. No worries for next season, including game 1. There you go. That's kind of like the bottom line after he got done talking about the injury and other people's injury and fractures and all that and stuff. And he's like, he never thought he was going to be able to play for the Super Bowl. He said that didn't seem to be realistic, but he'll be fine.
Let me be clear on this. If Dr. David Chow had said, this is a concern, these kinds of injuries, oftentimes guys don't come back from them, I would take it seriously. The fact that David Chow says no concerns, I take that seriously as well. That to me is a reasonably credible source. Now, he doesn't have Hutch's x-rays in front of him.
No, and he let it be known in this video that he didn't look at the x-rays, but he knows what the injury is, and this wasn't one that had the ligament damage, as you said. There wasn't major, tissue damage either. So because of that, he has every expectation to be 100%.
At the end of the day, is this something that would keep me from re-signing Hutch? No.
Absolutely not.
It's not. I suppose in the worst case scenario, Hutch could re-break it, I guess, or it could make him a half step slower. But that's kind of true. If anytime you sign anybody to a big contract, something could happen.
Well, if that's going to stop people from wanting the Lions to sign him to a contract, then that's their own dealing, right? I mean, you and I feel pretty confident about this. You got a doctor like David Chow who comes out and says expects him to be ready game 1, no worries. That's the good news for Lions fans. Okay, choose to believe it or not believe it. I understand the trepidation. We've all been hurt before when it comes to injuries or it comes to a player and you think everything's fine and then it's not fine. I remember being devastated early in my football viewing career with Billy Sims, and he had the injury, and I'm like, that's okay, Billy, he'll come back, he'll be fine. And he wasn't, and he had to retire after 5 fantastic seasons or whatever it was. It happens, and it's brutal when it happens. I don't expect that to be the case here. So I expect him to get a 6-year, $250 million contract from the Lions, probably guaranteeing $180 million of it. Who knows? We'll wait for that to happen, but it does seem like that's going to happen this offseason. And after Myles Garrett goes for 40, Max Crosby for 35.5, Micah Parsons just sitting on the sidelines, can't wait to talk to Jerry and get a deal done. There's pressure on Jerry Jones to be proactive and not reactive. We'll see where the number ends up, but I imagine it's going to start with a 4 when it comes to annual per year.
It's Carson Anderson, NFL free agency starting actually next. See what goes down in an unfortunate turn of events. Once again, Twitter is down right when free agency is about to start. Did the NFL break Twitter? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, it's legal now, right? We can now tamper legally.
It's funny because if somebody agrees to a deal in 5 minutes, are we supposed to believe that there was no discussion?
Right. It's just so fun. The idea of a legal tampering period.
Right.
Can't officially sign until Wednesday.
Yep.
But we'll let you start talking today at noon.
Yep.
Remember, it was Jim Schwartz, right? That had the famous sitting on the doorstep of Kyle Vanden Bosch.
Yeah.
Or
what did they
Nate
get
Burleson,
that day?
was that the other one?
They got Burleson and Vanden Bosch on the first day. We were down in Florida.
Yeah.
And they were doorstepping people. And it worked. It worked. But all right, do we expect something to happen with the Lions today? We'll get into that. I do expect something to happen with the Lions today. If not today, very soon. But I'll tell you what that is in a moment. But right now, look, there's kind of not competing stories. There's two separate storylines that really affect the Lions. One is their exact moves, their official moves, where they re-upped with Marcus Davenport in what hits the cap for only 1.75 with bonus opportunities if he actually plays in football games. And the releasing of Zadarius Smith, released for $5.75 million in cap savings. The 5 points. So basically, they chose Davenport and $4 million over Zadarius. It is a curious move. It is one that I would expect, had they had them, I would expect Zadarius Smith to have a better chance of being productive next year than Marcus Davenport. If Marcus Davenport stays healthy, that's a whole different thing. But are there any assurances that guy's going to stay healthy, or is there more reason to doubt his ability to stay healthy than anything else? Let's start there. I think this is a curious move that they decide to go with Davenport over Zadarius Smith. What could it be? Well, that $4 million might be part of a player's extension that they're going to put towards a player's extension. That $4 million might go towards a total pool that they have to go get a better edge rusher. Although given the price of edge rushers that's being set, I'm not so sure that $4 million even is a drop in the bucket of what it would cost to make an improvement on that position. So is Zadarius Smith a locker room cancer? Or is Zadarius, which I don't get the sense he was, is Zadarius Smith just too expensive, which it doesn't feel like he is? Is Zadarius Smith probably going to get diminishing returns on his production on the field? That I could see, given his age. Mostly, I think it's the $4 million. I think they're taking a bit of a gamble that Davenport will stay healthy, will save the $4 million, which will be part of their next move. The move I'm predicting they're going to make is re-up sooner rather than later with Kirby Joseph, and that the $4 million will go towards what could be a $20 million raise for Kirby Joseph. He was a $1.75 million cap hit this past year. He will be one of the top safeties paid in the league. That takes him north of $20 million. There's going to be roughly $20 more million off their cap that they have to spend on Kirby Joseph. And so this $4 million actually could be valuable when you couple with like the Jalen Reeves-Maben savings. I don't think they're going to bring back Zeitler. They'll just go with Mahogany. But I think Kirby Joseph is too valuable to let get to the open market, and I think they want to get it done soon.
I have an idea of what they might be doing.
You don't think that's it?
Well, I think that's part of it, but I don't think. I mean, there's so much cap space they have. I don't think that's what it really is. How about this, fellas? How about they didn't bring back Zadarius Smith because they want to clear money, right? Mm-hmm. They're trying to clear as much money as they can while still re-signing their own guys, while still being diligent. Here's a 1-year contract for you, 1-year contract for you to fill in spaces. But what they really want to do is leave enough cap space during the course of the season so when you get to the trade deadline that they can take on Trey Hendrickson's contract if Trey Hendrickson is going to be traded halfway through the season or someone like that. That's what they're doing. They're saving the space to make their move at the deadline this year.
Interesting. Again, going off Brad Holmes' previous patterns, he hasn't made that massive move at the trade deadline. He's done lesser moves. And as he put it, that's assuming if it's specifically for Trey Hendrickson, that's assuming that Trey Hendrickson would be back in Cincinnati and available at the trade deadline, which I don't know that that's a safe assumption. But $4 million at the trade deadline takes you a lot further than $4 million right now, right?
Yes.
So that's an interesting theory is, hey, we don't know who's going to be available at the trade deadline, but our money, we get more bang for our buck when we have to pay a guy for, the back half of the season as opposed to having to pay him up front. I suppose that's a possibility.
It could be someone like that, or maybe it doesn't have to be an edge rusher, but it could be whatever position of need is for the Lions, because every year at the trade deadline, you're going to have a position of need. Injuries are part of the game. That they can go and identify that player, probably on an expiring contract, and go ahead and make a move.
Yeah, I just don't think they ever had any visions of keeping Zadarius Smith here after the season was over. When they made that trade, they knew his contract clearly. They have guys on this. Brett Holmes knows this, that they were going to release him at the end of the year because they didn't want to give him the bonus that he was going to be due after a certain point in March here. And then there's dead cap money of $1.7 million in 2026, 2027, 2028. There's also dead cap money in 2029 if Zadarius Smith is on this roster after March. So they knew this going into the trade, and they said, we'll use him for the rest of the season and move on. And that comes with cap space this year because what's always good? Available cap money, right? So I don't know if it's for the trade deadline or it's for their own guys, but I don't think Brad Holmes wanted dead money, and this way he washes his hands clean of Zadarius Smith. And it's not like he's a bad player or bad fit, but he is going to be 33 years old next year, and hey, they have to spend money on other guys, including their own.
Yeah, I have to believe he was just a bad fit.
I don't think so.
I mean, it's $5 million.
It's more than $5 million.
Wow,
it's like $11 million.
It's money they can absorb, I guess is my point. And for a player that was productive last year, I find it odd that they didn't bring him back. But if they didn't bring him back, and I'm trying to find a reason why, and my reasoning is, all right, if they didn't think he was a fit and they can save the money for the trade deadline acquisition, then that works too.
Well, it is a curious move, and it's one that, everything a GM does goes on their permanent record, measuring Marcus Davenport's production this coming season versus Zadarius Smith's production this coming season, wherever he lands. And what they do with the $4 million will ultimately judge whether or not this was the right move. In the meantime, do we all agree, and correct me, that we expect them to try and extend Kirby Joseph sooner rather than later and assume a $20 million cap, more of a cap hit than what they paid him a year ago?
Yes, at some point, because he is entering year 4. So, yeah.
Yep. Kang, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they're trying to. I mean, it's going to be really expensive. I think Kirby is going to be brought back, but I'm just worried about at the expense of who. I just feel like they can't keep doing this with their own guys because their own guys are upper, tier 1 type guys, and those contracts get expensive.
The only thing that has me saying that they won't is, are they going to have to choose between which safety they want to re-sign?
That's something I'm worried about, Gator.
Because Brian Branch he's going to get, it's the same situation Brian Branch next year that you're having with Joseph this year.
You know what's crazy about this? The way this becomes a sustainable model is that you just keep kicking ass in the draft and loading up on cheap players. And if Brad Holmes, the whole bet on yourself thing, that might be what Brad Holmes is doing more than anything else, is saying, I'm going to bet on myself that I'm going to be able to keep signing good players.
Yeah, and I think
drafting good players that I can get rid of cheap.
I think fans want to see a move where, okay, let's go over the top because they want to win now. Fans want to win now. Mm-hmm. It's fantastic to build something that's sustainable. Year in and year out, you're a contending team and all that. That's great, but fans want to win now.
He'd probably tell you all these moves are intended to win now.
Sure.
Too. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at the way things could have worked last year if the injuries didn't take place. Then they could have been Super Bowl champs.
All right, there's another player we need to discuss. Free agency underway here. Carson Anderson, 97-1, the ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Check out this March Madness deal. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and a lease in your household, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. That offer ends March 31st. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes coming in as they do every Monday. Additionally, we have got a Red Wing team that we spent a lot of talk about with the free agency or with the trade deadline coming. We haven't had much discussion today. We will try and fit that in before the show is done. With NFL free agency, things are starting to happen. I don't know if it's fast and furious, but Chris Godwin is sticking with the Buccaneers, gets a 3-year, $66 million deal. That is a Ian Rappaport story. Multiple insiders are reporting that edge rusher Hassan Reddick will go to the Buccaneers on a 1-year, $14 million deal. That is something that could impact us in that supply and demand economics. It takes away from the supply.
That's a quick conversation they must have had.
Just, I think things happen rapidly.
I mean, you can't tamper until noon, and that deal was done 5 minutes ago. They got that done quickly.
They must have just called up, first call we make, and, hey, you're our guy? Okay, done deal.
I mean, you sure you don't want to go talk to the rest of the league and see if we get a multi-year deal? You just want the 1 year for 14?
Just 1 year for 14.
Wow. I mean, that's some weird negotiating. You take the first offer that comes to your way.
It's quick negotiating. Effective, though, right?
Because there's no way they would have talked ahead of time.
What are you implying?
I'm just saying there's no way that would have happened because the legal tampering started at noon. Yep. So it's not like conversations took place over the weekend or for weeks beforehand, right?
Yep.
I mean, no, that can't happen.
248-539-9797. Scott is on a cell, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Great.
I wanted to talk about our edge rusher position, and I heard you guys earlier talking about Aiden, and I'm on the thing where I got hope, but there is no guarantee he's going to come back 100%. But let's just say he does. We still got him, but we went all last year without Aiden Hutchinson, and look how far we went, right? And we lost games with Aiden, and we won games with Aiden, but we went last year, and we ended up with Za'Darius. Well, now Za'Darius isn't coming back. There's no guarantee about Hutch. So I haven't seen him get an edge rusher. What do you think's going to happen there? You think he's just counting on the draft for that?
No, I think that, first of all, I suspect they'll add somebody else to the pool. It's hard to imagine being a free agent, given the contracts that have been handed out that we have seen. If you missed it this morning, Khalil Mack, 1 year, $18 million to go back to the Chargers. He had 6 sacks last year. Hassan Reddick just signed a $14 million deal with Tampa. You got the Myles Garrett and Max Crosby extensions, which are massive, huge. Right. Obviously, you're not getting a player of that ilk under the cap in Detroit. So what are you gonna? What are they gonna find? I mean, it feels to me like who would make some sense here is Za'Darius Smith, but they, for whatever reason, have decided to part ways. I'm not quite sure what that's all about. So at the end of the day,
that's why I called.
Yeah, I think there'll probably be a veteran brought in. They probably got an eye on a guy that isn't super expensive that they like. And yeah, I think they're going to have a rookie involved. I think one of the top 2 picks. It's actually a decent year to be drafting where they are with some of the edge rushers available. So go get one of those guys, and maybe they've come out of the Senior Bowl and the Combine fully convinced that they can get a difference maker at 28 at the edge spot.
I was just hoping to see Za'Darius paired up with Hutch just to see what it would have, because Za'Darius was by himself, and the year before Hutch was by himself, basically.
I understand it.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen it as well, but they have the reasons for doing it. You're left to infer what you may as to why they did it. Could have been just simple money, but if you're doing it for simple money, is it for what reason? I think they have plenty to go ahead and still re-sign their guys. But so if that's it, then does that leave enough money where they're going to have money available to them at the trade deadline?
And it could
be get to halfway
through
through the season.
I have a question for both you and Kang here. When Brad Holmes, or sometimes when moves happen, and you go, wait, I don't understand why they're doing this. But if somebody smart is in charge, I feel like more often than not, there's a move that takes place later that makes you go, oh, that's why they let Za'Darius Smith
Well, it's
go.
a chess move, right? You're setting things up. You're doing moving this pawn here because 5 moves from now, here comes the rook.
And I don't know that that's going to happen because I don't know what that move is. But if they sign free agent blank, or they end up drafting somebody at 28 who goes out and has a great rookie year for them off the edge, that might be the counter where you go, that's why they did it.
I think it can be dangerous to operate in the world where if you're going to bypass a free agent because you're going to draft that player, that's dangerous. I can have complete confidence that Brad Holmes can draft well, and I do. But I don't think that they draft with the thought of this guy's going to step in and be a starter right away, and he's going to have 8 sacks on a season. I don't think that's how they look at it. I think they look at the draft as long-term stuff, and the free agent period is to plug some holes on the current roster and add depth.
Yeah, it might not be the draft. It could be the draft, but it might not be the draft.
I think, Gator, you just said what Brad Holmes has said openly. Like, they do look at the draft as, hey, this is just, kind of supplementing our talent pool. Free agency, trades, that's where we fill holes and real needs. As far as the Zadarius Smith thing, was I a little surprised when the news first broke? Yes. But now that I look further into it, I am on the side of, I totally understand. It's just a cost-cutting move. It's just simple numbers for them. They don't want any dead cap moving forward with this guy. They'll save money now, right away, and moving forward every single year. So what they plan on using that money for, I don't know, but it's always good to have available money, especially when you have your own free agents or possible free agents that you have to extend or re-sign.
In another breaking news story, Twitter is down again. It keeps up and down and back and forth, a way that people break news. Although according to the ESPN feed, Drew Dahlman agrees to a 3-year, $42 million deal with the Bears. That's the center, right? From where was he last year?
The Falcons?
Atlanta, yeah.
They've just rebuilt their entire interior offensive line.
Yeah.
They spent a lot of money on it, too.
But, I mean, you build through the trenches, right? They've got some shiny pieces. Now they're trying to add to that line and protect your quarterback and run block.
248-539-9797. Still no news on the Lions. Not a surprise. The only thing I'm expecting, if they are to do something today, I think it would be a Kirby Joseph extension. And that would then set them, have a little bit more certainty about how much money they have.
If you're Kirby Joseph's agent, are you like, hold on. Look what just happened. J.C. Horn just signed a 4-year, $100 million contract with Carolina, I think. And that's a guy that's $25 million a year. He's a corner, but it's a defensive back nonetheless. Let's just wait. Hold on. There are other corners that are going to get some big money here, and that's going to drive up the market for defensive backs. You led the NFL interceptions, so hang on.
Let's go to Josh in Berkeley. You're next. Hi, Josh.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
All right, Josh.
Hey, what's too much for Trey Hendrickson? I mean, you give him a fat signing bonus. It dilutes the cap for the year. You don't got to pay him as much. I know he's going to want a lot of money after seeing Crosby and Garrett. But obviously, we need to make a move here, and without getting Zadarius back. Like, we've seen last year what happens when Hutch goes down. Like, something's got to be done here. I think our feet are in a mud for some.
Look, there's obviously their cap crunch in years moving forward is going to be worse than it is this year. You essentially are saying, and I think this is pretty accurate, you would sign Hendrickson to the contract he wants so that you could make the trade, but aren't you then giving Trey Hendrickson Hutch's money?
I mean, essentially, but I feel like the money is there. We don't spend a lot of money. I feel like we have to figure something out to get it done.
Did you see what happened last offseason? Last offseason, they gave giant contracts to Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, Aleem McNeil, and they re-upped with David Montgomery. Now they've re-upped with Derek Barnes, and now they're going to have to do Kirby Joseph and Aiden Hutchinson. They're spending tons of cash.
I feel like the money's got to be there for them to do it. You give them a fat signing bonus, and then that way your yearly cap is not hit is bad. You know what I'm saying? Am I making sense there? Or?
Yeah, you are. I think you're all of that is true, but all of that could go to Hutch, and you.
Are you going to have
if you brought in
$80 million on the defensive line?
Or you're basically saying we'd rather have Trey Hendrickson long term than Hutch. We're going to let Hutch's contract expire.
But that's not going to happen because Hutch is way younger.
Yeah, there's just. I think he sounds like he's willing to take the money that is earmarked to go to Aiden Hutchinson and pay for Trey Hendrickson, which, doesn't that piss off Aiden Hutchinson?
It might. I mean, because now you can tamper, and well, you've been able to talk with Trey Hendrickson. I mean, have the Lions even picked up the phone to talk to his agent and say, look, we want him on our team. We're a winning team. You know this. We're a playoff team. Been to the playoffs the last 2 years. We're not going anywhere. We're going to the playoffs. Your client has a chance to win a Super Bowl if he's on our team. So we have no interest in extending him. We just want him for the year. Sorry, there's no contract there, but we are interested in trading for him as a player.
And given his comments, my guess is he'd say
Probably
I'll stay
not.
in Cincinnati, but
Probably not. But if you're the Lions, and at least you can say that, well, you made a pitch to him. It's not a long-term pitch because obviously the Lions have other fish to fry.
Hey, this week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tournament is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. And they're always out there. So hunt them down. In fact, you scout them this week in conference tournaments. Hey, if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook today. And back your dog of the day with a profit boost because, after all, anything can happen in March. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Wager is at least plus 100 odds. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Khalil Mack back with the Chargers. 1 year, $18 million. Hassan Reddick. 1 year, $14 million with the Buccaneers. These are edge rushers that are off the board now for the Lions. Obviously, Myles Garrett and Max Crosby. Those dreams died essentially over the weekend. Somewhat predictably so. Trey Hendrickson's out there, his agent trying to negotiate a new contract for his client. And then they got to sort out a trade to send him to that client. He's probably looking for something in the more in the neighborhood of what Crosby and Garrett got, not what Hassan Reddick and Khalil Mack got. The Bears have gone back to the offensive well line again today with free agency starting a 3-year deal worth $28 million guaranteed to Chris Dahlman, the center from Atlanta. They've acquired Jonah Jackson in a move that I really question. Joe Thuney, that very well could be a good move. Dahlman could be a good move. They are obviously investing in the offensive line. I think Ben Johnson probably sees what made it work in Detroit and is trying to work that same thing in Chicago with putting a lot of money and a lot of resources into the offensive line. Nothing new from the Lions. And again, we've talked about it. That doesn't surprise us. You know that if you watch the pattern of our general manager, it's sit back and make a value move later in free agency as opposed to being at the front end of it. If they do anything in the front end, we all agree, Kirby Joseph. Name we haven't mentioned much today is Carlton Davis. Carlton Davis now, his agent is fielding calls. He had comments recently, and our first chance to really digest these. It's the Lions starting corner, who was a $4 million cap hit for the Lions this past season. Over the weekend, his quote to The Athletic, I feel like last time, talking about free agency, I feel like last time I just kind of panicked. I was younger and my mindset was, I need to go ahead and just choose. At the time, the thinking was, this is the offer, and the more you wait, the more that number's going to go down. Yeah, that can happen. But teams know your value, and right now I'm playing my best football. This time, I ain't going to settle for less. This quote has led to a lot of people thinking that means the Lions aren't interested in bringing him back. Is that a logical conclusion to draw? Well, I'm going to assume, do you think the Lions and Carlton Davis had preliminary discussions on extending him before free agency hit?
What?
I think they probably, well, you're allowed to extend your own.
I know, I just felt like feigning surprise.
Okay.
Yes, I do feel like they had initial talks, and when the Lions find out that his agent is going to ask for whatever it is, that is well beyond what they're comfortable paying, then they can just say, that's okay, fair enough. We'll talk later if you don't sign, but for right now, we can't deal with it. And for Carlton Davis, look, when you see the player just signed with Carolina, the defensive back, for $25 million a year on a 4-year deal, J.C. Horn, that you're going to look at that and get excited, as you should. Just like, Sauce Gardner's going to get real excited to see that because he's thought of as the best defensive back in football. And, when his contract comes up for negotiation, that he'll get well north of that. But Carlton Davis is not worthy of the 25 a year, but is he worthy of, in the marketplace, is he going to get close to 20? And they can't afford that. They can't afford to do that. So they have to do things differently. You got to be frugal with it. You got to and the Lions have drafted extraordinarily well, which allows them to go ahead and be frugal when it comes to free agency. It does seem like the only time that they're spending money is to re-sign their own players. It's not a bad model if those players are worth re-signing. And to this point, yeah, they're all worth re-signing, the ones that they've already gotten deals for. The next deal will come for Kirby Joseph and Aiden Hutchinson.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Feedback coming in regarding, we got a lot of Red Wing stuff that is still coming in. People frustrated over that. Free agency being the big story today. Aaron writes in, I think with Hutch's injury, fans are allowed to have a degree of concern, though be it small. I don't recall a lot of guys that have broken legs and larger bones that often. I mean, anytime there's an injury, there's going to be some risk of returning, some risk upon returning. But in this case, I'd say like 10% or less with Aiden. It's borderline ignorant to ignore the fact that Aiden's injury could hold him back in the first few weeks of the season. Great, he's running, but running isn't playing regular season football. We don't know how he's going to be after this break. Why do we have to follow market trends? Garrett and Crosby are being paid for what they will do based on what they have done. We don't have that with Hutch. Hutch still needs to prove he's worth being a $40 million plus player.
You can have that approach to it too. I mean, this is year 4 for Hutchinson. So you don't necessarily have to get it done right now. You can wait, but the price will go up if you do wait.
Look, I mean, as far as the injury is concerned, I guess, it's a factor, but I never thought it was something that we need to really worry about. Fans are way more worried about it than we are.
Yeah, they are. And that's fine.
I thought clean break, good news.
Well, I think it is good news, considering the alternatives, yeah. I think that there's hesitancy to embrace that he'll be ready to go just because people are going to be scared because PTSD with being a Lions fan. As far as giving a contract is concerned, you can make the case that he's not worth that money. Those guys earn the money. Those guys put up multiple seasons where it's double-digit sack totals, and they built their career through that, and their contract came up, and now they can go ahead and do that. Hutch's timing is impeccable here. To be in a world where edge rushers are getting $40 million a season, and he's young and still under contract for another year, and then the option year, the 5th year, I think the Lions want to get it done, but he doesn't have that long track record of being a guy who, hey, I'm coming off 5 straight 10-sack seasons or 15-sack seasons.
Well, do you pay him for being a guy who was trending to be the defensive player of the year? Do you pay him that's what you think he's going to be for the next 4 or 5 years? Because
I think that's who he's going to be over the next 4 or 5 years. I'm looking at it from all angles here and saying I'm curious to see if he'd be open. If that's the counter, if the counter to it is, hey man, you haven't done it yet. Like, you were on trend last year, and then he got hurt.
Yep.
Okay, so we don't know. And then the Lions could always say to him, hey, we don't know if you're going to be 100% because you have been hurt, even though it's a clean break. Like, they could take that approach too. I don't know if that goes all that far with him. I think in the end, you're still going to settle for, a deal that's going to be around $40 million a year. But is it possible that he signs between 35 and 40 a year? Because he hasn't proven himself yet. Because he is coming off an injury, and those guys are not.
The motivation for the Lions to do it now is they'll save money long term if they do it now. And if they're right, they could, believe it or not, get Hutch on a bargain relative to what they would be if they waited a year and he goes out and kills it, which I always kind of expect them to do. As far as Carlton Davis is concerned, I'm not counting this out. But he is one of the top corners available. He says he wants to score big on free agency. It's quite possible. In fact, I feel like it's probable that the Lions said, okay, go see what your best offer is and let us know what it is. And we'll decide then and there if that's a price we want to pay. And who knows? Guy says he wants to get paid. He'll probably get an offer. Based upon the track record, the Lions seem less likely, and again, free agency started at noon. The Lions seem less likely to sign one of the top names in free agency. Gator and I are looking at the list of free agents like 51 to 100 more than the list of 1 to 50. Who are some of the value bargains out there that could be future Lions? We'll get to that today at 12:48. Champ and Chump votes as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Something goes wrong in your house, you want to take care of it right away, but listen, sometimes it's hard to get people to come out and take a look at what you need fixed. It's not the case with Precision Garage Door. They're awesome. I had some repairs that needed to be done to my garage door years ago. I picked up the phone and called them. They came out immediately and helped me with my problems. We resolved them, and I'm happy as a clam about this. Listen, Jackie and the team, they're a breeze to work with. Give them a call right now, and you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. This is a $499 value, and the sale ends at the end of the month. Plus, if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. That's pretty awesome. Here's what else is great about Precision is that if you want to make an appointment online, you can do that. Schedule the appointment on their website for a time that works out for you. It's not this 12-hour window that's only dependent on what they want. They're willing to work with you on this. This is awesome. They're available weekends at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7. Call them today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. So the Bengals have agreed to a deal with defensive lineman B.J. Hill. 3-year deal for $33 million. So, I mean, that's some decent money to commit to somebody. They keep adding money there. They're gonna have. I'm telling you, I think they may end up waiving Trey Hendrickson.
Well, that's a game changer. But then if Trey
I wouldn't
Hendrickson's out
guarantee
there,
it. It's a trend that way if they keep spending money on other people.
I'm not as familiar with their cap situation, but they do have a player from last year that falls into line with the 51 through 100 free agents that you have pinpointed that could make some sense for the Detroit Lions as a value add later in free agency. because I mean, if we're here in Detroit seeing a team that's trying to lock up all their own guys and then get some value in free agency at positions of need, and they see a guy out there that they think this guy's could be better for us than he is where he's been. He's young or coming into his prime. You've pinpointed a guy out of Cincinnati that could make some sense.
Joseph Asai is an edge rusher. He's only 20. He'll be 25 years old to start the 25 season. 6'4". This is what ESPN has to say about him. At 6'4", Asai has length and speed off the edge, and he's just entering his prime. He had 5.5 sacks and 23 pressures last season, and he can rush from inside alignments to give defenses more matchup ability on third downs. Now, that kind of says to me that's with the versatility and the ability to pressure from inside, even though he's an edge rusher, that's something that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell would covet.
Yep.
I mean, he's not alone. There are edge rushers littered in the bottom 50 of this top 100 list that might make sense for the Lions moving forward. I mean, Azeez Ojulari, we've talked about with the edge rusher from the Giants. There's, obviously Zarius Smith is still there. Judon, Dante Fowler, and what about the one that was released over the weekend, Von Miller?
All possibilities, cheaper. We don't need them to be great long term. Just looking for a guy that can be an option opposite of Hutch. That they would have to. You'd have to think that they've scouted some of these edge rushers and thought, we like Za'Darius, we like them more.
Some of these guys are going to want more than a 1-year deal, and some of these guys are going to be happy to get a 1-year deal.
Other names in that list, 51 to 100 on the free agent list that seem to be more in line with what Brad Holmes likes to do. With free agency underway here in the NFL, I've talked about Nick Westbrook-Akine, the wide receiver from Tennessee, a whole bunch. Bigger receiver, number 3 guy as far as receptions last year in Tennessee. I think they like authentic number 3 receivers that can come in and play that role, and I think they want a bigger target there. Nick Westbrook-Akine could be that guy. He also got into the end zone a bunch last year. Also, another guy that's in that list in that area, Damani Brown, who came on late last year for the Commanders. He was really good. And don't forget Darius Slay, who's in there in a different position, obviously a corner. Darius Slay could be a player that they would be going after. 248-539-9797.
I'll give you 2 other names. The one's a wide receiver, Tyler Lockett, what he did at Seattle all those years. But he's slowed down. But is he a perfect number 3 receiver for the Lions? And the other is guard Will Hernandez. Now, here's why I bring him up. Get him on the cheap because he's coming off a knee injury, and the Lions always seem to take chances on guys that are coming off of injuries, but he's been a really, really good player at the guard position. He's 30 years old. Does that scream a 1-year deal to the Lions?
I mean, it wouldn't shock me. 248-539-9797. Antonio's in Detroit at 97 on the ticket. Hi, Antonio.
Hi, how's it going?
Great, Antonio.
I got 2 points to make if you guys allow me. The first point I have is, why is it that we hold Brad Holmes accountable for signing injured players, but yet we're really ready to give Aiden Hutchinson a max contract coming off an injury? That's the first point. And number 2, I think that one of the focal points that everybody is missing is that the rotation of the defensive line is really with the big fellas. With the advent of the no huddle and not being able to wear down the big fellas in the middle. So DJ Reader is an older player. He's almost like an injury waiting to happen if you lean on him too hard. So what the allure was with him is the rotation that we would have had with him. But what happened last year with McNeil end up getting hurt, we had to lean on DJ Reader too many snaps. So we need a interior defensive tackle, whether it's in free agency or the draft. That's what people are sleeping on.
I think it's gotten talked about, and we've discussed it a lot with the draft, with that position being a deep one.
Yeah, Derek Harmon or Kenneth Grant, if they're available to them at 28. Those
Walter
are both,
Nolan.
Yeah, all really appealing players at that spot.
Look, and as far as the
Right.
quote-unquote
But that's-
accountability of Brad Holmes, I can't say that we dwell on it a whole bunch. I think we understand what he's doing when he signs an injured player. And DJ Reader was one of them. And then he gave him, I believe, 15 games this past year. Is that right?
Yeah,
15 games this past year, which is reasonable. I think we all understand he's got
But
some calculated
he wasn't
risks.
as effective. He wasn't as effective when he was in the rotation with McNeil and Levi as to when they had to lean on him too many snaps.
I will tell you this: their overall play of their defensive front was, I think, adequate enough to win in a big way. They just took on too many injuries last year, and DJ Reader was part of that group.
So that's why we need to focus our attention on shoring up the big fellas on that rotation in the middle, whereas the defensive ends, they can handle no huddles.
Well, I would suspect this, Antonio. I don't think next year they're going in with a Lee McNeil, DJ Reader, Mekhi Wingo, Broderick Martin, and who else is under contract at the defensive tackle spot. I don't know that anybody else is under contract. I mean, Kaminsky can slide in there, but to me, I think they're going to add to that pool of players. I think his points are valid that those, I mean, he said we need to focus on. I don't know if it's the number one priority. The number one priority, when you get right down to it, might be who's the corner opposite of Terrion Arnold. John is on a salad next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Just a crazy thought, and I wanted to hear what you guys thought about it. So, I mean, we proved we could win without Hutch. What would the market be if we decided to put Hutch out there? What would we get for Hutch? And if Holmes is banking on the draft, I mean, it's too bad they got rid of Desarius, but you got Davenport. And then what do you think we could get for Hutch if we put him out there as for draft picks and maybe another defensive end?
I think you'd probably get a couple of first-round picks, but I'm not looking to move Hutch to look for the next Hutch. I've got Hutch.
Yeah, but I'm just concerned with the injury. And signing, I mean, be it that defensive ends are going for top dollar right now, I mean, I would think that you'd be able to get just a boatload for him and probably pick up a couple one-year defensive ends as well.
Send him to
cap.
Cleveland and pair him with Myles Garrett as the Lord intended NFL football to be. Put those two together. John, I mean,
the AFC. I'm not worried about Cleveland.
The funny thing is, I always, you think because of injury concerns you're going to get a boatload for him, and that's why you'd move him. But if you have concerns and the concerns are valid, nobody's going to give up a boatload if those concerns are valid, right?
Yeah, but maybe they don't have the concern like you guys don't that this isn't going to be an issue. But in the long term, this is going to cost a fortune. And Holmes is good in the draft. I mean, why not get a couple more one-year defensive ends and a boatload of draft picks?
Yeah, I don't know why you'd. Let's start with the premise. They proved they could win without him. They won. Would they have won the Washington game with him?
Yes.
I mean, I feel that way. It's probably not 100%. Like, you can't say it 100%.
I'm not looking to trade away the best player on a team who's 23, 24 years old. I'm not looking to do that.
248-539-9797.
24 years old.
Kang, do we miss something here? Should they move Hutch?
So I know you guys are big Family Guy fans or viewers.
The
fans.
TV show Family Guy?
Mm-hmm. Remember the episode where Peter he's got a brand new boat, okay?
He won it.
He won
That's
this, right?
right,
And then but he could also pick what's behind door number 1, and he says, and they're like, well, you could pick it. It could be anything, though. And he goes, yeah, it could even be a brand new boat. Okay, you keep Hutch because you have Hutch.
You have the brand new boat.
Yeah, you have the brand new boat. Just keep the boat.
Yep. It's a good analogy, yes.
Me and Kenny worked that up, too.
No, it's good.
Nice.
I remember that episode. Lois is like, are you an idiot? Take the boat. He's like, yeah, but what's behind door number 1? It could be anything. It could be a brand new boat.
Exactly.
Just keep the boat. Keep the boat. Oh, that's great. Free agency underway in the NFL. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Pistons beat the Blazers last night. We barely touched on that. Cade scoring at will through the first quarter on his way to 28 points.
Is he any good? When is he going to realize his potential?
Dude, it's so much fun to watch. And he was on a heater to open that game last night and just taking dudes to the hole and lining up and dropping threes. And getting fired up about it, too. The and one he had off the glass.
Oh, the posterizing dunk that he had? That was awesome.
Speaking of which, you know what I'm going to do today is I'm going to praise Isaiah Stewart.
Yes.
For trying to
right.
block the dunk attempt, the absolute monster dunk from Kamara. I always praise a guy who tries to block a dunk. Because there's an era of NBA basketball, and I don't see it as much anymore. When somebody's going up to for a dunk, everybody runs because they don't want to get, quote, posterized. They don't want to be the victim on something that looks like it's going to go on a poster. Isaiah Stewart tried to block the dunk. He got dunked on. Much love to you, Isaiah, because they are still trying to play defense.
Yeah, now the player who was there to defend Cade's big dunk, he got the hell out of the way. He's like, nope, I'm out.
Now, it's one thing
Exit
to try and
stage
say,
left.
I can't block this. I don't want to get a foul. That's one thing. Did I sound like track and field there? I don't want to get a
Foul.
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 Sorry. Old school reference.
Foul.
Nobody goes. Anyway, you don't want to get a foul. And Isaiah Stewart, again, will praise you for trying to block the dunk. And the other thing that I love is how many games has Dennis Schroeder been here? 10 now?
I was going to say 10, 15, something like that.
There's a few times since he's gotten here. A recent addition, veteran guy. He's giving you exactly what you want. He was on the court at the end of that game. He came up with a big bucket when Portland cut it to 4. He was the one that he was, I think it was 2 of 9. Let me go back and look this up. I think it was 2 of 9 going into that shot. He had the ball in his hands, 4-point game, big possession. Portland's on a mad, furious comeback. And he makes a shot that kind of turned out to be the kill shot. And I just love that he's on the floor, and that's what you hope to get with a veteran when you trade for him.
Yeah, and then Cade knocking down free throws at the end when you need him to. I mean, that's transitioning, man. This guy is taking his game to a whole other level, and it's awesome. And now you're starting to see it from other players too. Jalen Duren is becoming a force in front of our own eyes again. We knew he was a rebounding machine. He's intimidating defensively, blocks a ton of shots.
Yep.
He's running the floor now. He's getting tons of dunks. He's being involved offensively, and I love it. Young guy, tons of talent, and he's getting better and better.
Yeah, I mean, Cade is obviously the star, and you love it when other guys have, they step up because it's a team effort, right? Like, the thing with the Pistons is they don't really have a real strong secondary scorer. It could be Malik Beasley one night. Could be Tobias Harris as of recently. Could be Schroeder, right? But it definitely won't be Fontecchio because he airballed another 3 and missed multiple wide open threes again over the weekend.
Kang's developed a real Fontecchio issue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have I? Have you guys noticed?
Yes. Yes, I've noticed when you're blowing up my phone every time Fontecchio
That's
offers
just breaking
up
down
another
film, Doug.
Yeah.
Watching Fontecchio this year compared to what he was last year is, in a way, it's like Fiddler from Michigan State this year compared to what he's been in his career, which is a lights out 3-point shooter, and all of a sudden can't knock him down. What happened? Simone, what happened?
Well, he hit one last night against Portland coming off a screen. That's good. But if he's left wide open, he's going to airball that shot.
In games you've watched.
Yes.
His 3-point field goal percentage last year for the Pistons was 42.6%. This year, his 3-point field goal percentage is 31.7%.
Oh, my God. That's terrible. Mm-hmm. And I get it. Like, it's hard to come off the bench cold and, hit threes, but that's your job, man. Right? I mean, that's what you are paid to do. And I don't know, man. If they're going to try to make a playoff run at all, because they are going to need someone to hit open threes and, like I said, be a secondary, third, fourth scorer because Cade, he's getting double-teamed, like, all the time at this point, and he has a turnover problem still. So when he kicks it and they swing the ball around, someone's going to have to shoot that thing, right? And so that's what I'm saying. Fontecchio, man, come through. Some people still believe in you.
248-539-9797. The big story of the day, of course, NFL free agency starting. As of now, nothing out there with the Detroit Lions. Recent signing of a quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo signs a 1-year deal with the Rams, where he is expected to back up Matthew Stafford.
How's that going to work out with Devontae Adams?
What, with him signing there?
Yeah. Okay, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, yeah. When they were together in Vegas.
Yeah.
With the Raiders. They didn't work out well.
No. There were things that were said that seemed odd. Jordan Lewis is going to leave Dallas and go to Jacksonville on a 3-year, $30 million deal.
That might be good news for the Lions because Carlton Davis has been rumored and linked to the Jags.
Oh, okay.
And then CBS Sports says keep an eye on Aaron Rodgers and possibly going to Pittsburgh.
God, I got to tell you. And look, the Rodgers stuff that's out there, it's Pittsburgh or the Giants seem to be the leading contenders right now.
Mm-hmm.
Does Aaron Rodgers seem like a Mike Tomlin kind of guy?
No, he doesn't. I was joking with David because David posted something over the weekend on Twitter about the interest in Sam Darnold and how he really wants Pittsburgh to sign Sam Darnold. Like,
David from our afternoon show.
Yes, sorry. So I said, well, careful what you wish for, because David's a huge Pittsburgh fan. I said, be careful what you wish for. Sam Darnold, Lord knows I'm not a fan. And as I walked out the studio about 20 minutes ago, I said, would you rather have Sam Darnold or Aaron Rodgers? He said, Darnold.
Really?
Okay, well, looks like it might be Rodgers. It does not seem like a Mike Tomlin guy at all.
Nope.
We're going to be surprised at a lot of moves that end up happening. Does Seattle end up getting Sam Darnold? Now that they've lost their wide receivers, does that make any sense? The offense he's about to inherit in Seattle? Good luck with that if that's what you want to do. Curious what all is going to happen. Justin Fields, where is he going to go?
Yeah.
Russell Wilson.
If I were Pittsburgh, I'd so rather have Justin Fields than Aaron Rodgers.
Absolutely.
248-539-9797. We await any news with the Lions, but the news we're really awaiting is whether or not Kirby Joseph re-ups with them and re-ups with them sooner rather than later. Hutch could be next. Those Myles Garrett, Max Crosby signings over the weekend seem to set the market for a premium edge rusher. Carlton Davis, well, the word is that he wants to get paid. And, okay, fine. That's cool. Does that mean the Lions are out? One would have to think there were preliminary talks, unless they didn't want him back. Is there any chance that they just didn't want him back for football reasons?
No, I can't imagine so. He was a really good player for this team, and then he breaks his jaw, which was really unfortunate because I love his style of play. He's aggressive. He plays the run. He's not perfect, but he was a pretty good corner for this team.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to bring him back, just not at the price it's going to cost to take.
All right, so it looks like Carlton Davis is off the board. Patriots, 3 years.
Patriots have a ton of space. How much money are we talking? 3 and 60?
I think about 20 million per year.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
3 and 60, huh? See ya.
I mean, here's what you got to consider. Last year, he counted $4.5 million, I think it was, on the Lions cap. $4.5 million on the Lions cap. Were they willing to pay him north of $15 million more per year? Do they have that kind of money?
Not for him.
And I'm not, they have to address the corner. I think they have to address the corner opposite of Terrion Arnold.
Are you on the phone with Kirby Joseph's agent right now saying, okay, let's go 4 years and $20 million? I'm sorry, 4 years at $80 million? $5 and $100?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, got to get it done quickly, right?
Yeah.
Understand the cap is going up every year in the NFL. It's what they do. They print money. But still, these numbers are starting to get kind of crazy.
I mean, that's more than, remember we were talking about Carlton Davis. Would he get $15 million? He got 20.
He got 20.
I feel like I don't want to use the term overpays, because there's a lot of good players signing for a ton of money. But I feel like, you look at projections, it feels like it's even more than projected. Right? It's even more than projected.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day profit boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when the underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets, they can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, and the ones who refuse to go quietly. The Lipscombs, the High Points, the Bucknells of the world. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost because, after all, anything can happen in March. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Titled Aries on Twitch just posted, I actually think Kirby Joseph might be traded. I don't think you can pay both safeties, and I'd rather have Branch. How do you feel about that?
I don't think they're. I don't think they operate in the world of trading players away.
Trading good players away?
Well, I say that, and yet they did it with Hawkinson.
Hawkinson was halfway through his year where he was going to free agency, right?
Yes. I think the difference with the Lions with the two safeties is that Branch has the versatility to play anywhere in the secondary, which maybe that's why you can tell yourself, yeah, I can spend $40 million a year on these two players, or 45 a year, or whatever it's going to end up being when Branch's contract comes due too. Because I think Kirby Joseph is going to get close to $20 million a year. So we'll see. That's one area where I'm curious how they work it out, but I think that's how that ends up getting worked out.
Yeah,
and maybe that's the extra with the cap going up every year. Maybe that's just this year. Hey, cap goes up every year for every team, $20 million. And Lions just say, great, there we go. We earmarked it for other safety.
So here's the thing about it: is the reason I don't think they do that is because they are still trying to win the Super Bowl, and you don't just because Kirby's contract is up first. I think they even if they like Branch a little bit more, I think they got to keep Kirby Joseph in that secondary to give him the best chance to win this coming year. So no, I don't think they trade him. And because, hey, we'll worry about Branch when we worry about Branch down the road. But I think they want to go into this year with those two together. I can't see them trading Kirby Joseph for that reason.
This is a case where do you wish at all that the NFL had a little bit of NBA DNA when it comes to salary cap?
Going over the cap to re-sign your own guys.
Yeah, because you get rewarded for drafting well.
Yep.
Well, selfishly as a fan, you do, but as a league, I think they love player movement.
Yeah,
look at today, man. Look what we were doing today. This is a great thing for the league. We're all pissed off because Twitter's down, so we're going to ESPN or whatever NFL tracker you want to use. There's legal tampering, whatever that means, right? They love this. And player movement, right now we're like, what is Brad Holmes going to do? Whatever your favorite NFL team is, what are they going to do? And so as much as you want to bring back your own players because we do selfishly because we have good players, I don't think they'd do an NBA type, Larry Bird rights type thing. You can go over the cap and for so long and kick the can down the road, but in the end, this is a big day in the NFL and it just gets people talking about it more.
The edge rusher market has been impacted greatly over the last couple of days, and we all know that the Lions want to be a player with another edge rusher, a veteran edge rusher. Big names have gone. The big ticket items have likely gone off the board, and Max Crosby and Myles Garrett signing massive contract extensions with the teams they are at. Crosby in Vegas, Garrett in Cleveland. You've got that next tier of edge rusher that has started to come off the board. We didn't even mention Harold Landry signed a 3-year, $43 million deal with New England. This morning, Khalil Mack, before free agency opened, re-upped with his old team, which you can do before free agency opens, a 1-year, $18 million deal. Then you got the contract there was one more that just signed. Who was it? I'm completely blanking. Somebody else, some other edge rusher signed just now. I have to go back and
Hassan Reddick.
Thank you. Hassan Reddick was a 1-year, $14 million deal.
Yep.
So those guys, that's kind of that second tier it's cut into. You and I have identified guys on the free agency list between 50 and 100 that could make sense. Carlton Davis is off the board for Detroit. He signs a 3-year, $60 million deal with $34.5 guaranteed with the New England Patriots. I mean, Detroit fans, I think would love to have brought him back. I also think probably 3 years and 60 feels like that was probably an uncomfortable number for Detroit, and I understand it. That's a lot of money that cuts into your availability to do other things. So you look at areas that can they still get a good player to come play corner for them? Yeah. Is it Darius Slay? Could be. I mean, the other marquee names are Charvarius Ward with the San Francisco 49ers, DJ Reed with the Jets, but those guys were closer to the top of the free agency list. They're probably going to make more money than Carlton Davis.
Right, but slide down to look at someone like Asante Samuel, You get into a Paulson Adebo. Those seem like they're further down the list of the top 100 in terms of corners. But this is how it works in free agency. You get this feeding frenzy that goes on for this week. Guys sign big deals. And then teams have to they take a breath, they reevaluate, and they're like, oh boy, we're out of cap space.
Yep.
And the rest of the free agents, you're kind of SOL. And you just missed out on your big money if you were holding out thinking you were going to get a better deal. And that's where the bargains come in. And it's one thing to say, the Lions only do the bargain basement, the bargain bin shopping, right? But they end up getting decent players out of it. If you get a great player out of it, I don't care. I think waiting is a good strategy. It's worked out for Brad Holmes. Are there players I would love for them to go out and get in free agency? Yeah, but understanding how the cap space works and what they have to do in building this team in the future, I understand why they're not going to go out and land a player that's going to cost them $25 million a year in free agency.
Doug, now that the Carlton Davis news is official, do the Lions have a screaming need at CB1? Are you comfortable with what they have? And don't forget, by the way, I know you just mentioned free agency, Gator. They acquired Carlton Davis through a trade.
Yeah.
So Brad Holmes can still work the trade market and get a corner that's already under contract. But Doug, do you think CB1 is the screaming need right now?
I'm not sure it wasn't the screaming need going into today. If you look at it, you've got Terrion Arnold, Amik Robertson, Ennis Rakestraw. And Robertson and Rakestraw are coming off injuries. Who else? Kendall Vildor. Who's a dude that's always hurt? He's played like 4 snaps.
Mosley.
Emmanuel Mosley.
I almost said Emmanuel Lewis.
Different Emmanuel. I think they got to go out and they got to get a veteran corner here. And, the name familiarity, Darius Slay. What was Jordan Lewis's contract?
It was 3 and 30.
3 and 30. Okay, Slay made $14 million last year. Would he come to Detroit at 10? What Jordan Lewis just got? I think he might.
For 1 year?
Yeah. I think he might.
I could see it.
So, screaming need. The need was there probably before today. Carlton Davis, good for him. I think that was more money than Detroit was going to pay. More money than Detroit was going to pay. And so now, they got to bring in somebody they're unfamiliar with, which is fine. I totally think that can work out for them, but they have to find. Unless they really think Terrion Arnold is going to be a star and is ready for that kind of, and I think he could be. You do see corners, like even Darius Slay, year 1 or year 2, made a huge difference. 248-539-9797, open lines. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Let's go to Chuck. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, guys. Champ and Chump, a couple of high-profile names. Tom Izzo is our champ. What he did in NIL times and not chasing guys in the portal to such a great extent, which was much to my consternation, but he proved me wrong. And so he's got to be a champ with that team that was, picked 5th at best. And Chump is Stevie Y. He's got to grow a pair, man. Everybody admits we have some riches in goaltending prospects, and he's got to pick which one he's going to go with, because obviously you can't win with a 2-goalie system. Financially and other things, and to win a cup with a young goalie on a cheap contract is the way to go. But it's time to move forward. Look what Washington did in 1 year. Just looking at what they did in the moves they made. The dead money we have on defense with Hull and Gustafson. I've lost all kinds of confidence in him.
I get it. I wanted to see them make bigger moves at the deadline. They weren't there. I think it was clear that their plan going into the deadline was, if they were going to acquire a player, it was going to be a player that had multiple years left on a deal. They didn't want any rentals, and they weren't willing to part with their prospects or their assets for a rental. So if it was going to be for a longer-term player, that they had to identify who those guys were, and they either failed to get it done or they didn't like what was available. Because you got to have two teams that are willing to move guys. Now, clearly, there were plenty of players that moved at the deadline, and eventually the Red Wings made a move. Craig Smith will improve the overall roster, but it's not a huge improvement. It's an improvement over a fourth-line guy that you have. I have no problem with that. The Mrazek part of it is kind of strange because you're effectively replacing Lyon's contract because he's a free agent at the end of the year, but bringing in Mrazek for next year, which sends messages about Sebastian Cossa that they don't think that he's ready. And Yzerman did say, look, that can change. You get to fall camp and maybe Sebastian Cossa just wows you and says he's got to be on the roster. But cross that bridge when you get to it. They do have assets, and you wonder, okay, is next year that they say, all right, we have two really outstanding goaltending prospects. We can afford to move one of them. But do you do that before you've even seen either one of them play a single, start in the NHL?
Yzerman said some things on Friday that we haven't even had a chance to digest yet. We'll get to that coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I don't know what this is in context to. Listen to this text.
Okay.
It's hilarious how you carry the water for the Wings after they screwed us the last 2 years. What? Dude chumped Steve Yzerman. We didn't really protest.
Nope. No, I think we now that the trade deadline has come and gone, and they added very little. I think that it's safe for me to say that I think that hot seat it's definitely on level 2. Mm-hmm. Level 3 is awaiting. This offseason is a really important offseason for Steve Yzerman. Look, they still have games. What, they have 19 games left on the year?
Yeah.
And
to make the playoffs.
Yeah, to make the playoffs, and they're still just a couple points out of that last wild card spot. They're jockeying for position with a bunch of teams.
When somebody sends that in, I have no issue with you taking exception to what we say. Provide some context and text us what just for future consideration, so we know exactly what you're referencing that bothers you that much. Look, Yzerman, and we said we get to what Yzerman said on Friday because we haven't addressed it at all today, obviously with bigger things going on and a few days between it. Yzerman made the comment that he wasn't giving up first-round picks and premium draft or premium prospects for players that weren't going to put him over the top. And he didn't think that deal was out there that would help them win the Stanley Cup this year. And I think it's a pretty safe assumption that they aren't winning the Stanley Cup this year, even if they made an aggressive move. I still would have liked an aggressive move. I don't love the deal that they made and the lack of any sort of, I feel like the Wings keep war chesting and then not doing anything with the money. And that's anything significant with the money. And that's frustrating. If you do look at it, the price that was paid for Brock Nelson was a first, a third, and their top prospect. So should the Red Wings have given up their first-round pick, their third-round pick, and who would it be, Pellikka? Is he their top prospect?
Yeah.
And by the way, there was another player involved too. Should they have given up their first, third, and Pellikka for Brock Nelson?
For Sandin Pellikka?
You could make the case that they should have, I guess. But I'm disappointed because I'm wondering a little bit if people are trying to fleece Yzerman. They think he's got to be desperate, and so they knowing that, the only offers that they make the Wings are ridiculous ones to try and take advantage of a GM that's kind of up against it and needs to produce a winner. But it's pretty disappointing. It's pretty damn disappointing. Next text. What Holmes going to do? Nothing. He's cheap like Yzerman. Okay.
Two leagues that have salary caps.
Yeah.
But the GMs are cheap. They just how many multi-year contracts did Brad Holmes hand out last year?
In the offseason?
Yeah.
Well, the three huge ones, right? Amon-Ra, Goff, and you mean to their own guys or guys
to their
outside?
own guys?
Amon-Ra, Goff, Penei Sewell, Lee McNeil.
There you go. That's four. Those four big ones.
Yeah.
And more coming. There'll be at least two coming here, we think, with Hutchinson and Kirby Joseph. These are all $20 million plus deals.
Mm-hmm.
Paid over $50 a year for Jared Goff.
I felt like Holmes caught a stray because that guy's mad at Yzerman.
Right?
Right?
No. And Holmes hasn't done anything in the first 97 minutes of free agency.
Right. Is he cheap because what? Because he's didn't try to trade for Myles Garrett, who ended up signing with Cleveland after he said he wouldn't sign there because he got paid $40 million a year to do so? Is he cheap because he couldn't get Max Crosby away from the Raiders? Max Crosby wants to win, but he signed for $35.5 million a year. I'm not sure I understand that. You're upset that he's not likely to trade for Trey Hendrickson, who's also in line to get an extension that's going to be north of $35 million a year?
If I were going to say that there's a similarity, do they both love their draft picks?
Yes. There's a similarity right there.
That is they both love their future draft capital and they value them very much. Now, I think Holmes gets praised. They both get praised for the way they've drafted. I think it's a little bit more valid with Brad Holmes. We're seeing more results than it is Steve Yzerman. But the Red Wings are considered to have one of the top prospect pools of players in the NHL.
Yeah, but if you're not going to see these guys play together for another couple of years, all these guys together, is that at a point where you've moved on from Dylan Larkin and from DeBrincat and players that are good enough right now to help lots of teams.
Next text, Darius Slay is not a CB1. Okay, so here's what I'd say to that. I don't know that I would necessarily disagree with it, but this goes back to one of the questions. A CB1 gets paid $20 million. If they offer him 10,
never mind. Breaking news.
Which is?
I want to make sure here. Do we trust Jordan Schultz, writer for Fox Sports NFL Insider with 332,000 followers?
Is it the real Jordan Schultz?
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, 332,000 followers.
Okay.
Is that good enough? The Lions are signing a free agent corner. DJ Reed to a 3-year, $48 million deal.
Wow.
That's per the Schultz report.
Wow. Let me revisit a text from 45 seconds ago.
I was going to say, you may want to erase Brad Holmes' name from that one.
Right?
What was the text? What's Holmes going to do? Nothing. He's cheap like Yzerman. Wow. Okay. Am I wrong? Is this guy not considered the top cornerback in the market?
They got him for $16 a year. He's one of them.
They got him for less than Carlton Davis signed?
So if you look at the list from ESPN, the ESPN ad, it's not the be-all, end-all list, right? DJ Reed is listed as the number 1 available free agent in the market.
What just happened?
There was a Jedi mind trick. Is this somebody who's willing to take less to come to a winning organization? Somebody who's been mired with the New York Jets now wants so badly to get away from that I'll play with the Lions. Lions are a winning organization. That just happened.
Oh my God.
The Lions are signing cornerback DJ Reed to a 3-year, $48 million deal. This is Diana Rossini's tweet. After losing Carlton Davis, Detroit finds secondary help in the form of ex-Jet.
DJ Reed just tweeted out Detroit with 2 exclamation points. What just happened? Did they just upgrade at corner for less money?
It sounds a lot like that. DJ Reed played 14 games last year with the Jets, 64 tackles last year, no interceptions. He only had 6 interceptions in his career, but thought of as a pretty good corner. The previous 3 years had 76 tackles, 80 tackles, and 78 tackles. This is now his 4th team in the league.
Kang, what am I missing? I'm shocked.
Well, first of all, the best corner, that's opinion, right? Because it depends on what defense you're going to, what schemes they run. The only thing is, from what I gather, is like Reed, they played a lot of zone with New York.
Mm-hmm.
Lions like to play man. We'll see how that works out. Obviously, they feel comfortable with his man coverage skills and what they can also, teach with their coaching staff to bring him in here for $16 million a year. But as far as picking up, he's not definitely. They found a guy they like and they addressed the need.
CBS Sports has him as their number 1 free agent corner as well. It says Reed is one of the underrated cornerbacks in the league, earning a chance to be a CB1 after spending several years with Sauce Gardner. Opposing quarterbacks targeting Reed last season completed just 46.3% of their passes, and he allowed just 2 pass touchdowns and a 63 passer rating as the primary defender in coverage. He also had 11 passes defended. They just got a CB1
Huge breaking news here.
Wow.
DJ Reed to Detroit, 3 years, $48 million deal, less than Carlton Davis got. For a player, as Kang said, it's a matter of opinion, but most people had Reed as the top corner available in free agency.
I feel like we should have been better prepared. I'm sorry. Maybe I should have sold it better. This is huge news.
This is huge news.
Do we need the stat of the day sounder or something like that?
I don't know. There you go, people. The Lions got DJ Reed, top corner available in free agency. This qualifies, Gator, as a whoa.
That's a whoa.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, you don't need luck this March to find the right HVAC team. It's right in front of you. The red, white, and blue trucks that you see everywhere, they belong to the awesome folks at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to help you and your family with every heating and cooling need that you have, right? Weather's changing up. It's getting nice out again. Let's get prepared. Make sure that your house is ready for it. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of the 5-star reviews that they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Shocked. Just shocked.
So I think this is probably the biggest free agent signing Brad Holmes has made as a Detroit Lions general manager. Signing cornerback DJ Reed to a 3-year, $48 million deal. The reports are that it's $32 million guaranteed.
Yep.
So here's why I like DJ Reed. I recited the stats before that he's the 63 passer rating against, completing like 42% of the passes thrown his way. I like it because who's the opposite corner there in New York with the Jets that he played with?
Sauce Gardner.
And Sauce Gardner is widely regarded as the best cover corner in football.
Yep.
So that means if teams, offensive coordinators are trying to game plan, they want to make sure, okay, that guy's great. Maybe we not do a whole lot to his side.
So they target DJ Reed.
And what happens? 42.3% and a 63 passer rating against. He was up to the task.
Well, let me just say something up front. We were wrong. They did not wait and go after value signings late in free agency. In the first 2 hours, Brad Holmes and the Lions jump in and sign what is widely regarded as the best corner available in free agency. Does that mean he's going to be great here? Of course not. And these rankings are people's opinions. This is the guy that they apparently targeted and went after and would take the money that they were offering. If you had told me prior to this, if somebody called up and said, why don't they throw like $48 million over 3 years at DJ Reed? I would have said to that person, you're not likely going to get DJ Reed at that cost.
I wouldn't have thought that I would not have thought that J.C. Horn, a day where J.C. Horn signs a 4-year extension for $25 million per, that you're getting this guy for $16 million a year?
And whether or not we are overvaluing what he is in terms of where he ranks, maybe Carlton Davis is even better. I don't believe that to be the case, but maybe he's even better. To get this guy at $16 million per it feels to me like a very team-friendly deal. Albert Breer tweets out, ex-Jet cornerback DJ Reed headed to Detroit, a great culture guy who should be an excellent fit for the Lions and fantastic for young corners Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw. Giants had interest too, but ended up with ex-Saint Adebo Paulson instead. Scott, this is a stunning and I think great turn of events. And if you take a look at what this doesn't lock them, this doesn't break the bank. It still allows for flexibility. Like, this is a very, very good rebound from losing Carlton Davis. I'm plenty happy with this. Now, does he get some DPIs? Yeah. I just went and looked up his track record. I think it was 7 DPIs and 2 defensive holdings. And okay.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. But he was still considered a plus player. And they just added that to the defense.
Albert Breer says ex-Jets cornerback DJ Reed headed to Detroit, a great culture guy. Yeah. So saying that, it's fitting in with those guys.
Yep.
That's why Holmes does what he does.
Yep. And,
right?
and here's a question you have to ask yourself. Is he better than Ennis Rakestraw? Is he better than Kindle Vildor? Is he better than Emmanuel Mosley?
I think the answer is yes.
I think it's yes. And so rather than roll with those guys, and Kang, I think you just asked the question, are we going to roll with these guys next year? Earlier this hour, I think you asked that question. Now they don't have to. I'm pretty shocked that they were able to get this deal done for this kind of money. Is he perfect? No, of course not.
No, but he absolutely fills a need. Now you no longer worry who's CB1. You got CB1 on a reasonable contract in the free agent world.
Yep.
And I guess this tells me, would they have wanted to bring Carlton Davis back for similar money? And Carlton Davis just said, well, no, I'm going to get paid. I'm going to get, and he did. Carlton got paid.
Did they take their $16 million? Did they budget $16 million for corner? Carlton Davis didn't want it, so DJ Reed took it. Dave Burkett just tweeted out, DJ Reed had a better passer rating against and forced more tight window throws than Sauce Gardner on similar targets last year. Read that again. DJ Reed had a better passer rating against and forced more tight window throws than Sauce Gardner on a similar targets last year. Okay, this is what people like about him. Now, to be clear, I'd rather have Sauce Gardner than DJ Reed. But this is a guy that did that opposite of Sauce Gardner. Now, I mean, chances are if the Jets are having Sauce Gardner travel, then he is, and by that I mean line up against the other team's best receiver. Sauce Gardner's probably facing other teams' top wide receivers more often than DJ Reed.
Now, he's only had 2 complete seasons out of the 7 that he's played in the NFL. Played 16 games in 2019 and then played 17 games in 2022. But he's got a couple of 15-game seasons in there and a couple of 14-game seasons. So, there's durability issues. It was brought up on Twitter that somebody mentioned it. Ted Gwynn said top man coverage corner to a heavy man team. Unfortunately, has durability issues going to a defense with durability issues. Well, I don't think
there's nothing about Detroit that means he's more likely to get hurt.
Yeah, nothing at all. That second part is dumb. But if you want to say he's got durability issues, fair enough. Okay, look at that track record, and he has missed some games in his career. But again, they got him for 3 years and $48 million, which is considerably cheaper than the 3 years and $60 million that Carlton Davis got. Does Carlton Davis have durability issues?
I mean, he got hurt last year too. I would say no, but he got hurt last year and missed more games than DJ Reed did. Wow.
Yeah, and plus we don't know how the contract's structured either. This might be a very team-friendly contract as well.
$32 million guaranteed.
Yeah, but as far as voidable years and cap hits beyond this year, you don't know. And then also, if this allows them the flexibility, sign draft picks, maybe even go after somebody else, re-sign their own guys, extend their own guys. What you need from Reed is to be at least, as good as Carlton Davis was last year, right? And be available. If he is, you feel great because, Hutch is coming back. McNeil's going to come back at some point. You hope Arnold gets better. Branch, Kirby Joseph is a Pro Bowl safety. So, yeah, he doesn't have to be Sauce Gardner, but if he can be as good as Carlton Davis, you saw how good the defense was when they were healthy.
Be as good as it was last year.
Well, I just,
DJ Reed, yeah.
I know, different scheme, though, so I do worry about that a little bit. But obviously, they feel very comfortable with signing him a contract, playing the system that they run. So I just trust in the staff at Holmes.
Well, they already had DJ Reader. They now have DJ Reed. Can they go get DJ Hendrickson from Cincinnati or DJ Sweat from Philadelphia? Quite a signing for the Detroit Lions.
I imagine this is the only splash move we'll see from the Lions.
Put DJ Khaled on the D-line. Come on.
And another.
Right.
And another.
And another.
And another.
Pretty shocking move. I did not see this one coming. That's obviously Rico. What do you think of this breaking news?
We were just actually kind of putting it together and adding it to the show. Wondering who the Lions were going to go get for that other corner, or would they just invest and say, hey, Rakestraw, let's see what you got. I don't know if it's a good fit because he plays zone. Lions played a lot of man. Now, I don't know what the new D coordinator is going to do, but when it comes to corner, you need the right fit for the right system.
Well, they obviously know that.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
It's not like they're gonna sign him and say, "Oh, wait, you play zone."
So right, I guess they're tipping
zone.
the hand, saying, "Okay, well, you're going to see a change in the defense next year."
Have a great show. We'll see if anything's on tap for you next. Carson Anderson. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Ready to roll on a Monday. We've got so much to talk about. Good to have everybody with us. 65 and sunny. And yes, we will get to the Lions, but we're going to start that at 2:45. They signed DJ Reed. They didn't sign Charles Woodson. So it can wait 45 minutes.
Not Deion in his prime.
We'll get there. We'll get there because we got a lot of Lions to talk. And I think the DJ Reed move, it impacts other moves. And we'll talk about it. But let's just get the foundation built. Let's deal with yesterday before we get to today. And here are the ground rules. I'm going to have some fun with you, Rico. Okay. David is going to be our veritable Judge Judy.
Oh.
Now, David has made an unfortunate wardrobe choice today in that he is wearing a maize-colored polo shirt. It's not Easter, David. Bad choice.
David, one more time and we could use the drop mustard.
You're right. The point is, if Rico or I say anything that is untrue, David, or speaks of Spartan derangement syndrome, SDS, you are to ring the bell and brazenly interrupt the show. Fair? So let's just get this one out of the way. Because, I mean, Rico, you were there yesterday.
Right.
But only reason we're doing this now is because I know once we get on the NFL, the boat has left the port.
Correct.
Dusty May, I said I loved his hiring. Thought he was a damn good coach. And even amidst Michigan fans getting all upset, I said, look, he still had a hell of a year and did an unbelievable job. Before yesterday, I really had nothing against Dusty May. His postgame was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen, and I say one of because his press conference today was even worse. So if you missed it, and I don't know it's possible if you could have, it made, the lead on SportsCenter. Michigan got their asses kicked, didn't like it. He sent out 2 scrubs out there, and they decided to defend Michigan State's logo, which makes no sense, just like being called Fat with 2 P's. And I'm going to rename him Dum Dum because that was dumb what he did yesterday. Dum Dum Brooks, you're from Grand Rapids, son. You were recruited by Michigan State. You know the tradition. Mm-hmm. And now the problem is him and Kaysen, there's video where one of them says to the other, don't move. Mm-hmm. So let's just stop with I didn't know there's a tradition or, what do you mean we can't stand there while free throws are being shot? Dusty, you coached at Indiana. You coached at Eastern. You've coached in college now for a quarter of a century. The tradition started 30 years ago. You would have to be blind, deaf, and dumb, along with insanely willfully ignorant, to pretend you didn't know. So I ain't trying to hear it. And I just want to say one more thing before Rico probably his head explodes, cartoon style. Do you know why this tradition started? It started because a group of Michigan players, the class act that is Jalen Rose, rubbed their buttholes on the Spartan logo. They wiped their proverbial ass on the Spartan logo in 93, 94. That's why it started. Mm-hmm. So just please, Dusty May, stop. We'll play audio. Cut it out. It's always U of M. Always.
Brother, it's so ingrained in that program that even in the Champions Classic this year, Hunter Dickinson, who plays for Kansas now, found the state logo and starts stomping up and down on it during their game.
You play for Kansas.
You play for Kansas now, Hunter. Did you forget that? They sure wish you would just leave.
What was it like up there? I mean, it was electric, but you're there seeing it go down. It's different on TV.
Well, because, Mike, kind of like on TV, everybody, your mindset was on, okay, each senior's about to go out. Everybody has their camera out. Everybody's ready to capture that moment. And then all of a sudden, you just see the pushing and the shoving. And what the heck just happened? You see Trey standing there at center court with Kaysen and Fat. And it's just like, okay, what just happened here? And now all the players, the Michigan players come rushing out there first. And then the state players, Dusty May comes out there and separates the refs. And they're sitting there talking. And it was like, okay, guys, what was that all about? So after the game, I see Trey, and I'm like, so what happened? And he was like, well, basically, I told them to get the F off the logo.
and they wouldn't move. So I moved them for them. I was like, so then I saw another angle, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. It was at that point, it was a very chippy game. They've been going back and forth. And near the end, you could kind of tell they were just kind of setting up for these moments. Michigan State had all their players. They had the bench players ready to single file. They've done it every year for the last 31 years. So it was going to go Frankie Fiddler, it was going to go Zapata, and then it was going to go Jaden Akins was going to be the last one. And for some reason, and you didn't realize it at the moment, because it was like, okay, well, you got two Michigan players standing at half court in a 17-point game. Dusty, if you're really trying to win this game with 37 seconds left, I don't know if you have a 17-point play in the playbook, but you would think that you want to have two people close to the basket to get the offensive rebound to maybe get a putback in an and one, not standing right smack center court. Not off to the side of the logo, but right smack in the middle of the logo defiantly. Trey wasn't having it. And in the end, Izzo, called him and said, hey, you can't do this because we need you in the tournament, but you stood up for the program and told him, I don't allow this that often, but Trey, you can go ahead and kiss this thing.
It's 2 notes. Dusty today, and we'll play the audio, said, well, he didn't want to have a Cohen Carr leak out for another layup. Dusty, you're down 17 with 30 seconds. This isn't MTV Rock and Jock. There's no 15-point bucket. Second of all, for all the delusional idiots out there, this is from the same program who got upset when their flag planting ceremony at Ohio State was met with resistance, to the tune of, if you don't like it, beat us. You're not even defending the right logo. Second of all.
Oh, third of all, Cohen was on the bench.
Yeah, I know. None of it makes sense.
Right. Cohen Carr had a leak out like Cohen's on the bench. Like,
but why?
Seriously, no. If Michigan State wanted to rub it in, as Dusty says, because that may have been the dumbest thing that he said. Very passive aggressive in both press conferences, where you were just trying to be a horse's ass. That's what you were trying to do. You wanted to be, their logo takes up a third of the court anyway. So, we were just standing there and like yesterday, he's like, well, they would, if they want to rub it in on us, they can rub it in. It's like,
not even what it's about.
They weren't trying to rub it in on you. It's not like that, back in 95, Respert said, you know what, one day Dusty May will be coaching at Michigan and we got to plant the seed. Now, no, they were not rubbing. If they wanted to rub it in, they would have put Cohen Carr back in the game and ran an alley-oop. The crowd was begging for a Cohen Carr dunk the entire game. He never got it. That would have been rubbing it in with a 17-point lead. Instead, Izzo just pulls it. This is, you know what, run the clock out. Let's just get some fouls in so we can get the players in. So,
look, it was just pathetic. And here's my problem in all of this. And, David, you can address it if you want, or you can.
Apparently, we're on point. He hasn't rang the bell yet.
I want you to brazenly interrupt this next little ditty, if you will. Why is it always you? When you look at this. Now, MSU has done this for 30 years. The most controversy I've ever heard is Chris Holtmann one time at OSU went, you know what, it takes too long. And Tom Izzo's response is, great, we'll make sure we don't ever schedule your ass again for the last game. When you look at issues, well, let's see. Have I ever seen another Big Ten coach punch another coach? Nope, but Juwan Howard did. How about I was raised by Chicago, I will effing kill you on a boom mic. Once again, U of M, Mark Turgeon, Juwan Howard. All right, now you interrupted senior day. Then we get to the football stuff. I've never heard of tunnel issues. You've had it with 3 or 4 different teams.
That would be 4.
Okay, then. Then we get Devin Bush playing landscaper. Never saw that before.
And, Mike, that's exactly what it felt like yesterday. It was, you can't tell me that wasn't premeditated. Devin Bush was premeditated.
Why do you think he sent out Fat Brooks, who couldn't find playing time with 2 hands and a flashlight? He sent him out there.
Let me add to that.
Okay.
You're the point guard, and this team turned the ball over 5 times in 3 minutes. You're a point guard, and you only saw 2 minutes of action. You know what those 2 minutes of actions were? Hey, Fat, go stand on the logo. That's it. That's all he did. That's it.
Why? But, David, why? Why is it always you? And then you're the same school who wants to play the aggrieved. How about Dusty May at his press conference today? We could play the audio. Oh, I'm just proud of our guys showing restraint. Wait, what? How about this? Yeah, guys are out of line. I don't need an apology. I don't care. I laugh at stuff like this. I just never understand the psychosis of why everybody who's at Michigan has to be a douche. I don't understand it. Is it in the oxygen, the O2 levels? Is it in the water?
Bro, this is from the same school that brought you, we're going to plant the flag at Ohio Stadium.
And we're mad when you take our flag.
We beat you. If you don't want us to plant the flag, then beat us. But now you're aggrieved, and it's like, well, Kason and Brooks, it's like you guys want to be gangsters. You're wanksters because, okay, Trey came up and punked you. You didn't really want to do anything. You then played the hold me back game. No, hold me back. Hold me back. Trey's right there. It's two of you, okay? If you're that angry about all of this stuff, you could have had at it.
But what are you angry
about? The great
about?
restraint was you didn't think that anybody was going to challenge you. You thought that you were just going to be the bully and say enough's enough. And you know what? So what that you beat us, but you didn't get to do your tradition. Don't sit here and tell me you didn't know about the tradition because you did. You were just being very passive aggressive. I would have more respect for Dusty May and the Michigan team if they came out later and said, yep, we knew exactly what we were going to do, and we just didn't want to see it done on our watch. I respect that. Man, I respect that.
At least it's a heel turn that's honest.
But to do the whole, what? Is that what they do? I didn't know that.
You know what Dusty May sounded like? I don't give a damn. He sounded like Wojo. That's what Dusty May sounded like in the last two press conferences. Sounded like Wojo. Just a bunch of nonsense. Well, I mean, their logo's pretty big.
Here's some jokes. And it's like, yeah, they take up a third of the court, and what? You're not allowed to stand at half court when they shoot free throws. Is there a rule against that? No, Dusty, it's not. But
they waited till 37 seconds to do it. It's a 17-point game. Just move. I mean, you don't even have to like it. I don't care. I just wanted the game to be over. I mean, the game was boring. Or up 50-28 at the half. You got your ass kicked. You know what I thought Michigan actually did? They fought. They tried. They battled. I didn't think Michigan's players disgraced themselves in any way until they do what they always do. But here's the problem: the adult in the room, he's been indoctrinated now.
Yeah.
Why Dusty May? I had nothing negative to say about the guy. Why on earth would Dusty triple down on this?
You know, I'm going to take the same logic that Michigan fans had with Ohio State and the flag planting. You don't want to see the flag, you beat them. You know the one time that a couple times they didn't do the senior day kiss when they lost the game. They had to do it afterwards. If they're losing the game, they're out there fighting. They don't have a chance to take the seniors out the game because they need them in there. Draymond Green had to do it in the post-game ceremony.
We lost to Ohio State.
Yes.
They hit the buzzer beater.
Buzzer beater. If I had the bell, I would ring it. Way to go. Yeah, it was 0.8 seconds left.
Yep.
They hit the buzzer beater.
And you get sad pizza.
Right. Brandon Dawson tears his ACL in the beginning of the game because they were running away with the game. He tears his ACL. Ohio State wins. And you get the sad pizza. You got the sad ceremony. It was like Coach K, his final ceremony when they had lost to North Carolina.
There's just always something that doesn't need to be a part of it. And it's always them. Like, honestly, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, I wish this was an A&M and Texas situation. I'd never play them again. I wish MSU never played Michigan again. I just can't. They are the rich, you-know-what, who tells you, do you know who my daddy is?
See,
I just cannot stand them.
See, I think they're more of the Karen who I'm going to provoke you. I'm going to do all of this stuff. And the second I feel aggrieved, I need to talk to the manager. Tony Petitti on the line,
maybe
please.
Maybe they're an HOA president.
Maybe they are.
I don't know.
President.
David, I want your full response, but I'd like to state for the record.
Can I speak to the manager, please?
You didn't ring the bell a single time. Okay.
No, not at all.
And I know you wanted to. We will get to the Lions at 3 o'clock. We wanted to get this done, though, and just set the table for the day. Hey, here's a beer. I can't pronounce the name, and I have tried. I don't know how to say it. Technische? Whatever. It's good beer. There, it's good beer in Italian. It's Old Nation. Go buy some of it.
It's Italian for fat.
It's Italian for fat. Technische. Listen, it's Old Nation. They honored the traditions with this beer, a light, crisp, German-style Pilsner. Great to kick back, watch some college basketball. Championship week is upon us. Bottom line, whatever flavor you like, Old Nation's going to have something in their lineup for you. Support local, support independent. The last large, truly local independent brewery in the state of Michigan, 21 and up. And as always, Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. That's Dusty May today, by the way. You don't need a Sparty foam finger. You're a grown-ass man who's paid millions of dollars to coach college basketball, which means you are immersed in college basketball. Hey, didn't I just read an article that says you're obsessed with college basketball and watch more film than anybody? Come on, man. You're not at Winthrop.
Right.
You're not playing a road game at Sam Houston State.
Right. And I promise you, your SID probably informed you, hey, this is what's going to happen when you go there.
I'll tell you what. Imagine Jonathan Smith doesn't know that Michigan runs out underneath the MGO Blue Club Support You banner. Let me tell you what would happen to Jonathan Smith. He'd be in a wheelchair.
Wait,
you were just out there practicing, warming up, didn't know.
Hey, please, it'd be like Pamplona.
You mean we can't just stand here on the grass of the field? Like, is there a rule that says you can't just stand here under the banner?
The whole point, David, and I want your feedback on it. Look, there's no yelling. I roll my eyes at it because I don't know why your program athletic department has to behave this way. It's just who you are. Here's my thing. Why? What is this? Is it a psychosis? You're a Michigan fan, and I know you don't support all of it. And I'm not telling you. Look, there was no winner in Tunnelgate. I've never said there was a winner in that. That was ugly. The point is, if you have a family member who is constantly finding themselves in drama or constantly having money problems, or constantly is afoul of the law, at what point do you stop enabling the behavior and go, you know what? No, Lou's just an idiot. I mean, what did you call it? Uncle Lenny or whatever it is. At what point is it just you, David? That's the thing that cracks me up. Dusty May's right. You're not from here. So why you got to be indoctrinated into the douche cult?
Right.
Be your own man.
Right. You're divorced 7 times.
John Beilein. Now, let me tell you something. Here's my thing, and I don't know if Rico shares this opinion like I do. John Beilein, as much as I hated how much he could kick our ass, I respected the hell out of John Beilein because Beilein was a gentleman. Mm-hmm. Now, Beilein is the only coach in my life who's had any amount of success at U of M that did not get indoctrinated into the douche cult. I don't understand what's in the water there.
Beilein went out there, and he not only did he win, he did it. He didn't like you.
No.
He started off like, well, hey, Tom, can't we both just like you? It's not going to work, okay? We can like each other privately, but publicly, no. And then he figured that out. And under Beilein, David, you had a bunch of players blowing kisses to the Izzone. Because why? Because Michigan was winning.
Because Nick Stauskas could.
And there was nothing you could do about it. There's Nick. Mwah, mwah. And to this day, it still ticks them off. But you earned that right. So he got it. He understood the rivalry and said, hey, keep it on the floor, but have some fun with it. This was, and I'm sorry, David, for going on, but it was just like, okay, you're this great coach, Dusty May. Tell me, what advantage did you have down 17 with 2 guys at center court with 37 seconds left? You were afraid that Michigan State was going to dribble the ball
Rico,
up the court?
Here, I'll just say, he's a liar. Rico, you could just say it.
Well, he
He's
didn't
a liar.
say it. Mike, he said that, he was trying to break up for Cohen Carr because he ran down the court.
That's a lie. Cohen wasn't in the game.
Cohen's sitting on the bench.
Second of all, you didn't know about it. Yet, the referees told you about it. Now, which one?
Okay, see.
Pick a flavor of ice cream.
Stop this. If you're going to bring logic into the situation, I'm going home.
See, but he knew it before the refs told him about it because he was at Indiana, if I'm not mistaken, right? Am I wrong?
He was an assistant in Indiana. He coached at Eastern. He's been in college basketball for 30 years.
So he's been there under Bobby Knight, where you all did the tradition,
even if we didn't
in an Indiana game.
Even if we didn't do it. It is all null and void when the officials go, hey, FYI,
Correct.
They got a tradition. Here's
Correct.
what's about to go down.
Correct.
He still sent Dum-Dum out there.
Correct. And all I'm doing watching the game is immediately when it happens, I put my head down because I'm like, here we go again. I told Evan when I got here this morning that I wanted it to be like the Beilein era. That's what I was hoping for. None of this extracurricular stuff. Handle it on the court. And I'm sorry, I guess maybe I need to look at it again. We lost to you guys twice this year. I don't need this.
Double digits.
I need a victory.
Right.
That's what I need, not this extracurricular crap.
David.
Win the game.
But Dusty was raised by Chicago.
No. But I said the same thing about the Ohio State players. If you showed that amount of fight during the game, maybe you don't lose. If you showed that much care about the Block M during the game, maybe Jaden Akins ain't out there draining threes. You know, maybe Trey ain't just lighting you up for 20 points. If you show that amount of passion that you showed in the final 37 seconds, it's a different ball game. And guess what? They don't get to do that because you're beating them. But you were a frustrated team. You were out there pouting, and you were out there acting like a bunch of little bitches is what you were.
Well, the other problem, then I'll get to the people. And then we'll get to the NFL the rest of the day. I know how today's going to go, but we needed our bite at the apple with this. What did you think was going to happen when MSU intentionally fouled you so they could do this? Like, this is not a big deal. I'm not telling you to be happy about it, but it's always you. MSU doesn't have any other problems with any other team. We've beaten a number of teams on senior day. Never had a problem. We've been in plenty of stadiums over the years, plenty of tunnels. I've only heard of tunnel problems at your stadium. I've only seen a Big Ten coach punch another one, and it was your coach. I've only seen one guy say, I'll bleep and kill you. Well, two in my lifetime, John Chaney to John Calipari, but then Juwan. Like, it's just always you. And Dusty May did not have to go this way because I think Dusty May's a really good coach. But now after yesterday, I think a lot less of him. And he shouldn't care. Who the hell am I?
He got an extension for doing nothing but losing 4 out of the last 6 games.
Look, I'm not even going to do that. I have defended him.
I did.
I know you did, and you have a right to. I'm saying I think Dusty May did an incredible job this year. They ran out of gas. They don't have a guard play. But you do not have to do that. It's like the minute you walk through the threshold at David's school, you turn into a douche. Why?
You're right. It doesn't need to happen. I get it. We're rivals. Things happen. Naturally, things happen in a rival.
You realize the whole reason that tradition started at State is because Jalen rubbed his boo-boo all over the I mean, think about that. The whole reason it started was you decided, hey, I've got a fun idea. We're going to drag our asses like a dog who's constipated over your logo. That's how this started.
And you all have taken it back, which is what you're supposed to do. Because if anything happens on the Michigan Block M, we're going to try to take it back the next year. That's how it works.
Which, by the way, all of it is stupid. Like the night MSU lost to Notre Dame but felt the need to defend the logo. Guys, get to the locker room, will you please? Like, just
once again, show that passion in the first 60 minutes, and you're not having to defend the logo.
So we'll get to the callers, and then, yes, we're going to get to NFL free agency of Palooza. Look, the Lions made a signing. I'm going to tell you how I feel about it, and I really have no idea what your response will be. But I also think it leads to more questions about the Lions. We're going to do that. I think David's team made the dumbest signing in the league. We're going to talk about that.
Or maybe there was another one that just happened.
Oh, I know what you're doing. Okay, Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, okay.
No.
We'll get to it.
We'll get to it.
Oh, no, please. I don't want to. No.
No, not you.
Okay.
Not you.
Not you.
Okay, everything's fine. Calm down. Everybody just cool out. I don't want Aaron Rodgers. Rico, be curious. We get to the calls, then we're going NFL.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. And right now, for the month of March, $1 down, and you get a free PF Black Card. That's a $24.99 a month. It costs for that, but you get it for free for 1 month. But you have to sign up now, for the end of the month is over. You get the Black Card, and with the Black Card, you get access to Black Card Spa and amenities like the hydro massage and other things. The Black Card also allows you to bring a free guest with you at any time, so you can have that extra person you need for the motivation. You get that for $24.99 a month, but for this month, $1 down, and you get it for free. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way with convenient hours that fit your schedule and your routine, and free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Head into any of the 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area to get started, or you can go online or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness. Oh, man.
We're going to get to the phone calls.
They spoiled my surprise.
No, it's okay. We're going to go full-time NFL in a few minutes. Want to get to these Michigan State calls. The Ginger Pumpkin is moving west.
See, I prefer to look at it as the JJ experience starts in September.
Both can be true. Sam Darnold just got a bag to go to Seattle. You know, it's really interesting when you trade or release all the good receivers and then pay a quarterback to come in with no receivers. Whatever could go wrong. We'll get to it.
You got Jackson Smith in the Jigba.
Right. Let's go to Johnny in Ann Arbor, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, brother? How are you?
What's up, man? Doing good. First of all, congrats to him on the bag, but RIP to him on the entire wide receiver room just dipping. That's tough. What I wanted to say is, obviously, I'm a big-time Wolverines fan, and I had no problem with what we did on the Ohio State logo because we won the game and all that. And I'm all for the disrespect between two bitter rivals, but you got to be able to read the room. They're all adults, right? Like, not only are you losing by 17, you are on a big losing streak, collapsing at the end of the season. And I would understand a whole lot better if we had fought hard all game and it came down to one of your guys hit a dagger 3 with 2 seconds left, and now it's inevitably a loss. So now it's just kind of like taking out frustration at the end of a hard-fought game. But we got worse. It is, and Michigan fans, I hear it all the time when Tunnelgate happened, like calling MSU players criminals, thugs, and all that stuff. We're classless. Well, this is the type of thing that we don't like other teams doing. This is the same level of classless and cheap, and they just look like absolute losers when that's the context in which they want to show disrespect. So, I can't defend it.
No, and I guess for me, Johnny, the players is one part, but why does Dusty May got to double and triple down? What are you doing?
Yeah, like it's obvious it was on purpose and premeditated. Just say, yeah, we don't like them. Yeah.
Yeah, because Johnny, here's the thing: if it was Vlad Golden out there and Wolf, they're in the middle of the game, heated. They've been going back and forth, talking and jawing at each other. I get it. But these two, one wasn't even in the game. What were you angry about? Because, your butt was hurting because you was sitting so long? Like, you weren't even in the game. And you're this angry when you get out there? I don't get it.
Well, your name is Fat. That's a tough draw.
It's with a PH, Mike.
Man, listen.
But that's, like I said, if it was Wolf, but that's where it makes it seem premeditated. Because
of course it is. That's the
in
bench
the event
warmer.
that a fight happens, well, MSU loses a star player and you lose a guy who averages 2 minutes a game.
It's hockey principle. My goon goes after your star.
It's Jerry
we both
Seasting.
get a 5-minute major. Like, it's a trade.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's up, buddy?
Hey, take a look at what Izzo did in Iowa City last week. The Spartans won Big Ten championship on their court, and he did not let them celebrate on their court out of respect for their senior day. That's coaching right there. That's 30 years in the league, not the revolving door that's in Ann Arbor.
No, and listen, I mean, even if you wanted to give May the benefit of the doubt, it comes out at best he was being willfully ignorant or he's a liar. Post game and then today, the refs told you what was about to go down. Oh, but I didn't know about the tradition. Come on, dude, just say what's on your heart and let's get done with it.
I'd have more respect for you.
All right. Good talk.
Yeah, instead of this whole passive aggressive, well, y'all, shucks, nobody told us, and we're not supposed to know. I don't have an MSU foam finger.
I've been incredibly complimentary of Dusty May. I got a feeling that's probably about to stop because I'm like, wow, all right, you're one of them now. David, ticket text, and then we will go NFL. What do you got?
And the fact that he didn't ring the bell once.
And we offered. You could brazenly interrupt this program if we said anything inaccurate or showed signs of Spartan derangement syndrome.
I should have did
like
it for Fat.
If Rico
Fat
started
alone.
holding up a feelings paddle like the Democrats during the speech, or if I had a cane and was shaking it at Kenny, okay, you could brazenly interrupt.
Just leave the fat name alone. It's okay. That's his name.
Listen, do whatever you want, David. Just go ahead.
Typical
teams averaging 16 turnovers a game. He's a point guard.
Okay, all right. Typical Michigan behavior, just like the tunnel incident. They don't break the rules, but know exactly what they are doing and what response they are trying to elicit. That is from Tony. Someone else says the Michigan State thing isn't worth discussing. Michigan fans are upset. This isn't Tunnelgate. Michigan team is broken. He's just upset the Michigan team is broken. I get it.
No, and you should be. But look, and again, I can feel the way I feel about Dusty now while still saying he did an incredible job to drop in there and to win 14 more games than they won last year. And they're going to the tournament. They might be a 4 with a good showing in the Big Ten tournament, maybe a 5 if you get aced. I'm not going to denigrate the job he's done. But that was absolute nonsense in the postgame. And of course, the bought and paid for Wolverine media lets him get away with it because it's nothing more than a Dean Martin roast in the postgame. In the eyes of these people, along with Wojo, Michigan can never be wrong. I mean, it's silliness. It doesn't need to be that way. It's dumb.
Them boys got smacked twice on the court and want to stand on the logo. Maybe at least be in the game at some point if you want to pull that crap.
Well, according to Dusty, they really couldn't afford to give another leak out off a miss down 17 with 30 seconds to go.
Because
his words.
Right. That made zero sense. If you're really trying to win the game, you got to get the offensive rebound. You got 4 guys standing on the free throw line.
I almost wish Izzo did this because it would be a dream state. The lines would be full of Wolverines character assassinating Izzo.
Oh,
oh my God. Oh, dear Jesus. This dishonest son of
a certain prosecutor from Washtenaw County. I probably would have already drawn up paperwork.
I told you. I wish there was
unacceptable.
I wish there was a universe we just never played him. I don't care. Like, I don't even like the rivalry anymore. I don't even care. Just I would never play them again. They are exhausting. You, David, are exhausting.
Oh, that's why I wore yellow today. It's a rivalry game. Stop crying. MSU is soft.
Okay.
Wow.
You know what?
That's what helps you sleep at night.
Honestly, I hope you're sterile. I hope you can't bring a child into this world. You are, in fact, a complete moron.
Dusty May has really taken on the Michigan man identity so fast, never, ever admit any faults, ever. That is Dan in Dexter.
Oh, listen. It's the Wojo playbook. Michigan can never be wrong. That's all it is.
Oh, and David, you know what? Maybe we do owe Fat an apology.
Why?
Because he was last year's Mr. Basketball.
Doesn't mean nothing to me.
Because you also have this year's Mr. Basketball in Trey
Doesn't
McKinney.
mean nothing to me.
So
I don't care.
Play good basketball on the court, and then I'll care. From Tom, someone says, wait, I'm a Michigan fan, but how does Dusty May know that there was a documentary about this, but he didn't watch it?
Okay.
Because he was too busy buying a foam finger.
But here's the other thing that kills me. Rico and I aren't yelling. We're not all bent out of shape. I'm mocking you. That's not crying.
Right.
Like, I'm mocking you. You dummies.
Right. Like you're sitting here with the passive aggressive, aggrieved. Oh, shucks. I didn't know that. And is that what they were doing? No.
Cut scene. The refs came over and told me this is what's about to go down. So which is it?
Right.
No one told me there were sharks in the water, except a lifeguard came up and said, hey, the red flag is up. There are sharks in the water.
And
which is it?
Right. Hey, you see that sign? That's sharks, in case you didn't read.
But
we even put a photo on it. Chomp, chomp.
I didn't grow up watching Shark Week.
But the shark bit me. And
come on, dude.
Well, I can't just swim in this part of the water? Yeah, it's not allowed that I can just be in this part of the water? Shark came up to me.
Wow. Okay, then. David, go ahead.
Jeez. Oh, how about Coach call a timeout? Works both ways. Izzo was in the wrong, too.
How? We intentionally fouled you to put you to the free throw line where you can make substitutions. Try again. Guys, it's not hard.
Yeah.
It's okay to just say, you know what? We look like idiots. Just like when MSU looked like idiots defending the Spartan head after losing to Notre Dame. Yeah. Javon Ringer, kindly leave. It's okay, guys.
Yeah. And for those, for Dusty May, because I just got a text from my, my podcast partner. Nah. No, but he brought up a good point. This whole, I had no idea, and Dusty May doing the whole, why are they taking so long? Yeah, Brad Underwood had nothing with the Big Ten. He went and shook Tum Tum's hand after he kissed the court.
He did.
But the one was Greg Gard allowed the game to be stopped so Aaron Harris on crutches could come out there and kiss the court. So other coaches know this. It's not that big of a deal.
Maybe Brad Underwood grew up wearing Spartan jammies in Texas.
Greg Gard with the onesie.
I've never seen anything like it. Hi, Evan.
So I was like a little bothered, so I had to go re-listen to Dusty May's comments. And when he was talking, he's like, well, we got to get better on the free throws. And Cohen Carr just went down and scored. Cohen Carr only scored one bucket, and that was in the first half. So I don't know what game this guy was watching.
Evan, Cohen Carr wasn't in the game.
No, he was at a certain point late in the second half before the subs.
He was out of the game when this happened.
No, I know, but today...
He scored one time in the game,
and today he was saying they didn't want a fast break for Cohen Carr because he had just gone down and scored.
It's hard to do.
He didn't score in the second half.
It's hard to do when you're in warm-ups. Listen, the lies begin to stack on each other. You don't even know what's real anymore.
And nobody ever questioned them. That's the funny thing.
No, because it's the Wolverine cocktail
at
hour.
That point, real media was out on the court. What you had was the website media, and I think Wojo was in there.
So, a follow-up would have been, so if you guys had any traditions with your basketball team, which they don't, wouldn't you be upset if somebody did that to your tradition?
I don't care. I just don't know why Dusty couldn't be like, hey, that wasn't right. I'm going to handle that. My bad. Let's move on.
Well, the M doesn't stand for May on his chest anymore. So
what does it stand for?
Michigan man.
Got it.
He became a Michigan man yesterday.
Yes,
that's what it stands for, DJ Mustard.
The fact that
I quit.
Maybe we should thank Dusty for defending the Spartan logo in his team.
That's true. All right.
See, David, I told you it would be funny.
2-4. You know what? To hell with it. FanDuel bringing you Dog of the Day Profit Boost tokens. One of the best parts of the tourney is when underdogs take down a powerhouse. Right now, the upsets can get even better because the underdog that you pick, when it wins, you get a profit boost. It's your choice. Championship week is upon us. You'll have upsets. You're going to have Cinderellas in these conference championship tourneys. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, listen, this is an exciting time, and David has no blood flow in his legs. Bricked up free agency blitz music. Yes! Free agency, legal tampering. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, you're right, because a lot of this stuff, I'm going to start with what happened over the weekend.
Okay.
A lot of things happened over the weekend. First, let's get to the new deals, one for Josh Allen and one for Myles Garrett. Josh Allen had his entire deal ripped apart, got a new 6-year deal worth $330 million, $250 million guaranteed. Myles Garrett, I want out. Never mind. You get $40 million per year. Includes $123.5 million guaranteed. Thoughts on both guys?
I'm going to wait for a second. Hold on. Do you want to go first? Because if I get rolling on the Garrett thing, I ain't stopping.
Well, I'll say this about the Myles Garrett thing. Before everybody gets all bent out of shape, just know this, that we all have a point where you'll put up with a whole lot of crap and a whole lot of losing, and you'll go to a job that you absolutely detest. If they pay you enough money, you can go out and buy a sports car, a new house, whatever you got to do to feel good about working at that place. And that's what Myles Garrett did. He knows I'm not going to win in Cleveland, but at least I'm being compensated heavily for doing this. Now, as far as the Josh Allen thing goes, as bad as it sounds, in 3 years, it's a deal. It's a bargain. So, because the cap's not real.
Myles Garrett, a great philosopher named Ted DiBiase once said, every man's got a price. They bribed him, David. They bribed him. Yeah. Hey, Max Crosby got 35. We will pay you the most ridiculous contract in history just to please. We don't want to have to trade you. Our fans hate us. And you know what Myles said? You've met my price now to where I'm willing to never win a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So Myles Garrett, con man. I hate you.
Is he really a con man? Because he got paid.
I hate you.
He's going to be the happiest man at 4 wins ever.
Leave me alone. The $1 Million Man had it right. Every man's got a price.
When Cam Ward comes in there and lights it up and becomes the next Jaden Davis.
You must be kidding me.
Remember this.
I will say this on the back end of the Myles Garrett stuff, that Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, and Aiden Hutchinson are all saying thank you.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the price on Aiden, it just depends when they're going to do it. There's no way his representation's taking less than Myles Garrett. So buckle up for $40 million a year.
Let's get to the other moves that were done over the weekend, and one was Friday. After the show, Geno Smith got traded to the Raiders. The Raiders gave up a 2025 third-round pick, and reports indicate a new deal is being worked out for Geno. And DK Metcalf.
Oh, no, wait.
All right.
Wait.
All right.
You give this man his time. I want to go to the senator from Montana. Geno Smith is your man. What did you make of it?
I was shocked. I saw that. I was like, wait, what? I don't know what's going on with Mike McDonald and the Seattle Seahawks, but it's like rats leaving a ship.
They're tearing it to the ground.
They can't get out of there fast enough. And maybe it was just Geno saying, you know what? I'll go and play for a former coach, and he knows how to use me better, and I'll probably have better stats with the Raiders. And it's more so I think he believes in Pete Carroll more than the current coach. Everybody is leaving that team, which is I'm kind of wondering, like, what the heck is going on? I was shocked. I didn't see that coming.
Well, then guess what? Seattle, in turn, decides, F Rico, we want a soulless ginger pumpkin as a quarterback. Sam Darnold, do we have the terms?
Yeah, 3 years, $110.5 million, including 55 guaranteed.
It's not that terrible. I know it sounds terrible, but if you're in the business of trading your quarterback, you best sign one.
And
so there it is.
He probably got a call from Cousins saying, not bad. Not bad.
That's good work.
Yeah, you know, feels good, doesn't it?
Now,
get your 2 years.
Go take your family out to eat and come over to the barbecue.
Will it be a partial disaster or a complete disaster? There are no weapons.
I got to think they're Well, yeah, I was going to say they'll go out and draft the best wide receiver, but
It's a terrible
And who
wideout
knows
class.
with that? Yeah.
Because what did Seattle do? They traded DK Metcalf to Siberia.
The Pittsburgh Steelers,
Oh, they
5
did.
years, $150 million. We got our guy.
okay. So you're not allowed to talk about Myles Garrett ever, David, because DK could have went to anywhere and won, and instead he's going to Pittsburgh.
The land of dry sandwiches with soggy french
No,
fries
we
on
make
them.
the
about this.
playoffs every year.
It is the antithesis of Sam Darnold. Hey, Sam, who's your wide receivers? Don't know. Hey, DK, who's your quarterback?
Let me tell you what I'm here
mustard?
for. I want you to just hit the button. You know you want to. Okay,
That's
now,
your quarterback.
Here's what I'm here for. I want you to imagine like a synchronized swimming team, DK and Pickens melting down at the same time in the same game. These are two of the most emotionally unstable receivers in football. Now they play together. I'm here for all of it.
Whatever quarterback shows up, they're going to be trying to outrace each other to pick them up from the airport and say, no, I need you to throw me the ball, not him. Throw me the ball.
Yeah.
So David, congratulations.
Yeah, it won't be Justin Fields. Justin Fields has signed with the Jets 2 years, $40 million. $30 million of that is guaranteed. And yes, the Steelers and the Giants are still talking to Aaron Rodgers. I want to push him to New York as much as I can.
This actually gets funny, and we're going to include all of our
I'm
team.
not laughing.
According to Josina Arnold.
Who?
Josina Arnold.
Josina Anderson.
Josina Anderson. I'm sorry.
I was like,
Josina
is he
Anderson.
combining Josina Graziano?
Josina Anderson.
He's built a super NFL reporter box.
Because I can't wait to tell you
Josina
this, so I'm
Rossini.
sorry.
Go ahead, what?
She is being told that the Niners and the Chargers have been in conversation with Jameis Winston as a potential backup per league sources. Also being told, depending on the outcome of other quarterbacks, the Giants have entered the chat as well.
For Jameis? I would take Jameis Winston over Aaron Rodgers.
So would I. Are we
don't
now in
care.
a race for him?
I'm all in for Arch Manning. I quit. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Look, the Justin Fields thing, just for a minute. If you're the Jets, you got a 2-year deal. Don't you still try to draft a QB in this draft to put behind Justin Fields if you're Aaron Glenn? Don't you have to?
No.
Oh, don't. You really think Justin Fields is still redeemable?
No, I think you, for probably the first time in his career, you just say, son, don't look behind you. Don't look over your shoulder. It's just you. And do you want to waste a pick on one of these quarterbacks? Or if you are complete trash, we'll just draft your replacement next year. When it's a better quarterback.
I hope Aaron has that job security.
But for the first time, don't look over your shoulders. Just
lose games with grace like you did in Chicago.
Well, but see, if Chicago would have done what they're doing now and basically signed an all-new offensive line.
Because they signed Drew Dahlman today for people that don't know.
And
maybe he's still there.
Let me do this quickly because I don't want to. First of all, do we have Khalil Mack news?
$18 million 1 year.
Where?
Back to the Chargers.
Here's the most egregious thing I've seen all day, and it's not DK Metcalf. What is Carolina doing paying J.C. Horn $400? More than Carlton Davis, more than DJ Reed.
And they've also gone to get Milton Williams as well for a lot of money. So
The Panthers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Milton didn't go to the Patriots or something?
No.
Oh, boy. All right, listen. That is part one of our free agency bonanza blitz. 97.1. So I've mentioned Northville Lumber a lot on the show, the largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And in fact, Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They've got all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, and all the time. It's at the lowest prices. So whether you're a deck builder or do-it-yourselfer, they got you covered. You can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Today's 65 and sunny. This is but a reminder. Deck season is almost here. Call Northville Lumber today, or better yet, stop by, see the showroom, and take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. Please tell me you didn't play this because this man is a giant. Please.
It's because I'm begging him to come back to Pittsburgh now.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure. Now, we can get to business 3 o'clock. If you're looking for Michigan State, Odyssey.com Rewind. We handled it. Dusty May, I don't know. I don't know what's in the water in Ann Arbor. But Lions have made what probably will be their splash signing. It's DJ Reed, corner from the Jets. The pricing is not egregious. It looks like a little bit of a, hey, I want to play for a winner versus be J.C. Horn. And is he the best of a bad free agent class? Yeah. I mean, is he better than Carlton Davis? I can't say that. If you want a fun factoid, he led the league in pass interference penalties with 7. Tied with his new starting corner opposite him, Terrion Arnold. So, look, I'm fine with it. I'm indifferent. But I'm not going to sit here and pop champagne bottles. How could I? I told you the last 2 weeks, I don't like DJ Reed. He draws a ton of penalties. It's kind of a zone corner. I do wonder if there will be more zone in your future. New DC, I don't know. I'm fine with it. I'm not angry. I'm not elated. I treat it a lot like Carlton Davis. If you have a perfect player, they very rarely hit free agency. This free agent class league-wide is being panned as awful, regardless of position. It's an awful free agent class. So you didn't overpay. I don't know that he's going to be fantastic. He might be good. Fine. You know where I stand. If I'm going to spend big money, I'm doing it up front. Now, if there's a way, Rico, that by getting DJ Reed, I still have a pathway to a Trey Hendrickson, a pathway to adding up front, then I'll be more excited about it. My worry is, for some reason, they brought back Marcus Davenport. For some reason, they decided, and again, I agree with John Jansen on this point. It's not about the player, Derek Barnes. It's about the price. I'm not spending $8.5 million on a part-time linebacker. I'm just not doing it. But they love their own players, something Dan Campbell swore they had to be careful of.
And I guess Za'Darius wasn't considered their own player.
But he also was expendable in the same way that if they had anyone on the roster who was young and cheap and decent, DJ Reader would be expendable. Wasn't the same guy last year. But he's not expendable because they don't have any defensive tackle depth anybody cares about.
So what's Za'Darius going to do with his championship ring?
Take it to the pawn shop. I don't know.
Oh, wow. You know, honestly, I'd like to think that they're going to make a big splash. I don't.
This is the splash.
I think they are going to tell you, you need to just get a chef's hat for Brad, give him the draft. It's deep in defensive linemen, rush ins, and just let him go away and pick away and bring in players. Because right now, maybe they're tipping their hands saying they're going to play more zone.
I don't know. I don't know.
Instead of man, because, right, I mean, when you hit me with the stat pre-show, I was like, wait.
That's just for fun. And I mean, listen, I'm not telling you, hey, maybe 2 of the calls he got screwed. 7 PIs is 7 PIs. The top 2 corners in the league are now your starting corners, 14 pass interferences. It is what it is. Will Terrion get better? Sure. I don't know. Look, DJ Reed got attacked a lot. And I'm not saying he's a bad corner. He's not. He's good. I don't think he's great. It's the same thing I said about Carlton Davis last year. And you guys killed me. And I hated his injury history. How'd it work out? I'm fine with Reed. But do I think you're better year over year? No. I think it's a push. I think Carlton Davis and DJ Reed are very similar players. So good on you to not get worse. I'm good with that. And you do have Rakestraw and Amik and Terrion Arnold. Okay, so we've got 4 corners for 3 spots. Maybe the Vildor experience continues. But what are you going to do for a pass rush? And again, I still think you need a defensive tackle on a run-stuffing basis. I still think you need more depth up there. Because, look, Aleem McNeil's a disruptor, and he's fantastic. He's coming off another catastrophic lower body injury. I don't know. I'm okay, but I feel like in this town, you know, unless you walk around with your flagpole up in the air, people look at you like you're a hater. And it's like, no, I don't hate it.
No, I think in this town, I think people have just come to the fact of they're going to just let Brad go into the draft because that's his strength. You take care of your own, check. Okay. You're going to go into the draft, and you're going to find some more people who are going to be all pro as rookies, and you're going to do all of this stuff.
Here's the
and
facts.
Everything will be fine,
Here's
and
the
you
facts.
don't need to bring in an outsider.
For a last year grade, you had one of the 5 worst drafts in football. You had a bottom 5 draft in football for what that draft did for you last year. Arnold wasn't good. Rakestraw didn't play. You had a mystery guy who doesn't know how to play American football. You had a special teamer turned safety turned running back who didn't play. Does this sound familiar?
No, it does.
So look,
No.
my point is you don't get to pretend you had the Eagles draft last year.
No, but what you do is you sit there and say, but look, he went and got J-Mo, he went and got Gibb, and he got Branch, he got Kirby.
That's great.
And he'll find all of these people. And you forget last year was not the follow-up draft that you wanted to see. Last year was...
No, and it's okay in a rebuilding sense.
Right.
But when it's your window, when it's now, I do need immediacy.
Yes, because
that's where I caution people.
I look at Vaikai and Manu as 2 guys that you could have drafted in the 3rd and 4th round to put on your D-line that at the end of the season, they would have had to go in there and play, but maybe you would have had a diamond in the rough. Maybe you would have found your 4th round Amon-Ra for the defensive line, but you chose to go experimental. And that's why I had a problem with that.
And listen, I told you for weeks, and I'll say it today. I'm not going to say a negative word. They didn't do anything wrong with the Myles Garrett thing. You don't get to say they didn't try. You don't get to say they failed. Myles Garrett got bribed, period. Ted DiBiase style. He got bribed. 35? No. 36? No. 7? 8? 9? 4? Wait, you're offering me how much? F it, I'll lose the rest of my career. I'm not mad. But in order for me to feel like you're going all in, there has to be a defensive end signing. I'm leery of a guy like Josh Sweat leaving Philly because he plays in Philly. Trey Hendrickson, there's a cost, there are concerns. I'm just saying, the Marcus Davenport thing, I don't understand this team's affinity for guys who cannot stay healthy. I don't understand it.
He feels like he can fix them, Mike. He feels like, you know what? When you come here, we'll take care of you. And
Would you make it Derek Barnes? Good player, but did I need to commit 8.5?
And because that's what, did you just bid against yourself? Like, who else was going to come in here and swoop him up and pay him this ridiculous amount of money? I didn't think he was that hot on the open market. Like, oh, well, you got to re-sign him because, 5 other teams wanted him. You bid against yourself. You overpaid for him. And bring it. Good player, but I'm with you. I'm with John. You probably could have got him at a better price. But, hey, he's yours now.
The other problem I have is when you look at what the Jets decided to do, they paid Sauce and they paid their slot. You know who they didn't pay? DJ Reed. It's not a shot, but it's the same story I told you last year when the Bucs decided we want to invest in Jamal Dean. We don't want to invest in Carlton Davis. Why? Availability. So I'm not being negative. I'm being factual. I'm being real with you. It's fine. And before you call in and go, but Bob's football says he's the best corner on the market, that can be true. So can the fact be this is one of the worst free agent classes in the history of the National Football League. Go read anyone who you trust in football. This is a horrific free agent class. So I'm fine with it. I don't think they overpaid, but I don't have to do cartwheels to Belle Isle. I need pass rushers. I need a D-tackle. I need a space eater up front. I got to see what they're able to do here. And Josh Sweat is now off the board. He's going to the Cardinals on a 4-year deal worth $76.4 million. So, look, maybe they just are going to go with the Almondine Muhammad experience. And it's going to be Aiden and company. I don't know. But I don't love it. I want someone opposite Aiden I can trust, I can bank on, I can rely upon. I can't do that with Marcus Davenport. Come on. And when 2 of my starting 4 guys are coming off of injuries where their legs exploded, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't expect them to hit the ground running. I do think there's a ramp up. And that doesn't mean they won't be good. But there is something about the plan here. And I'd love your guys' thoughts. It's your football team, 248-539-9797. Why is it that they don't want to spend more heavily up front? Why? You want to give it to us next? Do you want to be curious?
No, I'm going to give it to you because I do have an answer. So, yeah.
Well, I'd hope so. I mean, you are the professor.
I don't think that people will. Well, I think some Lions fans will understand what I'm going to say. The Brad bots, you won't like it.
All right, I'm here for it. I'm here till 6. Go ahead, tell them all about it.
Oh, man. Hey, can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places that you go the most with Xfinity Internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving the ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in places that you need it the most, like at the coffee shop or in line at the grocery store, at your kid's ball game. All the power of more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streamer, or you work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll just love how fast that the Xfinity Internet and mobile together is going to be for you. And now through April 17th, get the 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited line of mobile together for $30 a month for 1 year with no annual contract, and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit the store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet Plus, one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus, one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
So I got something interesting. Before, Rico, you tell people, I want to add just to this tidbit. We were just talking about, man, I just would prefer expenditures up front versus secondary, and DJ Reed's fine. Apparently, Adam Schefter, about 40 minutes ago, on the ESPN free agency special, when was asked about Josh Sweat, said, I'm hearing Detroit. What did we just say? He just agreed to terms with the Arizona Cardinals. Now, that was 4 at 76. There's no scenario Adam Schefter is totally out in left field that the Lions weren't involved. I just don't believe that. Okay, so
it sounds like the Cardinals ponied up more money.
But what's important is, all right, they had already signed Reed. So the 4 at 76 is what it would have taken to get Sweat. That means they had to be south of that, right? Mm-hmm. What can you get for south of that?
Not much. You're probably looking at guys on a 1 or 2 year deal, just kind of not just okay players.
Don't say Joey Bosa. If your answer for last season was Davenport and Bosa, two guys who can't play a combined 10 games.
Here's the beauty of it. Here's something that you will like, because I was doing some reading. Probably Joey Bosa wouldn't be interested in coming here because he wants to play on natural grass and not on turf.
Tremendous.
So I don't, unless you offer him the bag.
We're not doing that.
I don't think that you're going to see that.
So you had an explanation for people. I want to hear it.
I think the explanation is they're saving their money to take care of all of their guys who are on the team. All of the fan favorites will get the bag, whether it's going to be Kirby Joseph, whether it's going to be Brian Branch, whether it's going to be Jahmyr Gibbs, whether it's going to be Laporte. All of these guys, that's where the money's going to go. And I think it's just we go into the draft and we find the pieces that we don't have. So, yes, they're more worried about the players down the line than trying to fix the problems right now. How it's almost like the fan. How are we going to pay this guy? How are we going to pay this guy? How are we going to, like, who cares? The salary cap will go up by $50 million by the time it's time to pay J-Mo and Gibbs, and you'll have the money. But it's almost, well, if we do this, what happens down the line when this guy's contract is up? I don't care. The team may be awful by then, but you'll have a Super Bowl title. So that's okay. That's just me. That I think
I don't think you're wrong. And Dan Campbell's addressed this. Dan Campbell has said publicly, we need to be careful about falling in love with our own people. The problem is they're in love with their own people. I mean, I like Kirby Joseph. Am I interested in paying him? No. I like J-Mo. Am I going to pay him? No. There are certain pieces that are infinitely replaceable. And I don't invest in everything all the time. And Rico, he's right. If you think Jared Goff's cap number is truly going to be $69 million in 2026 without adjusting the contract, I don't know what to tell you. All of these contracts, they're Play-Doh. They're malleable. So you do what you need to do. Look, I want to win right now. DJ Reed, to me, is you drew even, meaning lose Davis, replace Davis. I don't think you got better. I'm not going to be the one to sell that to you.
Well, let me give you this here. I don't know if it's something or nothing. But yes, the Lions have, quote unquote, signed DJ Reed. It is the tampering period. He did tweet out Detroit, but has since deleted that tweet. And Dave Burkett quickly wrote an article saying he was on the phone briefly with him, asking him about it. He says, that's what it's looking like, basically saying that's what it's looking like, that I signed with Detroit before he ended the call to talk to his agent.
What?
So I don't know if that means he wasn't supposed to tweet out Detroit. I don't know. It is a tampering. I have no idea.
How does legal tampering work? Can somebody re-tamper to tamper?
I don't know.
Could somebody swoop in after the tamper?
I just felt I should bring it up based off what you said about Josh Sweat in the news with
Well, it
Schefter.
makes you wonder, just because Schefter is very rarely, egregiously wrong. So would the DJ Reed money have gone to Josh Sweat? I was just bringing it up. It was just a small factoid. That's all. David, the ticket text coming in. We'll get to the callers. 248-539-9797. If DJ Reed is the biggest splash, is that enough? If it's DJ Reed, signing your own people, and cooking, is that enough? And look.
I like how you cooking.
Well, because I don't know another way to put it. I need them to do something up front. And I don't know what it is. It's not my job to know what it is. It's Brad's. But I'm not comfortable going into next year where my best two guys are off catastrophes. And then Marcus Davenport might get hurt tying his shoes. So go ahead, David. Talk to me.
The D-line was a problem when Hutchinson was healthy. Now he's coming off a potentially career-threatening injury, and we haven't addressed the line at all. No, sir, I don't like it.
Yeah, it was also a problem, but the first 3 weeks of the year, you got to face third-string tackles. I mean, I know facts are mean. I know they get in the way of some really jolly narratives. But when you were playing Seattle and they were down both tackles, or you played Tampa Bay and they were on a third-string tackle, or two of Aiden's sacks came against a tight end who was one-on-one against him. I hate to be, sorry, party's over. Calm down about what you saw the first couple weeks. You don't get to play against backups every week.
You look at the road schedule and the lack of pass rushers, and it's just absurd that Brad isn't going all in at the position. Someone else says, thank you, Mike and Rico. Been asking myself as well why we keep re-signing career IR players who shockingly have ended up on the IR for us.
I understand you got to take some risks. Davenport, you want to say he's free? I'm not mad at you. It is a prove-it deal. It's just more, I want to plant a flag. I want to invest in Aiden by putting someone opposite him, as Rico has said a million times. I could take the pressure off him. Let him come back. Let him work himself back into high gear. And candidly, you need bookend rushers. You just do. I don't know. And again, if you want to say, they'll get it in the draft. Okay. There's one Jared Verse every 3 to 4 years. Yeah. So if that's your plan, I wish you good luck.
Because often rookies seem to play like rookies, first-year players.
I've heard that. Thank you. David, go ahead.
They have spent heavy on the D-line, going to pay Hutch big money and already paid McNeil. Can't have $100 million people at all 4 positions. It's a deep draft. He will get someone there.
Yeah, actually, you're a liar. You haven't paid Hutch yet, so you can't say you have. Second of all, Aleem's deal is not terrible. It isn't. What else have you spent up there? Look at the 2 deep. Look at the 3 deep. I mean, come on. Then compare it and contrast to what Philly has. Or in years past, what San Francisco has had. We're not, and again, don't be disingenuous. Spare me. No one's asking you to have the highest paid player at every position. No one. But how long are we going to go with Aiden and spare parts at the DN spot versus let's make the investment and do this? Stop with the straw man stuff. No, I'm not trying to be.
No. Because what I found out as this keeps going, there are just 2 camps, man. You thought the Steve bots were bad. Oh, my goodness. The Brad bots. He does nothing wrong.
Well, that's fine. They get to live in whatever world they want. I just treat them like
shut your mouth and you need to just wait because he knows more than you.
Okay, good. Then put a few Lombardis in there. Because the only time you earn that level of cachet, you win titles, plural. Then people have to be quiet.
Right. Andy Reid does something. All right. Bill Belichick back in the day. All right. But yeah, here.
Look, they've done an incredible job, and Brad's done a wonderful job getting this thing turned around. But now the hardest thing is to hit Summit.
Well, because Brad is being compared to every other general manager that they've had, which was absolute garbage water. So therefore, the fact that he's good,
right?
Let's just say he's a solid 7.5 out of 10. It looks like a 12.
I know
compared to the 1s and 2s that you had.
We're gonna get to the people next. But if DJ Reed's the signing and the rest is just take care of your own and cooking, is that enough? You have a right to whatever opinion you want. Weather warming up. Think about the home improvement projects. 2 of the most important yet overlooked ones are getting your roof and windows inspected to make sure they still form an airtight seal around your home. Why is it important? Because in the state of Michigan, we get freeze and thaw cycles like nobody else. Probably be 10 degrees tomorrow. The point is, make sure that freeze thaw, it cracks shingles, it blows apart your roof, water can get in. It's the same thing with your windows. Gaps form, water gets in, you're living a nightmare. Call Victor's Home Solutions. Get a free 21-point video roof inspection today, and they'll include the windows. They go over every square inch of both. They'll make sure there's nowhere for water to get in, and if there is a problem, they're going to fix them with an inexpensive repair. So, if it's time for a new roof or windows, Victor's has you covered. Call today. Get it done. 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com.
I guess.
All right, we get to the people. David, Bears have made another move, and I'm only bringing it up because they are in the Lions division. Grady Jarrett, 3-year deal. A little long in the tooth. That's still if you limit his snap count, you'll be all right.
That's actually, look, they're improving both sides of the line.
No, they're not.
That's
Let
what's
Brett
important. Let Brad
No other
cook.
team gets better. Only the Lions get better. Stick to the script, David. God.
And Russell Wilson's going to the Titans.
No. Wait, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. They're targeting.
Holy hell. Okay.
He told me going and targeting.
Let's
They're
go to the
targeting.
people. You're stressing me out with this quarterback stuff. I'm very worried you're going to say something about the Giants later. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, bud?
Good afternoon. I love listening to you guys.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, Matt.
Hey, you guys are my favorite. So I'm hoping to have faith that Dan Campbell's going to do something. My worst fear is he's going to put out an Iserman press release saying you don't expect any help, and that's just worst case scenario. But I'm hoping he does something because he has all this money left over. I'm just having faith that he's going to do something to inspire the city.
What would the move be? I mean, like, what would get you to where you're like, I'm thrilled with this offseason now?
Definitely edge rush to pair with Aiden. I was hoping, for Myles Garrett, but obviously that ship has sailed. I know the Lions went after him. I just don't think that they offered him enough. But it definitely edge rush. Edge rush is the main concern.
Yeah, and look, here's my thing, right? I mean, Matt, I understand you have a plan. The plan has helped you become one of the contenders in the NFC. But what stops you from at least you try with Trey Hendrickson? Like, what stops that?
Yeah, nothing stopping them. Like I said, they need an edge rush. So no matter who it is, it's someone as long as it's paired with Aiden, because of his injury, he's healed, but it's still a bad injury. Anything can happen. He's not going to be at 100% those first few games, and probably not the whole season. So, God forbid that he goes down again. We're going to be in the same situation as last year.
Yep.
And I just don't want to be in that situation.
I'm completely with you. And again, that's not a shot at DJ Reed. DJ Reed's fine. I think it's a push. Carlton Davis and DJ Reed are, fine. But I'm sure as hell not going to do the whole local yokel routine of, new guy awesome, old guy bum. No, actually, Carlton was pretty good. But he did what he always does. He got hurt. DJ Reed led the league in pass interferences, tied with his new teammate, Terrion Arnold. 7. Fun. Here's the other thing. The Jets decided to pay Sauce. I'm not going to hold that against them. They also decided to pay their slot. You know who they didn't pay? DJ Reed. The other problem is Sauce will take the other team's best player. You do not. So
who takes the best player here? Mike, you. Wow.
I'm just throwing things out there, and you do what you like with them. We'll go over to Jason.
I'm just like, because Arnold pretty much got the secondary guy.
Yeah, and when
Reed got the
Sauce would
secondary
go,
guy.
Here's the problem. When I watched the Jets last year, vividly, I can remember when Sauce had a lot of these mystery absences mid-game, they were attacking DJ Reed. Now, again, I don't know any corner. There are like 3 guys in this league who you just don't throw at. I'm not knocking DJ Reed. I'm saying I watched the games. He's very handsy. He's very physical. Okay, but I'm not going to put him on this pedestal like he's infinitely superior to Carlton Davis. I don't think that's honest.
I got you. No, makes sense.
Go to Jason, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on again.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to talk about the moves that we made the last 2 days. First being, Za'Darius cutting him. I understand you wanted to save money, but then you're just going to throw a BS contract over to Davenport and see if he can go again. So I don't like that. I'm hoping the reason why we cut him is to then get Trey Hendrickson. So that's the first point. The second one is this DJ Reed. I'm giving it a C-. And that's just, in my opinion, you can't have him and Terrion, interchangeably be your number one corner. The guy's 5'9". He's very handsy. And I don't see it working out. And I'm very disappointed in Brad Holmes right now.
I mean, I'm higher on it than you are. I mean, I'm not mad at you for the opinion at all. I wouldn't give it some A+ or anything. I mean, we were listening to Doug and Scott before we came on the air. You would have thought they signed Charles Woodson at Michigan. And they were going crazy about it. I'm like, well, I'm not quite there. But yeah, Jay, I'm okay with it. But I need more. And I think it's okay to need more when you're in a Super Bowl window. It's okay to want more. And yes, I think you have to be a level of irresponsible. Like if you're driving, is it irresponsible to go 85 and a 70? I don't believe so. The police may disagree. It's definitely irresponsible to go 110. No one's asking to go 110. I need the Lions to go 85. That's it. Pedal down. We're going fast, but we're not going to lose control of this car.
80 something.
Yeah.
More than 55.
Correct. Go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. Just a heads up. You know what? I hear everybody. I trust Lions what they're doing. You know what? We might not like what we see right now, but I'm going to trust. But here's the problem with Trey Hendrickson. You want to go get him, you're going to probably cost a fourth round because you're going to have to pay him. So that's a hit against Cincinnati. They waited too long. So you're going to bring in a guy who's had 2 good years. Prior to that, he's been hurt a lot. You had a guy here to put at the other end. He wasn't going to break the bank. I think it was $11 million for this year for Zadarius Smith. You had a guy here. He got doubled because he was the only one on the line. What is he going to do when he's not doubled and Aiden Hutchinson's back? You had a guy here. It was a dumb move for them to release him.
Ed, I do wonder if they're going to try to bring him back for a lesser cost. Because I don't think the market's going to be big for him.
Money. I'm not taking less money to come back. Now you cut me. You need me. I don't need you.
Unless nobody else needs you.
See, here's the other thing. And look, I said this earlier, and I don't want people to freak out. I like Kirby Joseph. But if I'm going to hand Kirby 5 at 110, 4 at 90, or I can pay that to a defensive end, I know where I'm going. It has nothing to do with Kirby Joseph. He's a really good player. But I think the safety depth is far better than the edge depth, and I just think it's infinitely more replaceable. And I'm not going to sit here and get seduced by I don't want to hear about the interceptions. Oh, but he led the league. Listen.
There's a more tip passes.
Well, there's a lot that goes into it. That's all I'm saying. He's a very good player. But, okay, now if they hand Kirby that extension, that pulls from another position group.
No, I'm with you because safeties rank right up there with wide receivers for me.
We know how you feel about them. 248-539-9797. Spring into savings. Unbeatable deals at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need a truck? They got you covered. 25 Silverado, 4-wheel drive, LT Crew Cab, $299 a month, $19.99 down. Priced right. Or you can go green this spring, lease the all-electric 25 Blazer EV, $199 a month, $14.95 down. Both 24 months, and the best part, everyone gets employee pricing on both these deals. No gimmicks, just deals. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com, or you can stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right. We got a lot of football things. David, in that elegant pastel yellow polo. Let's get to football today, shall we?
So let me give people a warning here because, yes, things are happening fast, but it is still the tampering period. Let me give you a lesson in that today.
That's how you ended up with your fourth kid.
Oh, wow. Okay. Milton Williams, at the beginning of the tampering period, was going to the Panthers. Hours later, he was going to the Patriots for $104 million.
Yeah, listen. That guy was a third-round pick, and he played really well. But this is like the Alvin Harper principle. Who Milton Williams got to play with around him impacts my view of him. Like, I like him, but now, Milton, I have bad news for you. You are now the only player on this defensive line, and I'm paying you, what is it, $26.5 a year?
$26.5 a year, yes, exactly.
Wow.
So you're saying very similar to what you think is going to happen with Sam Darnold.
Yes.
Take away all your wide receivers and your tight ends and your running backs.
And you're just a stupid-looking redhead surf boy. That's right.
And another player he played with, and Josh Sweat, is going to the Cardinals, 4 years, $76.4 million, reuniting him with Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah, his former DC in Philly.
Yep.
Look, it's not terrible. I worried about Sweat if he had approached, $90, $100 million. Nothing in free agency feels like a great deal. Like, do I think the Lions got a quote-unquote deal? Yeah, I thought it was a little less than what Reed might get. I'm okay with it. I am. But this is not Costco. You don't get a pallet of salmon for a good price. It's free agency. You're going to bleed. You know what I mean? Free agency's nuts.
It is, and I think that either this is going to be one of those years where you're not going to dip your toe in the water. Either you're going to go all in, like you're looking at what the Bears are doing,
or you could be Joe Shane, who's busy.
Or you just say, I don't deem this to be a good free agent class. I don't want to play.
Yeah, or be Joe Shane, where you're sitting there with your Suprasad in your hand, and nobody wants to play for the Giants.
Well,
all the cap space, and nobody wants our money.
Daniel Jones is still out there.
There's one player that wanted your money.
Here's today's fact of the day.
Yeah.
You son of a... Joe Shane gave Daniel Jones more money, total and on an AAV basis, than what Sam Darnold just signed for today. 3 years later, when prices have skyrocketed, that's how badly he overpaid Daniel Jones.
But, Mike, he had to, or else he was going to lose him.
Supersod hand.
Well, Joe Shane did make one. He made one move today.
Yeah.
He signed cornerback Paulson
It's
Adebo.
Paulson Adebo. He doesn't have 7 names.
Paulson Adebo, 3 years, worth $54 million, 36 guaranteed.
We'll take that.
Yeah.
Look, the guy broke his femur last year.
Yes, he did.
Is he a good player? Yes. He's only 25. They probably had to bribe him, the Ted DiBiase, every man has a price. Hey, do you want to play in the swamp in New Jersey? Here, we'll pay you. I like Adebo. He's a really good player. But does it matter? No. We're absolute dog water. Don't even waste the listener's time.
Well, I will give you this information.
We're terrible.
You treat safeties, Rico, like wide receivers. Well, you just lost a safety in San Francisco.
Oh, Mufalada's gone.
Yeah. Talanoa Hufanga is going to the Broncos. 3 years, $45 million, $20 million guaranteed.
All right,
you knew that was happening. You didn't have the cap space for that.
Go ahead.
No, it's your team, and I'm sorry. And then I'm going to say what I'm going to say.
No, for some reason, John Lynch says he's going through a belt tightening this year where he's just going to be smart about everything. They're going to try to use the draft. Plus, they got the Purdy contract coming up. That's why Debo, it's pretty much an estate sale. We're not giving away everything, but you come in here and you offer us a decent price for it, and you can have them.
I don't want to pay safeties.
I don't.
That's all I had to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and for safeties, I can go out and get a young one in the draft, and I can control his salary for the next 4 or 5 years, and I'm good. Like, yeah, David, they're like wide receivers to me.
You talk about overpay in free agency. Harold Landry signed with the New England Patriots, 3 years, $43.5 million. Hasn't been the same since his ACL injury. Here are the numbers. He has 19.5 sacks over the past 2 years. PFF had him at just 30 total pressures last season, over 400 rushing snaps.
All right, but all I'll tell you, for me, David, he played on a god-awful team. But also, that's why he got $43 million, not $90. I'm just, David, it's not.
I wouldn't have paid him 43 though.
And that's fine,
Yeah.
but here's your issue. It's like when people tried to make trades with Danny Ainge with the Celtics. They would want 17 first-round picks because you had 30 of them. Everybody knows the Patriots have $120 million in cap space. No one is going to give you a bargain.
No.
So let's get over to the LA Rams because they had a pretty big signing, I guess. Devontae Adams signed there, 2 years worth $44 million, $20 million guaranteed. It's basically just a 1 year deal.
I'm going to drop this in Rico's lap. Hey, I just traded an old, aging, oft-injured wide receiver for another old, aging, sometimes injured, and often unhappy wide receiver. Bold strategy. Rico.
See, I think this is one where the Rams decided maybe we don't want to break the team up. Maybe we can go in one more time and challenge the Eagles. They realized we were a fourth down. They were a third and fourth down away in the snow game in Philadelphia from representing and going to the NFC Championship game. We're not that far off with Devontae Adams. Maybe, just maybe. Mike, it's like when you were growing up as a kid and your parents kept telling you, stay away from this kid because this kid's only going to lead you down a wrong path. Okay? Maybe now that...
Do you think Kenny was that kid in his neighborhood?
No.
But I stay away from that kid. He does meth.
I think now that you... Kenny, I'm trying to help you here. I am.
How did I get a rake? I just got
Because I watched your hockey team Friday and they really angered me. More on that later.
Like to apologize for that.
More on that later.
But I think getting away from Aaron Rodgers, maybe he goes back and he's got a quarterback that maybe he will like with the Rams. And if it's a slight upgrade from Cooper Kupp, because he's going to be the number 2 guy anyway, it may work out short term. And he's only there for 2 years.
The Buccaneers have did some things today. Chris Godwin returned to the Bucs, 3 years, $66 million.
I like it. The kid's got to stay healthy. But he's good in that offense, and he's a perfect complement to Evans. Baker loves him. He's just, David, when they do x-rays of that guy's legs, I mean, that's got to be a wild scene. That's got to look like one of those old school puzzles my dad used to do as a kid. He's had so many injuries.
Mm-hmm. The Bucs also brought in Hassan Reddick today, 1 year, $14 million. So,
I got nothing. I don't know what to do with him. I don't know if he's still a good player. I don't know if he likes playing football for money.
Okay, here's the good news. It's a 1 year deal. The bad news is for $14 million. So if it works out, it's great, and you have to try to re-sign him. But if not, you can just go ahead and let him go because you're not on note for him for a long time.
And then I'll give you this here because you're right, Mike. The Patriots just have so much money. They've brought in Carlton Davis, 3 years, $60 million. $34.5 million is fully guaranteed. Carlton Davis.
I mean, look, you know what you're getting. I don't think it's a good deal. I'm glad they got DJ Reed for a little less. Carlton Davis, I'm sorry, maybe I'm crazy. I don't think injuries slow down as you get older. But look, what are you going to do? I mean, the Patriots got to spend the money somehow, and their quarterback doesn't make any, and he won't for a while. But they're still not addressing what they need to do. Investments in Drake May. You have to improve what's around him.
And yet one more person not going to the Giants, look like the prettiest man in football, is headed back to back up Matthew Stafford. Jimmy G headed back to the Rams.
He's an icon.
Just happened.
Beautiful man.
I thought maybe he would go to the Giants.
Dude, no, listen, what do we start the segment with? Supersod, hand, no one wants to play there. Jimmy G does not want, no one wants to be there.
Trying to help you out.
There's no helping. Okay. It's over.
It's never over.
I think it is over for
Yeah.
both of our teams.
David, enjoy.
Oh, God, please.
Yeah.
You out here just spending money like a drunken sailor. Here you go.
Yeah.
You don't even have a quarterback, but
DK
we will.
Metcalf and George Pickens on the same team.
Wait.
Brought to you by Mentally Unstable.
Wait. What number does Pickens wear?
14.
Oh, you already see the fight happening, don't you?
Yeah,
You already see the fight.
Be on the undercard of UFC 763.
He's walking in like Debo. I need that 14.
And Pickens is psychotic enough to believe he's better than DK.
He's not giving that number up. So
Oh, we're going to have to fight for it. Okay.
right in the middle of the locker room.
You know what? Hey, defend your 14. Stand on
All
top
right,
of
that
it.
enough.
That is in football today.
Every time you play that, I want to throw up. Thank you for that. Now, I'm going to ask again at 4 o'clock. Tell me you're not playing that for a reason.
No, not this time.
That's all I ask.
Okay. He's trolling you.
I want to make sure because every time, guys, he's playing these songs, and I'm worried I'm going to have Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson as my quarterback. Okay. If you're looking for Michigan State and Dusty May's Psychosis, we did that in the opening hour. We just got done with an hour of Lions and DJ Reed and free agency. It's all there for you. I do want to mix in a couple other things, briefly. One of which is I need to ask Kenny a question. And it's not insulting. There's no rake. I watched the Wings Friday night. To say that the third period didn't go well would be like saying the Hindenburg had a few problems.
A couple of mechanical issues there.
Yes, slight mechanical failures. Kenny, I don't want to be melodramatic, and if you go, Michael, you can't say, tell me. Just shoot me straight, okay? Their season's on the line tonight in Ottawa. A loss, you've lost 6 in a row, and this would be directly to a team that has already jumped you, meaning this would put Ottawa, I believe, 5 or 6 ahead of you. You still have, I believe it will be 11 on the road, 7 at home, 2 against Vegas, 2 against Carolina, Florida on there. Am I overdoing it, or do you feel the same way about tonight?
So if the games we had upcoming weren't like this gauntlet schedule that we seem to be facing on the road, I would say you're being melodramatic, but it's not. The way out for the Red Wings right now, I think they have the hardest strength of schedule remaining of any team in the NHL. And that's a problem because now games like the Ottawa game, the Buffalo game, those become must-win games. So I don't think you're being overdramatic or oversimplifying it when you say, hey, today matters a hell of a lot more than maybe people realize, even though there is still like 18, 19 games left to go, whatever it is. I don't know.
I think, God forgive me, I think it's 18.
Sure, yeah, okay, 18 games left, and you say, oh, that's a lot of time to catch up. Well, when you play Florida, when you play Vegas, when you play Colorado, Carolina twice. I mean, these are hard teams. It's a hard league, man.
I think what was most embarrassing to me, Kenny, and look, things happen. I mean, I don't mean it in an insulting way, but hockey's a weird sport. You can have a bad bounce. It can not go off the boards the way you expected. A skate, an ass, whatever. Fine. All right. Shorthanded goal happened. It was terrible. The point is, Chychrun, however you pronounce it.
Chychrun, yeah, Jake Chychrun.
He was out there like it was the Olympic figure skating. I mean, he was dipsy doodling around. It was like a video game. I mean, it was almost patronizing. The Wings could not stop the puck. They could not get him off the puck. It got so bad late in the game Friday. Rico, I mean this. Like NHL 94, 13-year-old me, and you would force feed the puck on the power play to Ray Ferraro because you just had to have the one-timer goal. Mm-hmm. They did an Ovechkin tribute power play. And every pass was simply to just go over to and Ovechkin was 17 beers deep, grip it and rip it. They weren't even good ideas.
No moves, just slap shot.
Blast away.
Just force feed.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
It is. No, it truly is.
And you know what the problem I have? This is the other thing I wanted to know if I was being unfair. And if people want to say I'm unfair, do it. Washington was the last team in last year. They couldn't score in a whorehouse. They had the worst goal differential of any team in the playoffs, maybe any team in the East. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They went out and made major changes this offseason.
Yes, they did.
They're the top team in the East.
Yep.
And now, do you know what they present to you? Fun. They score. So, like, am I wrong that I look at Washington and it angers me more is that they've made this leap that is seismic. We haven't even made a leap to where we're solidly in the playoffs.
Yeah, we were neck and neck with Washington for that back half of that stretch there. They ended up finishing one spot better than us, and we all know how that ended. But yeah, no, they took a monster leap this offseason, a monster difference in where they are in the standings. And we're in the same place we were last year, maybe worse. I don't find any of that acceptable.
No, but I'm saying I'm not being
I think
unfair.
That's embarrassing. No, I don't think that's unfair. I think everything you've said thus far is valid and worth note.
Also, how do we get an Alexei Protas or whatever his name is? The guy's like 7 feet tall. Big power forward. They go, oh, yeah, he worked on a shot in the offseason. 6 seconds later, snipe. I'm like, guy had 5 goals last year. He's got like 26 this year.
I think a lot of people will tell you Elmer Soderblom is what you're trying to get out of that.
Oh, good.
Big, gigantic guy.
This guy's 6.
Has moves.
That kid's got to be 240 pounds.
Yeah,
the kid for the Caps. He's a
massive.
freight train.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
Guy's
sorry.
a monster. No, you're right about all that.
I'm frustrated. And look, if they win tonight, first of all, they got to stop the losing streak. They got to get this thing back on the rails. I just feel like if they lose a 6-game losing streak, the schedule ahead is outside of that Buffalo game, lethal. The Rangers look like they've woken up. The Canadiens are on a 5-game rip. Columbus, I don't know how they're winning. I'll leave that to Kenny. The point is,
I think it's Fairy Dust and Pick. I have no idea. I have no clue how Columbus is winning. Your best player literally passes away in the offseason. All jokes aside.
There's no jokes. The guy died.
That's crazy. That's crazy that you're in a playoff spot. It's maddening.
And they're a terrible franchise.
Terribly wrong.
Right, but Kenny, that could just be them rallying to the fact that he passed away. And you know what? It's that us versus the world type of mentality. We got to do this for him.
I could see that for a month, maybe 2.
Yeah,
the fact that they're still doing it is absurd.
Right, but when you start winning, it becomes contagious. Look at what the Wings did when all of a sudden you got the new coach and you start winning games and you start winning more games.
They're doing it in spite of themselves. They're not good, particularly on offense, on defense, goaltending.
No,
they have nothing. They do nothing well.
You just believe, and somehow you get the luck of the puck and you win games.
It
makes no sense.
The idea that the Wings right now are behind that team is, to me, maddening.
So what's more maddening? That or the fact that the Capitals looked in the mirror, made wholesale changes, and got way better.
The Capitals.
That bothers me way more.
That bothers me way more.
Because Friday night, I'm live at the world headquarters. Steve Yzerman literally did a straw man. Well, we're not ready to go all in. No one's asking you to go all in. That is such a straw man.
Yeah.
We simply want to make moves to get better. It's the 3rd straight deadline. You're not better.
Nobody was pounding the table for Rantanen. That would have been the all-in move, and I don't think they could have afforded him to begin with. Nobody said that. We were all focused on guys like, I don't know, Dylan Cousins. That would have been cool.
Who's now on Ottawa,
which is also maddening. No, I think the Washington thing is more frustrating to me because you saw where they were last year. They were right there. They were neck and neck.
And now they're Stanley Cup good.
Yes, they're best in the Eastern Conference good at the very least.
That's all. I'm sorry, Rico. I know that this is boring. I needed one segment because Friday really annoyed me.
No, it's not. And watching them, it was just like, wow, this really feels like it's going to be how it ended last year. Especially with the
third period
move.
against.
But what happened early in the day when they really didn't make a move at the trade deadline, was like, And it's like, okay, is this what we're just doomed to repeat history again?
Yeah, and that's what Yzerman's telling you. I'm going to do it on my time. I'm not going to do it until we're ready. Back-to-back third periods you could have put carousel music behind it. That's what it. Come on, man. You don't have to be up at 3 a.m. watching the KHL and taking notes to have an opinion on this, okay?
Correct. And it's not acceptable because you're right, Mike, you said it. Okay, all in. No, I'm not looking for all-in moves, but I'm looking for a move to get us to the playoffs because we haven't been there in so long. I'm not trying to win the cup. Would it be great? Sure.
And look at it this way, too. You've signed Raymond and Seider to their long-term contract extensions. You're telling everybody, all right, so this is the core of our hockey team. These are the pieces we're building around. We need to get those pieces into the playoffs.
You know the problem? Okay. Can I say this without like this being a quote or like you're going to remind me of this every 3 minutes? I'm just telling you what I'm feeling. I'm not ready to pound the desk and say this is the way it is. I'm beginning to question if the core is good enough. That Dylan Larkin is a good player, I don't think he's great. Lucas Raymond, I expected more. He's been fine enough. He has not had the explosive breakthrough. And Mo Seider's very good, but
Mo Seider's a star.
He is very good. But Kenny, I don't know if those three are, along with the cat, DeBrincat.
Yeah,
I don't know that that's good enough.
Larkin is good, not great. Raymond will be very, very good. He's trending to be a star at some point.
I agree. It's just you and I had hopes this year.
I agree, but also let's look at the Tigers real quick. I mean, I feel like we have the same conversation about them that we do with the Wings. It's all right. We got young guys that could be stars.
Kerry Carpenter is a star.
That are right on pace. Right on pace.
It's my guy.
And he's on your fantasy team, right?
Well, I got him this year.
There you go.
I'm excited.
But they need insulation.
I love him. He crushes baseballs. I'm sorry. On a team that goes up there swinging a wet ramen noodle, they got one guy that brings lumber to the plate. I like Kerry Carpenter. If that's wrong, I don't want to be right.
No, I think that's a great take. No, but the point being, though, is they need insulation. They need guys around them. And that's what this trade deadline was supposed to be, and that's what last offseason was supposed to be.
Well, you know what? The world headquarters disagrees with you. Okay, we just did the hockey. I needed to do that. I had to have one
You got it
segment.
out your system?
I am. I was very upset because of the Yzerman video they played, and then I'm watching the game, and you're up 2-1. You're trying to steal a game, and the third period, you could have put the carousel music I used to play underneath Lion stuff. It was like, what? And it was the same as the Utah game.
You know
Utah played keep away, like a little kid is trying to get a basketball, and they're just holding them at arm's length, and the wings are like, ah!
You just see Chikrin skating in a circle. Boop, 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 boop,
boop.
Friday was just like, you know what? I'm going to leave Kenny alone. But all I imagined was Kenny on the golf cart eating sad pizza.
I have this bad habit of when something bad happens in a hockey game, I take the hat off and I throw it at the TV or throw it in a direction. That happens several times.
I hope you had a lot of hats.
I was only
I
imagining.
picked it back up shamefully, put it back on, and then chucked it again another 5 minutes later.
Kenny is Urban Meyer right now, just eating the sad pizza.
Be curious.
We will be curious. Mike Specs at LTU. Mike said it. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You can learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. So if you're looking for a new career in radio, TV, or you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can get you started on your path. And you're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business, which means from day one, you're going to learn what it takes to make it in the industry. Classes are filling up for the next semester. You need to visit that website right now to get your name on the next class list. Be curious. Visit the website, people. ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs. And remember, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you can learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. That's ltu.edu/specs. And then make magic while you're there by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Okay, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. Well, Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose are just that. Whether it's your personal income tax or business payroll tax, you need Abraham and Rose. You don't need some random phone service from 7 states away. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They will advocate for you, fight for you, and they will guide you through the whole process. They will be your point of contact with the IRS as well. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Yeah, I'm done. I'm not even going there. That's what I was referencing. I was very upset Friday. Lions, we just got done with it. We'll get back into it. Michigan State, we'll get to it later in the hour. David, some ticket text, please. On anything, not just Red Wings. Anything is in play, but I needed one segment because that was Clown Factory on Friday night.
A couple strong ones on the Wings here. We didn't have a Josh Norris to trade for Cousins like Ottawa did. The price this year for rentals was way too high just to make the playoffs.
There you go. Just keep drinking that bathwater. Hopefully Stevie's using good soap. Keep drinking that bathwater. I got nothing for it. You will always be able to make an excuse for your team if you choose to. That is a choice to make excuses. If he's so effing special, like I continue to be told, then you know what? Surprise us. And nobody is asking for any specific individual player.
But just a splash.
No.
One day where you're like, wow. And that's the move we've been waiting years for.
I would have accepted reinforcements. You know what I wasn't asking for? A goalie with an .866 save percentage and a negative 14 expected goals. Come on, man. Go ahead.
27 of 32 teams have made the playoffs since Yzerman began his tenure. 24 teams switched GMs more recently than Detroit. Yzerman to this point has been an abject failure.
Oh,
that's from Steve.
Here comes somebody with a car flag thumbing a Kenny Holland take into their phone.
I have a sneaky suspicion that Brad Holmes listens to this station all day and is hell-bent on proving you guys wrong. He will never do what you guys say. Adam in Royal Oak.
First of all, I pray to God he doesn't because that would be a titanic waste of his valuable time. But look,
I just have receipts.
I don't care. I don't think our take is wild to suggest prioritizing your front four. I don't think that's provocative.
Well, yeah, maybe you want to prioritize it a little bit more because as we like, other teams also get better in the offseason as well.
You shut your face.
Looks as if the Commanders, seeing that their window is open, has made a trade with the Texans to acquire 5-time Pro Bowl offensive tackle Laramie Tunsil.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so they have used draft capital to trade for Marshawn Lattimore, Deebo Samuel, and now Laramie Tunsil.
Oh, boy. And again, they lost Cosme mid-playoff game. He was their best lineman. Well, now their left tackle's their best lineman. What did they give up?
They gave up.
It's like draft picks.
Because he's expensive and Houston's got to. But here's the problem if you're Houston. How do you let Tunsil go when the O-line was the weakness of the team last year? Like, how are you serving C.J. Stroud by doing that?
Probably the rationale, we'll get you more toys, cheap. And you can just run around and not worry about the offensive line protecting you.
Okay, so someone put together everything they've given up to get all of those guys. So
I'll hear it. Go ahead.
Yeah, they gave up 2 third-rounders this year, a 4th rounder, a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th, a 2nd next year, and a 4th in 2026. So not even a first for any of those guys.
I don't hate it. You have your premium picks. You've got a rookie scale QB. Obviously, Tunsil is very highly paid. They have a ton of cap space, and it's probably reactionary to Myles Garrett being off the market. Hell, it wouldn't shock me if they traded for Trey Hendrickson. No, I'm being serious.
I was about to say, it looks as if Tunsil and a 4th-round pick to the Commanders for a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounder.
I don't hate it. As long as Tunsil gives you 2-3 good years, I don't hate it at all. He's a very good left tackle. And what do you have? You've got a Fabergé egg at quarterback. You have to do everything to protect him. I'm fine with it. And they have the money. Look, if they go out and get Trey Hendrickson, they're all in. I don't know if they will. I have no idea if they even like the player. We're not doing DC radio. But I'm just saying, like, that those are legitimate upgrades. And look, I may think Debo's washed as a number one, like 120 target guy. No. But if Debo is a clear number 2 in a Cliff Kingsbury offense featuring heavy pre-snap motion, heavy screen game, a physicality out wide, that's a weapon they don't have. Now they do. I think Debo could flourish there. It's a different role.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not allowed to say nice things about other teams, but that's a really nice move for Washington. I don't get what Houston's doing.
Yeah, I don't understand that part for them.
Maybe he showed up to work in a bong mask again. I don't know.
But C.J. Stroud was sacked a ton.
David, it's a bold strategy to get your QB killed and then go, okay, now we're going to take our left tackle and we're going to trade him. I don't know.
Get rid of the offensive coordinator and their left tackle in the same offseason. C.J. Stroud must be great.
He must be thrilled.
Excited right now.
Go ahead with the ticket text.
Rashid from Detroit says, the logical choice for Brad is to trade up in the draft for an edge. He's shown he isn't afraid to trade up for talent. Just got to find the right guy.
The problem is you're picking 28th. You're not picking 15th. If you wanted to sell me on a move from 15 to 8 to get a guy, okay, I'll listen. 28 to get where you got to go? No. No way.
Regarding the Wings, someone says, all those prospects that the Wings have, they didn't want to trade them. They should be up here getting valuable NHL experience. That is Rob in a truck, listener from Laredo, Texas.
Well, the problem, Rob, I mean, one of them isn't even on this side of the globe in Pelica. One of them is nowhere near ready in Nygaard. Danielson is basically been labeled, he's a good, really good two-way player, but major questions about his offensive and playmaking explosiveness. I don't know who's supposed to be here. I'll leave, and then there's one other guy in the top 100. What is it, Willander, whatever the hell it is?
Yeah.
This is where I laugh at it, because people act like they've got this cornucopia of McDavids on the farm. They don't.
And if they're that highly thought of in the league, maybe package one of them with a draft pick and, get something now.
How dare you?
A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat.
How dare you, Kenny? You should just be grateful for what you have. Go ahead, David.
Why are you guys afraid to say it? Trade Larkin. He's not that good.
Wait a second. I'm not afraid to say it. I don't know if it's correct. And look, how about this? I'm not offended if people have brought it up, but I don't know the wisdom in that. Okay? I don't know how much of it is on him. Because here's the other problem. When he got hurt last year, this team tanked. Now it's a different thing where he's here, but he's not the guy I watched in the Four Nations. That is a seismic thing to say, that I want to trade the captain. I'm not ready to say that. Now, what would he fetch around the league? These are summer conversations. I don't want to say that when they're in a playoff drive. I'll say it this summer. If they falter and they just careen down the last 18 games, I think it's a question to ask in June. I don't think that that's wrong to talk about it.
See what you can get for him. Yeah.
Don't give me that fear stuff. We don't do that. I'll trade anybody for the right return.
Which brings me to this one. Says, if prices for rentals were too high or very high, why didn't we just trade Kane?
See, I offered that to Kenny deadline day and said, look, if they're not going to buy, you may as well sell. Because standing pat doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense to me. I wasn't against it. If you weren't going to buy, hell, at least pick a direction and I can understand what you're doing.
I asked him as well. Kenny did not laugh at me. So,
Kenny got mad at you?
No, he didn't. He was just like, I don't think they're in the business of selling, but you're not wrong.
I said that, but I also didn't expect, this was before we saw some of the prices that rentals were
Look
fetching.
what the Islanders got for Brock Nelson.
Amazing. That's a hell of a return for Brock Nelson.
And the Islanders have no farm system. So they added basically their top 2 prospects in the deal.
And also, if you trade for picks or trade for whatever, you can also flip those in your current war chest.
Wait a minute. Time out, because I want to make sure I'm clear about something. You're telling me you can trade draft picks for players?
Yes. Yes, I'm telling you that.
I never knew.
It's crazy, right?
See what you're doing there.
What a wild concept. Okay, then. We have so much to update you on in the world of the National Football League. We're going to do that next. Hungry Howie's. It is championship week. You could sit inside all week watching hoops, order yourself some Hungry Howie's, and they've got the You Choose. What does it mean? It's simple. You choose a large one-topping pizza, a large oven-baked sub, one of 3 regular salads, each $8.99. You go any direction you want with it. Get your next viewing party together. Maybe the Big Ten tournament's got you excited. Maybe it's Selection Sunday. Whatever it is, they have you covered. Large oven-baked sub, large one-topping pizza, or any of the 3 salads, from the Greek to the chicken Caesar, you name it, $8.99 each. Limited time only, and it is online carry-out only. Hungry Howie's. Go get it today. All right, not a dealer in town celebrates St. Paddy's Day with better deals than Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. They've got deals galore. The 25 Silverado four-wheel drive LT Crew Cab, $299 a month, $19.99 down, priced right. Or you can go green, literally, the all-electric 25 Blazer EV, $199 a month, $14.95 down, ready to roll. Both 24 months, and everyone is getting employee pricing on both the Silverado and Blazer EV. It's just the deals, guys. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Visit MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Okay, we're going to get back to the Lions here in 10 minutes. But if you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. Just wanted to play this for you. So yesterday, Michigan State dropped a bomb on U of M. And at the end of the game, there was idiocy. Once again, Michigan's involved, where everybody knows Michigan State, the players kiss the S or the Spartan head on senior day. Like, everybody knows it. Well, apparently, Dusty May didn't. Now, I don't believe that for a second, but that was his story. And he had a couple of players. He sends them out there, including Fat Brooks, who doesn't play, and he sends them out there, and they stand like they're guarding the Block M, except it's the logo. Trey Holloman goes up and is like, yeah,
I need you to move.
You just get out of here, will you please? What are you guys doing? And so it's a little shoving match. No big deal. I don't care. I think it's idiocy. So Dusty, after the game, claims, I didn't know that. What do you mean? We can't stand there when they're shooting free throws? I think it was a bad look. I mean, I've been nothing but complimentary of Dusty May. I think he's a good coach. That was a great hire for U of M. I think the extension was a good move, and he's done a really nice job with this team. But he sounded like a stray fool yesterday. But here's what makes it worse. You've had a night to sleep on it, and you triple down on idiocy, and I don't even think he realizes he caught himself in a complete lie. David, can you play the sound from today's press conference for people? Just, which is it, Dusty? You did or didn't know? Because you just said the refs told you. Go ahead. So which is it? Also, what is the Michigan State documentary thing? What is the Sparty foam finger? Dusty, you coached at Indiana. You coached at Eastern. You've been a college coach for the better part of 30 years. Any college basketball fan knows that tradition. You're a coach. It's your life. But if the refs came over and told you, then what are we talking about?
Right. And the fact that, I read an article saying how you study and you do watch so much of all the different teams in college basketball that somehow or another this just got past you, and no one in Ann Arbor said, hey, here's what's going to happen. So just so you know, unless you beat them, they're going to do this while we're out on the court.
It's also from the school that planted a flag at OSU and got mad that OSU got mad. And your answer was, if you don't like it, beat us. You got beat like a drum yesterday. What are you even doing? Dusty at his press conference today saying he didn't want to give up a leak out to Cohen Carr for a layup. Dusty, there are a couple of problems with that. One, Cohen Carr wasn't in the game. Two, there were 30 seconds left, and this is an MTV Rockin' Jock. You were down 17. Right. Like, Dusty, at what point do you just go, hey, It's been addressed. We're moving on. I love the way my team fought. I didn't like that particular moment. Move on.
How about
silly?
How about three? They fouled you so that they can get their players out of the game. They just went up at the half court and just, you know what? Hey, ref, I'm fouling him. Let them shoot free throws.
I just think, look, I never had a bad thing to say about Dusty May, but now I'm like, okay, he's indoctrinated into the douche cult. Seriously, why do you people have to behave this way? Is there something in the oxygen in Ann Arbor? Like, David, what level-headed human being believes anything Dusty May has said the last 2 days?
I don't. I don't believe
insane.
anything. You can't say you don't know the tradition when you coached and you were there at Indiana under Bobby Knight. Everyone knows is you're right. He studies. He's a great coach. He understands things. You know what the tradition is. You cannot be ignorant to this. And there are players on the Michigan roster that know this tradition.
I mean, David, I don't have to go to Iowa to know that at the end of the first quarter, they all wave to the children at the hospital. Don't have to live in Iowa. Don't have to go to school there.
But why is there never accountability? That's what I don't get.
Because they're never wrong.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem is you pointed this out. Fat Brooks from Grand Rapids. You were recruited by Tom Izzo. Mm-hmm. You went on visits to Michigan State. Stop. Fat played 2 minutes. I mean, that you put out the human victory cigar for a very particular purpose. So either own it and let's just go WWE, heel turn. Yeah, it's their tradition and we don't like it. I'd at least respect you picked a lane.
Mm-hmm.
But don't bleep on my head and tell me it's raining.
Yeah, don't go passive aggressive. Well, really? Their court, the logo's a third of their court, and we're just standing there. And is that a bad thing? Am I not allowed to stand on the logo? At that point in time, yes. Move aside, stand somewhere else, go stand in the huddle, go talk to your team. If anything, bring your team over and say, hey, guys, learning experience. Let's not ever let this happen again. Let's burn this in your memory so that the next time we come here on a senior day, we're the ones celebrating, not them.
2 little notes. MSU's done it for the better part of 30 years, okay? There was like a 2-year gap between when Sean Respert started it and then when Mateen brought it back. Might have been 3 years. Whatever it is, MSU's done it for the better part of 30 years. There's never been an issue, only with you guys. Here's the other problem. They started the tradition because Michigan decided the classy way to celebrate a win would be to rub their asses on the Spartan S, led by Jalen Rose. That's why it started. So it's always you. You want to knock a call out
and
before
I just
we go?
wanted to be about basketball. That's it.
Let's knock one.
That's fine. Well, we'll do one call, and then I do want to get back to the NFL. But Brandon is called in, and I want to make sure we get his call. Go ahead, Brandon. You'll get the first and last word on this deal.
I just don't understand how it's possible to not understand the level of physicality. The people are just pushing people around now, and because of tradition, I don't get it.
I don't understand your question. Go ahead. Explain. I just don't understand what you're trying to say.
Is it okay just to shove people around nowadays?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. When you're being a horse's ass and you know you're not supposed to be there and you were asked to move and you're not going to move and you wanted it, yeah, you got it. And if they wanted to do something about it, yeah,
you're gonna be a bully, just push people around.
Oh, you mean
like the intimidation that the 2 players tried to do to Trey Holloman and the Michigan State team, saying you will not kiss where we are standing.
That's a whole level of different game, man. If you're pushing somebody compared to just talking.
You do know they were asked to move. They were asked nicely at first.
I understand.
And you know what, Brandon? Brandon, if I walk in your house and I do something and you tell me not to do it, and I do it anyway, and you shove me, I'm in your house, man. I got to abide by your rules.
They're in the middle of a game. There's 30 seconds left. The game's still going.
There was a play stoppage at the free throw line, Brandon. We fouled you. No, it's not understood. You just said it was live action. Brandon, my point is, why are you going to die? Why are you going to die on this hill? You're in the wrong.
You're down 17 points with 30 seconds to go.
They could have moved, but you don't got to shove them off the line. I just don't understand that.
Okay, so what are we supposed to do? Stand there all day? Your coaching staff wasn't going to tell them to move, even though they were warned it was about to happen. They wanted that, Brandon. That's the whole point. You instigated it. You got what you wanted. I don't understand
now you're crying aggrieved.
I don't know. Whatever.
Okay, goodbye. I mean, I don't know what to say.
I mean, I wanted to ask him, so how did you feel about planting the flag at Ohio State? Well, you know what? The grass asked for it, but so we just go ahead and plant the flag right there.
Honestly, I don't even want to play them anymore. I don't even want to look at them.
So
it's always them. I've never heard of tunnel problems. You've had 4 of them. I've never heard of a coach assaulting another coach. Yours did.
And pretty much you were told, hey, move from the spot. You decided
That's it.
Hey, you decided to want to be gangsters. And when you got he pushed me. You were asked to move. The referee said this was going to happen.
Right.
You wanted to be the gangster, be a gangster. You couldn't even be a real gangster.
Look, guys.
Because then you let Trey punk you. 2 guys, and Trey punked you, and then you wanted to play the hold me back game. No, David, hold me back. Ain't nobody holding you.
Look,
if
Michigan
you want
fans,
them, go get them.
I can't stand Michigan State just as much as you. I despise everything green and white. I really do. But when they're asked nicely, it's a tradition of theirs. Just move. Just move. It's that simple. If you don't move, this is what happens.
David, no other team problem with it. As I said earlier, Greg Gard let Aaron Harris on crutches hobble out to the middle of the court and do the ritual. Greg Gard, it took forever, but he was, oh, come on. He didn't, you know what? You're a senior. Do your thing, man.
My whole point is there's no reason. It was idiocy. And the fact that the adults in the room empower that. Dusty May empowers it. Whoa, you don't have to shove us. Okay, fine. We'll all stand here. Meanwhile, the adults in the room are the ones who sent them out there. I mean, whatever. I don't care. Suspend everybody if you like. I'm sure the Big Ten's going to find Michigan State.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure
They're
that'll
gonna find
happen.
Michigan State, Sparty, the logo, everybody. Izone. You guys all get D's.
David, I swear to God, Michigan, and some, not all, some of their fans, they're like spoiled kids who never get told no.
You're exactly right.
They're all Veruca Salt from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I
want my candy.
That's it. That's all they are. They cannot ever be wrong because they're empowered by a media that tells them they never are. Let's get to the NFL football. We just wanted to make sure we revisited that for one segment. Lions signed a corner. We'll talk about it next. 97.1. All right, 5 o'clock, David. We're going to wait on Ticket Text because I want to invite Lions fans, and I want to ask you a question. And you can go whatever direction you want, but they signed DJ Reed, one of the better, or if not the best of a really bad free agent crop of corners, but he's the best one. You get him from the Jets. I think you signed him to a fair deal. I don't think it was a grotesque overpay by any way, shape, or form. Now, I'm not going to come on the air and tell you I love the player. I don't, because the last 2 weeks when his name has been brought up by you, the listener, or David has asked me, no, I'm not a big fan of him. He's a walking pass interference. And the Jets opted to pay 2 other corners on the roster and not him. Is he good? Yes. Is he better, tangibly better than Carlton Davis? I'm going to say no. Now, you may disagree, and you probably will, because basically Brad Holmes could sign a dead guy, and you'd say he's an all-pro. So right off the rip, we're not on even terms. But I think you stayed right at the level you're at. Lose Davis, replace him with another version of him. Fine. DJ Reed led the league in PIs, 7. You know who he was tied with? Terrion Arnold, 7. So, good player, but I'm not going to be the guy to tell you signed Charles Woodson in his prime, okay? Here's my question. Is it enough? There were reports earlier from Adam Schefter you were in on Josh Sweat. It didn't happen. He went to the Cardinals. We got nothing on Trey Hendrickson. Myles Garrett, that was the Ted DiBiase every man's got a price special. $40 million a year. He just decided I'm willing to never win a Super Bowl to make an egregious amount of money. Okay. I want to know if you think the Lions have done enough. That if it's DJ Reed and you read about a new deal for Kirby Joseph and it's just the draft, is that enough? Or are you like us? We want to see some level of commitment to the front four. And it doesn't mean you've got to break the bank. It doesn't mean you have to, yes, we wanted the Myles Garrett dream, or you'd love to hear the Lions have picked up the phone and they're going to get Trey Hendrickson. But I just believe they got to do something. Bringing back Marcus Davenport, a guy who has not been healthy in years, I don't know, man. I just feel like you're asking for another injury there. They brought back Derek Barnes.
Yeah.
It's not about the player. I think John Jansen said this best. It's not about the player. It's about the contract. That just felt like an overpay.
It felt like you were competing against yourself and you outbid yourself.
Right. So if the offseason is DJ Reed and Kirby Joseph, is that enough? 248-539-9797. Or are you on Team Rico and Mike? Go get pass rushers. Please invest up front. Big news of the day, too, by the way, in the NFC, just throwing it out there. Commanders went and traded for Laramie Tunsil. I mean, that is a Pro Bowl left tackle on a regular basis. Plus Deebo Samuel, plus the other moves they've made.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, even the Rams bringing back Stafford, going out there and saying, okay, well, you know what? Devontae Adams, you can be our number 2 guy. We think we still got a little bit left. We got a young defense that we're paying peanuts. Let's see what we got. Let's one more swing at this.
Where are you at with DJ Reed?
It's okay. I mean, I think when I look at it, I wonder if the Lions are tipping their hands, saying they're going to change up their defense because he's more of a zone guy, not necessarily a cover guy. When you and David were like, "Hey, by the way, top 2 guys for pass interference penalties,"
it's just a fun stat.
I know, but like, wow. So these 2 go man to man, and then it's like, okay, who becomes the main corner? Who covers the top receiver? Which guy is covering Justin Jefferson when you play the Vikings? Because if both are known to get a little handsy.
Look, and you're going to see changes to the scheme. I mean, I'm not saying it's wholesale, but Aaron Glenn was very distinct in what he wanted to do. We now need to see what it will look like now. I just wonder if it's going to be sign our own, keep it in the family, and that's it. And maybe it's Aiden plus filler, and they think they've got enough to do it. I don't. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but I really believe an investment in that D-line would be a much better use of funds. Like if you're asking me right now, I could sign DJ Reed, or I could put that money towards Trey Hendrickson. I'd rather do that, and I'll go draft, and I'm going to have a young secondary like the Chiefs did. But I know I'm going to get to the quarterback.
See, I think right now, I don't think they're going to be investing anything else because the longer you wait, the more guys come off the board. And now either you overpay for somebody who's kind of washed up, or you just sit there and say, maybe you move up in the draft to try to get a higher pick, or you just wait at 28 and hope that somebody just falls right to you. And you're like, okay, didn't see that coming.
I just remind you, Dan Campbell has said publicly, we have to be careful about falling in love with our own players. Just remember that. Because I'm not really going to believe that they haven't been seduced until I start to see them letting guys go to pursue better options. Did you really need to commit to Derek Barnes? Now, is Derek Barnes getting better? Yes. Is he a good player? Of course he is. But again, $8.5 million for a part-time off-ball linebacker? No, I'm going to go put that towards the end. I just think there are other ways to do it. You've already got Anzalone and you've already got Jack Campbell. You've invested in that position. So it's just, look, it's a difference of opinion. But the next thing will be when they pay Kirby $4 at 85 or $5 at 110.
Which I fully expect. I mean, I think we've gotten to the point everybody's going to get paid, especially if you take a Lions discount and you don't ask to break the bank. We'll take care of you because none of the other guys last year probably could have got more money, but all say, you know what, this is fine. We'll keep the band together. Well, at some point, either the band has to produce a hit record and win the whole thing.
The problem is, what deals did they get? Rico, Amon-Ra got paid.
No, he got paid.
Aleem got paid.
They got paid, but it wasn't one of those, we're going to hold out and we want the top dollar and we want this amount. It was like, you know what? This is good money. You agree? I agree. Let's handshake deal and let's move on. There was no holdout.
No,
there was nothing like that. That's what I'm saying. It was a deal where both parties are happy. And you know, in the NFL, Mike, that's rare.
Oh, it is rare.
Because normally either the team lowballs you or the player asks for something ridiculous. But both the Lions and all of the players last year were like, came up with numbers. And it's like, you know what? We're only like a couple thousand off. Sweeten this, do this, and we're good.
David, go ahead.
The problem that I have is the plan at defensive end. It's been year after year after year after year, and I know, yes, they brought Marcus Davenport back, but he has never, since 2018, since being drafted, has never finished a season, never played an entire year, and so this isn't like, okay, we can bring this guy in and we can figure out we can get him healthy. No, he was on your roster last year, and he only played 4 games. So you know that he can't stay healthy. And I just don't understand that plan. And the problem now is that everybody has signed an extension, Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, all these guys, Michael Parsons probably going to stay in Dallas. I don't know what's going to happen there. But now the price goes up on Trey Hendrickson. And you already heard Brad Holmes mid-season during the trade deadline when he talked about it. He said, or at the end of the year, he talked about it, how difficult it was. Everybody wants to keep their defensive end, their edge rushers. They're a priority, a premium for these teams. And so if it was difficult then, in his mind, Trey Hendrickson's price just went up because everybody else is staying home. So in order to get him, you now have to give up key assets, premium picks to get him. I don't see it changing, and that's a problem year after year when you just, my guys, and it's not working with my guys, in my mind, my opinion.
No, I'm with you. I do wonder if they try to bring back Zadarius Smith at a cheaper cost, because I don't think it's going to be a big market for him. So he may be forced to take whatever the Lions offer him and come back for another year. But that's, once again,
There's still a chance Hendrickson goes back. I know that sounds crazy, but when you start to look at it, think about this. The Bengals have sat around, right? They haven't brought in anybody. What pass rush will you produce if you trade Hendrickson now? And the reports today are that Hendrickson has talked to some teams, there's nothing imminent, and that from Hendrickson's camp, it's not that he doesn't want to play there. It's that they won't pay. They're just cheap. That's what the Bengals have always been. Yeah. There's a reality. Hendrickson might go back. So the whole idea is, okay, if you tried with Josh Sweat, which if Schefter said it feels like, what else can you do? I don't need, of course I wanted a blockbuster, but I don't need it. I just need something more than Marcus Davenport, which is the equivalent of starting an urn at defensive end.
I think the Bengals, Mike, if you get rid of him, you're probably needing a top 10 pick in the draft so you can go out and get somebody that's going to be your next guy along with your pick. And the Lions picking at 28 is probably not something that they're looking at. Like, it's a little too low for us. If you were a top 10 pick, we can negotiate. We could work something out. But we're offering you, we'll give you your number one this year and number one next year. Like, yeah, that's not really good enough. What am I going to tell my fans?
248-539-9797. David, let's keep it timely. We'll get some ticket texts, see what the people have to say about it. But DJ Reed, again, I think it's fine. I'm good with it. But I'm not acting like all of a sudden this is a seismic shift. I can't do that. I think the shift will have to come. Does Terrion Arnold take a leap? Does Rakestraw not only play, but can he play high-level football? That's where you get better.
See, I think Rakestraw is the wild card because we don't know what he is. And
I know what he was at Missouri. He's a lot like Amik Robertson. Physical. He's a pit bull. He really sticks his nose in there. No, I like Rakestraw. He just didn't play.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It was almost like the NFL version of a red shirt, so you don't know. Like, if he comes in here and he becomes that guy, then this looks like, okay, it all worked out.
That's why I said I'm good with Reed. It's just I can't – I feel like in this town, it's like if you don't do a cartwheel. Hey, the Pistons have signed Queen Elizabeth. Oh, man, let me tell you. Underrated. Oh, really? She's dead. Yeah, you don't understand. Brad's cooking.
Right.
It's like, Jesus, come on.
Did you see her funeral? Wow.
Okay.
Better than Aretha's.
All right. Just do your thing. Be curious.
All right. If you would have listened to me a few months ago, you would be ready to be out on your deck right now. It's 63. It's sunny. You could be barbecuing, whatever. But don't worry about it. You still have time because if you call Coy Construction today, they'll get you set up and they'll get you ready for later on in the spring when the better days are available. Coy Construction is a family-owned and operated Trex Pro Platinum dealer with over 40 years of experience serving Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. They specialize in creating high-quality decks, and they are known for their top-notch craftsmanship and attention to detail. You call them right now. They will design and build the deck for you. Don't wait. Call Coy today to get on their schedule. Your weekends will be spent relaxing on your new deck. Whether you want a stylish outdoor living area or relaxing space to unwind, Coy's experienced team will make your vision a reality. Call Coy Construction today and get your project started right now.
Personal injury of any sort is indeed personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery if you've been injured. David is dedicated to ensuring you're going to get the care you need to put your life back together after an accident. So you need an attorney who's going to make it personal? David Femininio is your one call. 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, before we get to the ticket text, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We covered Michigan State. Covered the Lions a couple hours today. DJ Reed's good signing. I don't think the earth tilted off its axis. Also, I just read a headline that sounds like hell on earth. I'm not going to dive into this. I'm just going to tell you the following headline. Air India flight from Chicago to Delhi had to turn around to make an emergency landing after 11 of the 12 toilets on the plane were clogged, and the plane had to avoid a, quote, fecal collapse, close quote. They were over Greenland from Chicago and had to turn around. I'm leaving that alone.
See, blame the hot dogs in Chicago.
I'm leaving that alone. I just cannot imagine any of what I just read. Let's just move forward.
That lasagna pizza. That's what did it.
Move it on.
Ticket text here says swapping Davis for Reed and saving $12 million is a steal. Davis paid way above his norm last year. Paying Davis $60 million would be absurd.
Yeah, the Patriots overpaid. And that's what happens when the league and agents know you have 120 in cap space. They're not going to give you deals. They're like a 5-win football team. If Carlton wanted to win, he would have taken a little less. DJ wants to win. The Jets don't win. That's a good deal. No one's arguing it.
It's just sad, guys. And the problem is half the fan base doesn't want to take a risk and make a big move or trade. McNeil out a month. Hutchinson going to have to play his way into shape. It's just not good enough. So it's down to Jared and Bosa because we aren't getting Parsons or Hendrickson. What an exciting offseason this is.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to get Bosa because I was reading he wants to play not only with his brother, but he wants to play on natural grass because of all the health injuries that he keeps having and the health concerns. So
look, I'm not going to write the book on the offseason. I'm asking people if this is truly it and it's more just, hey, we paid Kirby. You know, is where do you land on that? Look, I don't know. People are still heartbroken from the way the season ended, but at a certain point, it's March. Like, I'm sorry, life moves on. We got to start charting a course towards the draft and getting better. And I'm sure they're still having these. Look, you don't think they're having this conversation in Philadelphia? They won the Super Bowl. But today they lost Milton Williams. They lost Josh Sweat. The conversation in Philly is not the afterglow of a Super Bowl. It's how do we get better? How do we defend this thing?
Right, because they look like they were about to become some big dogs saying, hey, we'll give anything to bring Myles Garrett here, except for he did a U-turn and said, well, I'm going to take Cleveland's money.
He got bribed. Cleveland signed him to a deal that I never thought I would see this offseason. I thought that was a 2-year-away thing. Honestly, 40 a year. That's how much he hates them.
You can't just win in the draft. Philly had to get Saquon, Bond, A.J. Brown, etc. I just think Brad is doing what all of our GMs are doing lately, saving to pay our own guys, not going all in during free agency or trades. It is disappointing.
The saving to pay our own guys, I mean, I understand, but when you start worrying about what's going to happen 2-3 years from now, David, we've had this conversation. You know, the cap could be an additional $40 million a year at that point, and the money that you're worrying about, it would be there. So focus on the now, get the deals done, and we see what happens. Real quick, David, I want to ask Mike, is this another example that I've ruined?
What?
College sports.
Let me hear it.
Next year, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to West Shore Home Field. You know what that is?
I do not.
That is the new naming rights for Beaver Stadium for Penn State.
It's Happy Valley.
I'm just saying, but yes, it's West Shore home field at Beaver Stadium.
I'm not going to get bent on shit. Okay. I'm not going to say no. Honestly, the whole sport is fugazi. It doesn't matter.
So
I'm not going to
$50 million gift, naming rights until 2039.
Nah, at $50 million, you could call it Cupcake Field. You could call it the Hellhole Field at Beaver Stadium. You do whatever you want. Honestly, I can't.
Okay.
No, I mean, I come on. I have a lot of grievances with college sports, but like, I'm not going to be willfully like ignorant here. $50 million over the course of what, a 15-year deal? Take the money. What are you going to do?
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, all I want is to knock our stadium down. Okay,
I know.
David.
But if they knock the stadium down, you're not allowed to talk about the parking lot that they become.
No, I don't care about that. I just played a game at Ford Field. I don't care.
Fecal collapse sounds like the title of the Lions' off-season plan.
Dude, I just imagine being on that flight for 5 hours. Not only do you know you're in for a long ride, but then they tell you over Greenland, we just have to turn this thing around. Now, what happens if you had to go to the bathroom? You still got 5 hours to get back to O'Hare.
See, and that's like, you couldn't just emergency land in Greenland? Like,
no,
and have them fix the plane is what I'm saying.
You would think so, yeah.
Because if you land in Greenland, at least you could use the facilities in the airport.
How did we go? I just mentioned a headline. We can't. I'm not going to analyze this.
No, it's just one of those. Just land. Hey, we need to land. Well, you're not cleared. Well, make a clearing. We have to land. We got to land now. You can't turn around 5 hours. You can't.
We have to make a landing. This plane is full of. I mean, Jesus. They said they had to clean the plane for 2 days, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, because at that point, if whatever airline, you're better off just putting those people up in a hotel in Greenland than the bad PR of
Let me ask you a question.
back.
Who was full of more that plane or Dusty May? Maybe that's what they were handing out on that plane.
What? Unless the airline then doubled down and said, well, it was the passenger's fault. Why did they have to use the bathroom? I mean, the toilets were there, but did they have to use them? I mean, if they did that, then I would say the airline.
They needed Mrazek coming from Chicago. That's what happened.
Listen, do you have anything else on DJ
Sure,
Reed or the Lions?
I do. Someone says, patience. Us Lions fans have been doing that a lifetime. I'm ready for a move to get us there.
I am too, but I question whether you're going to see it. Remember, everything. Look, Holmes has all but said it. I would love to see it, but I got major doubts. Especially the first couple of things they did were bringing back players that I didn't. Look, every dollar counts. Brad has said that. Would you spend $11 million bringing back Davenport and Derek Barnes? And I like Barnes. But John Jansen, who's Mr. Lion, even said, I like the player. I don't like the contract. And then you rolled out, look, DJ Reed is fine. I'm good with it. It's a nice signing. It's not like he's a bad player. But you got to keep the main thing. You have to invest up front.
They absolutely have not done enough. You're basically replaced a piece after it left and signed 2 more guys that have injury issues. That line has not gotten any better, and people are just banking on it. I get letting him cook, but I don't need to be a pit master to know when my steaks are about to be well done.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I'll be fascinated if the next big announcement is another one of those deals. Keeping your own and the whole thing. You got to let it play, man. The NFL's turned into a wild league, David. Just when you think something's not going to happen, player movements at an all-time high, I got to let it roll. I'm not going to overreact, but they are, at least from what we perceived as known options, they're running out of options at edge. So we'll see. FanDuel, Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tournament, championship week, underdogs taking down powerhouses, and FanDuel gives you a profit boost, so your big opinion gets rewarded. It's your chance to ride with the long shots, and FanDuel, there's no better time. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can download America's #1 sportsbook today. Back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost because, well, anything can happen in March. Giddy Pots. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply. Token expiration, max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Northville Lumber. They sell more Trex decking than anyone in Michigan, and that's because Northville Lumber has the best prices of anyone in Michigan. And they are your Trex source all of the time. Right now, you can get Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot. Buy all your Trex decking, railing, lighting. Go where the pros go. Do-it-yourselfers, homeowners. Day like today, it is a reminder we're not far from being able to enjoy outside and leave the permafrost. Visit Northville Lumber's showroom. You can talk to an expert, see all the products on display, even take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber now or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Michigan State, we covered it. Lions signing DJ Reed, covered it. We got you covered top to bottom on NFL free agency as well. It's all there for you. David with a few ticket texts. Rieger's going to be in momentarily. He's not happy with Michigan basketball. He's okay with the Lions. I think we all are okay. I guess we're looking for a move that, I don't know, maybe it won't happen.
No Miles, no Max, no help for Hutch, and a small window. Things can still happen, but I'm not happy right now. That is from Jeff. Someone else says Detroit was not good enough the last 2 years, and even if they were healthy, I'm not sure they beat Philadelphia. They have not gotten better this offseason. It's possible they've gotten worse.
I'm not ready to go there. And I do support people who say, listen, the defense getting healthy will help. The problem is very few Lions fans are willing to have a conversation where they got worse coaching. Losing Ben Johnson and losing Aaron Glenn hurts. And I go back to what the Philadelphia Eagles went through. It took them 2 years to get it right. It's really hard to replace coaches. Now, if you want to say, we'll get close to what we had, I'm okay with that. But you're not going to replace Ben Johnson with something better, and I doubt you're replacing Aaron Glenn with something better. There's going to be a little bit of a learning curve
right there. Yeah, it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be instant. It's going to be some plays. It's going to be, delay of games. It's going to be the receiver ran the wrong
and you
route.
didn't go out and hire Vic Fangio. You didn't hire someone who was, 20 years of experience being a DC. It could work, but I just want to see an investment up front. That's all I want. Please.
This one is just for Kenny Cott. Someone says Mo Sider is the overrated player on this team, not Larkin.
Go ahead, Kenny. Just do what you're going to do.
It's incorrect. He plays the most difficult minutes, and he looks good doing it. I don't think overrated. I think he's a superstar.
All I said earlier is it has nothing to do with Mo, not specifically. It's the collective of the 4 players they've paid. I don't think they're good enough. Raymond could be, might be. Sider mostly is. Larkin might be capped out. And DeBrincat is what he is. A guy many of you wanted launched out of a cannon when he disappeared for 20 games last year. So, if you look at the top 4 players on the really good teams, it doesn't stack up. So I don't think that's in no way an attack on Mo, Sider, or anyone individually. It's the collective. If this is 6 years in, and that's where the better part of $35 million of your cap goes, I don't know that that's good enough. Tonight, the season, for me, you lose tonight in Ottawa, goodbye. Turn the lights out. That's just where I'm at. The schedule's brutal. The road games are brutal. You can't have a 6-game lose. And the way that game ended Friday night was ridiculous. That was a clown show.
No Lions is not enough. Last 6 years, NFC Super Bowl teams have made big moves in free agency or trades. The Rams, Bucks, Eagles, Niners twice. All they do is draft. That is a problem for us. Lions are the new Cowboys. They're never going to win the Super Bowl.
Don't ever disrespect the Lions by calling them the Cowboys.
Yeah, you're right about that.
That's a disgusting remark. Riggs, what's going on, buddy?
Boys, how we doing? Congratulations on that Big Ten title.
He's so loud.
Oh, sorry.
He's so loud, David.
That's not my fault. That's David.
I prepared myself. He's loud all the time.
How you guys doing?
It's superb.
I got something to ask you guys. I heard
I haven't chose a restaurant yet.
I heard the Dusty May talk. And by the way, I agree with you. Like, I would have loved it if Dusty said, "Oh, we did that." And next question. Or if he just acknowledged it.
Too bad.
And it
They'll
added
get
to the
over it.
rivalry. But you guys have to admit, that is the dumbest, most obnoxious tradition ever. Making teams that you just kick their ass wait to get off the court. Just do it after the game. I don't blame Michigan for doing it.
You know when they do it after the game?
When they lose or when it's a close game.
Maybe you should consider that before getting hit with a garbage can and being down 50 to 28 at that.
Because if you're down by 17 points, you'll eat whatever we put on your plate.
But the tradition doesn't make sense to me because you said it yourself, Mike. The tradition is because C-Web or Jalen or Jawan, one of those Fab Five dudes, wiped their tush on the court.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys were so outraged that
I wasn't here, so don't put that.
Well, I mean, Michigan State was so outraged that their solution was to kiss that same spot for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
Why are we doing that? We're
Because
kissing
it's a
the
chance-
spot where the
it's-
Fab Five rubbed their butts?
It's saying this is ours and we love this. So if you don't like it,
It's
don't go,
obnoxious.
I mean, Jeff,
don't
Jeff,
go down by
it's
seven.
an obnoxious.
Jeff, why do you run under the stupid banner?
That's dumb too. I get it. I
All
hear
right,
you.
so look, I don't know what to tell you. File a grievance with the tradition
plan on
board
it. I plan
and call
on
it a day. I mean, what do you want? Why does Oklahoma have a Sooner schooner and the thing's tipped over 3 times?
You know what?
What do you want
Ask
from me?
Ohio State.
I just want you guys to acknowledge it's kind of a dumb
I
tradition.
just want to make the playoffs, Jeff.
It's not a dumb
The
tradition.
playoffs.
Yeah, Red Wings.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, the big one against the Ottawa Senators tonight.
If they lose tonight, is the season over? Yes or no?
That's already over, I think. Don't you think?
That's not the question I asked.
Yes. So Ottawa is currently in the last playoff spot. Detroit's 3 points behind. They win, it's only 1 point. They lose, it's 5 points, which seems unattainable. Plus, their schedule is
They'll win
a
tonight.
bitch. But
they'll win tonight. This is a typical Red Wings spite win. Like when you're ready to give up on them, then they reel you back in.
That's how Malone kept his job.
They got Craig Smith, fourth line center. Here we go. A little better, they say, than Joe Veleno.
Little bit of grit to the lineup.
I listened. I filled in the morning show on Friday. I was exhausted, but I made sure to tune into your show. Like, that was embarrassing. The Stevie, Peter Mrazek, we want him in the mix for next year because goalies are expensive when you have a goalie in Grand Rapids that you refuse to play. That, to me, is the
You
biggest
do realize, and I know there are very few Vasilevskis in the history of the NHL, but he was up 18 months after being drafted. How long are we going to be waiting on Kosa?
Well, look at Kosa's stats. Like he's like, oh, well, we got to get Kosa up here, but we got to get him a lot of playing time. You know how many games he's played? 32 games. That's it. So why don't you play him every game? Or how about this?
Okay.
How about give him the greatest experience of his life and see if he can make the postseason?
Thank you. Agree.
I got a
He's
lot
next.
to say.
We'll talk to you
Sorry.
tomorrow at 2.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'll buy your
Hey.
supper soon.
2, by the way. Natural